Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Naruto was Prince of My Little Pony and Harem? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the MADHAT886 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. Let's start this video. Spotlight on a dark stage turn on showing a young boy standing underneath the light. His face looking downwards. My name is Naruto, I used to be a ninja. Even with the village abusing me for having the demon sealed within me. I kept on trying to be something other than that. But in the end all the village and the people I used to think cared about me only saw me as a weapon in the end. No matter how badly I was treated, they would always expect me to just forgive them and save them. While never making up for anything they have done to me. For I'm just a weapon to them and always be to their eyes. That's why I walk away. The second light came on showing two teenage girls standing side by side. One with purple hair and the other is a redhead. Both of them look downwards. My name is Twilight, the purple-haired one said. My name is Sunset, the redhead said. We used to be students under the Princess of the Sun. Both of us were just part of her plan, both said. I was the first. I did everything she asked of me. But it was never enough for her. Then she showed me a mirror and didn't like what I saw. Instead of explaining it to me, she continues to be a stealth mentor. I tried to learn dark magic, but she stopped me and would have thrown me aside if I didn't escape into the mirror, Sunset said. I was the second. Learning from her mistakes, she did a better job in being a mentor to me. I was trained to be the one who would gather friends to use the elements to free her lost sister from the darkness. As Sunset would have done if it had gone according to plan. After my friends abandoned me for a wedding for an impostor. I found the mirror and met the one who I replaced. Twilight said. We were both tools to use as she pleased. Shaping us to be her perfect tool to defend her other subjects while never caring about us. That's why we walked away, both of them said. No more, Naruto said looking up. No more, Sunset said looking up. No more, Twilight said looking up. We all walk away once we realize what was always planned for us, all three said. To be a weapon, Naruto said. To be a tool, Sunset said. To be a replacement, Twilight said. This is our story and how we met each other. And others who like us just walk away. All trying to find a better place. For we're no longer bound to the story that is written for us, all three said. Just walk away. Everything I have done for them and this is how they treat me, Twilight huffed for the 100th time as she walked down a hallway. Her friends and mentor all abandoned her for a fake. How could anyone not see how wrong the fake cadence had been after not seeing her for 2 years? Yet Princess Celestia, who had most likely seen her on a daily basis, didn't realize anything was wrong. And even with an invasion over her head, she didn't see anything wrong with a wedding taking place. Her friends didn't think of anything to abandon her just so they could be a part of a wedding. They cared and trusted someone they just met over her who they knew longer. But looks like their friendship wasn't as strong as she thought it was. They would believe someone they just met over someone they knew longer showed what kind of friends they are. Her train of thought ended as an orange unicorn with a red mane came out of Princess Celestia's room. She had a saddlebag on her. She was about to shout out what she was doing in the princess's room, but stopped when she saw her face. Her face was stained with tears as she walked out of the room. Hello miss. Are you okay? Twilight asks. The orange unicorn turns to look at her, then she looks away. You're Twilight, right? Yes, Twilight answers. You're my replacement. The one the princess found to replace me when I wasn't what she wanted, she said as she turned to walk away. Wait, who are you? Twilight asks. Sunset Shimmer, the tool that the princess threw away, she answers. Tool? The princess wouldn't use any pony as a tool, Twilight said. That's what I thought once before. Back when I was her student. But when I wasn't what she wanted, she just threw me away. You had a better relationship with her because the chances of her finding some other pony with as much power as we have in the short amount of time she had left before her sister returned from the moon, Sunset said. No, it can't be, the princess would never do something like that, Twilight said. You're just too close to her to see all of her manipulative tendencies she does to ponies close to her. She's been doing it for such a long time that she can't see ponies as ponies anymore, just tools. I discovered the reason why she held me back once I began researching the elements. Because I didn't follow what she wanted me to be, she held back so that I wouldn't become an alicorn, Sunset explains. Alicorn? Twilight asks. Their old babysitter was just a normal Pugasi before she changed. I was thanks to my magic and was on my way to becoming one on my own. But she felt I wasn't ready for it and did everything to keep me from becoming like her. She's doing the same with you. You won't believe me, but why don't you go into her room and read her journals, Sunset said as she walked down the hallway. Twilight couldn't help herself as she walked into her teacher's room and saw the books on her bed. She walked over to the bed and began flipping through the pages reading her teacher's personal thoughts. As she read through the books, the pedestal she had built around her mentor began to crack. The more she read through the books, the pedestal began breaking in pieces till there wasn't anything left. Everything she's been through and done has all been just part of her mentor's plan. If there was another unicorn with as much power as either her or Sunset who would be easier to manipulate, she would have been tossed aside as Sunset was. Down in the basement. Sunset stood in front of the mirror which took her to the other world. It would return her back to the other world, but it wasn't her home and there's no one there waiting for her. The same for this world too, where no one cared for her. Sunset, Twilight said, appearing in the doorway. She had stopped by her old room that was left as it was when she left. She had packed up with things that she might need and all the bits she had saved in her old room. You read the books? Sunset asks. Yes. There's no point in staying anymore. I left a letter in my old room explaining why I left, Twilight said. So you want to come with me? Sunset asks. There is nothing here for me but to be used as a tool, Twilight said. I have no desire to return to the world that I came from. I learned that there's another mirror smaller than this one and can go to other worlds. Starswirl created it a long time ago but decided to lock it away. I learned it from one of the books in the princess's room. It should still be in the old castle in Everfree, Sunset said. Everfree? Twilight asks. Yes, and you can use my power to boost yours for a long-range teleport, Sunset said as she gave Twilight the boost she needs. Let's go then, Twilight said as she teleports both of them away. No one would realize that she was gone till it was too late to do anything. The Neverfree. Both of them teleported to the castle of the two sisters. Left in ruins after it was abandoned by the princess after she banished her sister to the moon. It's just how Twilight last saw it from the last time that she was there. They entered the castle and made their way inside of it till they found the stairs to the lower levels. But they noticed that there are signs that someone has been living in the castle. The signs are there, the torches that had been burning and hoofprints on the dusty floors. No one is supposed to be here, Twilight said to Sunset as they continued down the stairs. Never mind that. The only thing that matters is the mirror, Sunset said. Twilight just nodded in response as they walked down the staircase to the lowest levels of the castle. They used their horns to make light to see where they're going. Behind them the pony that's been living in the castle follows them. How are we going to pass that? Twilight asks to see the big door at the bottom of the staircase. She probes it with her magic and sees layers of magic protecting it. That door can only be opened by the lock with a large keyhole. One thing I have learned is that while something is protected one way it's not protected by another, Sunset said as she pulled out a metal pipe bomb she made in case she needed to blast open something. What's that? Twilight asks, watching as Sunset places it inside the keyhole. Think of a firecracker but with a bigger blast, Sunset said as she pulled Twilight with her back up the stairs. Once they were out of the blast range she magically lit the fuse and waited with a shield spell in front of them for added protection. Twilight gave out a yelp of fright as the homemade bomb went off. The shield protected both of them, but it also caused the pony who had been following them to lose her footing and roll down the stairs. The pony rolled into them causing them to roll down the stairs, hitting the door at the bottom that is now wide open as the lock was completely destroyed by the blast. Are you? Twilight began to ask but saw who was the one who rolled into them. Trixie. Yes, it's Trixie the great and powerful, Trixie said as she got up. Do you know her? Sunset asks. Yes, but I haven't seen her since she came to town for a show she put on, Twilight said. After which thanks to your friends for heckling me and spreading the story. I couldn't put up a show anywhere since my reputation was smeared. I was forced to work on a rock farm before I came upon this castle and made myself home, Trixie said. 1. They're not much friends, I never realized that till now how bad they are, Twilight said. Wait, what? Trixie asks. Sit down and let Twilight tell you what happened, Sunset said as she began looking around the old workshop for the mirror. It's going to take me a while to find the mirror. Okay, Trixie said sitting down. Twilight told Trixie what had happened to her and her going with Sunset to find someplace new where they could have a clean slate to make a new life. Sunset meanwhile disappears in the workshop as she searches around for the mirror. She came back having found the mirror which is kept in a small heart-shaped brass locket. Found it, Sunset said as she placed the locket around her neck. You know the right spelling? Twilight asks. Starswirl left a manual on how to use it, Sunset said. So you two are just going to abandon everything to start anew? Trixie asks. There's no point in staying here, Twilight said. Mind if I come? Trixie asks. You want to come? Sunset asks. There's no place where Trixie can put on a show now. You two have better reasons to seek a new place to start over, but there's no place for Trixie to make a living as a showmare now, Trixie said. Maybe if I had spoken up to the others when they started heckling you, Twilight began but was stopped by Trixie. There's no need to talk about what ifs. Trixie just wants to start over somewhere where no one knows Trixie said. Welcome to the party, Sunset said. Before we go we should take what we can from the castle before we go, Trixie said. Good idea, Sunset said, remembering how that would have helped her when she went to the human world. The three ponies explored the castle together taking what they could find and the food that Trixie had with her. But some had to be left as Sunset pointed out that when she went to the human world, she found she couldn't eat plants like grass anymore. The gems and bits that they found would be able to be exchanged for the money of the world they found themselves in. So you two are ready? Sunset asks her two companions. Yes, Twilight said. Time for a new start, Trixie said. Sunset opens a portal to another world and as one the three step through. They found themselves in an alleyway and they are no longer ponies, but humans as Sunset told them what she turned into while in the other world. But to Sunset's surprise as she looks down on herself, her skin tone wasn't what it was in the human world. Looking at the other two she saw neither have the skin tones of their coats when they were ponies either. So this is a human? Twilight said as she looked at both Sunset and Trixie. Walking on two legs was something that's going to take some getting used to. She wonders where the clothes they're wearing came from. So this is what hands are like, Trixie said as she worked her new hands and looked at her fingers. Yes, but something is strange about this place. We should have the skin tones of what our coat colors were as ponies, Sunset said as she waited for them to get used to their new bodies. So what now? Trixie asks. We learn about this world and if it's not for us we just go to another world. And don't worry we can go back to any world we have visited before, Sunset said. Wait, so we could go back? Twilight asks. If we want, yes, Sunset said as she leads her two new friends out of the alleyway to learn about the world they found themselves in. The great and powerful Trixie Lulamoon thanked you all for coming to Trixie's show, Trixie shouted out as she unleashed fireworks from her hands lighting up the sky above her. She performed on an open stage in the park by the bay. The crowd cheered as her display of magical firework images was something that they have never seen in real life. I hope she doesn't overdo it this time, Twilight said, who goes by Tammy in this world, as going by the name Twilight, besides using it as her stage name just made things odd here. Trixie kept her name as her name, well not as common isn't as strange as her friends' real names. Well you're the one who had the bright idea to go with her plan in earning us a living as show performers, Sunset who goes by Sam in this world said. Together they're known as the Horizons. They discovered that this world is very different from the one that Sunset had lived in. No different color humans like the pony world and while this world has no magic they did. They have also discovered that there's a show called My Little Pony, a cartoon show that is like their world, but the ponies there depended on the help from a human named Megan to save them. Of course that was just the first couple of seasons before the ponies started to learn to stand on their own feet. 1. And to their surprise mostly Twilight some of the adventures the cartoon ponies go through mirrors her own. And looking at it from the other side instead of being right in the middle of it, she can't believe how blind she was to what was completely obvious. Luckily she and the other girls have been learning to be genre savvy by watching shows and reading things from the net which Sunset showed both her and Trixie how to use. They depended on her to show her the ropes and how to be a human, which she learned the hard way. One big difference between the world Sunset had been living in and this human world was that they all could use their magic. Trixie being the showmare began performing as a street magician to earn money and drag both of them into the act. Which ended up with them becoming big stars as videos of them using magic ended up on the internet and spreading like wildfire. As many tried to figure out how they do what they do is what draws the crowds in. There were experts in magic who came to the shows to reveal how they're able to do what they do. But none of them could prove how they were able to do what they do. Trixie with her magic created fireworks out of nowhere and the illusions that she creates. Sunset with her fire magic making creatures out of flames. And her transforming objects from one thing to another. Cause many expect from the ones who reveal how it's done to those who work in their field to scratch their heads as they try to figure out how they're doing what they're doing. And the shared magic that they share together, lifting things up in the air, causing them to glow with their different colored magic auras, teleporting from one spot to another. Well we better make sure she doesn't go too far, Twilight said, as one of the reasons why they're able to do what they do on stage was that no one in this world would admit that magic is real. Well the ones who matter anyways. One thing about frames in the human world that took some getting used to is that they gain a following of crazy fans. Don't want a cult start up saying we'll grant them magical powers again, Sunset said as they had to deal with that before it went too far. Come on let's give them a show, Twilight said as she and Sunset joined Trixie on stage. After the show. The girls rested in their RV that not only serves as their transport but their home as well. They have been living in this world for almost a year now and learned much with the help of Sunset. One of the things that Twilight learned to love was the small computers that have called iPads that allow her to download books for her to enjoy. which Trixie and Sunset gave her once they learned how much she loves reading and collecting books, which in their limited living space just took too much room. Trixie on the other hand learned about video games and became a gamer girl. She's into games that allow her to blow things up and destroy things with bombs. Another show and another killing we made, Trixie said as she counted the money from the cash box from the tickets shown. Well, remember we still need to pay the guards we hired for the show, Twilight said. She's the one who organizes things when they're doing outdoor events when unlike indoor shows the staff of the place are the ones who take care of things. Will do, Trixie said. Hey girls, I have been thinking, Sunset said, getting their attention. Yes? Both girls ask. This world is nice and all but I still want to see if there is something better out there, Sunset said. I won't say that, I don't like the frame and the money we gain here. But still, I still wonder if there isn't something more out there. So you want to travel from one world to another just to see if there isn't something better? Trixie asks. That's the plan, but if the world isn't what we want we can just return to this world, Sunset said. I guess we could look around and check out other worlds. But we should use a remote control hover drone to look around, just in case it's a world that is overrun with zombies, Twilight said, having watched enough movies and played games to become genre savvy. 2. If nothing else we can use our trips to pick up things that we can't find here, Sunset said. And we can make our shows even better, Trixie adds. In the new world. Stepping through the portal the three ended up in a city in Japan of the world they found themselves in. They had used Sunset's hover drone she had brought to search the world first to make sure it's safe before going through. They already skip over a couple of worlds already, one world had zombies overrunning everything, another had giant monsters, and the world before that had magical girls destroying the world. And that world was worse than the others. Alright, this translation spell will allow us to talk and understand Japanese, Twilight said. But it will be helpful once we start a world tour, Trixie said, wanting to see what this world is like. We just have to make sure our American money can be exchanged in this world, Sunset said, not wanting to use their limited gold or gems just yet. Well, we could go and steal using our magic, Trixie said. Hey, we can't do that, Twilight said. Twilight, one thing you have to understand is that breaking the law is bad. Sometimes you have to do it to survive, Sunset said, remembering how she had to steal things to survive in the human world when she first came to that world. Only if we have to. Besides, this is Japan where, Twilight began but stopped as the body of a beautiful young woman who looks to be a year or 3 older than they are fell in front of them. And she is badly hurt from the fall and she has wounds covering her body. She has reddish brown hair that, while a bit messy, is very silky and long, with a yellow ribbon in her hair. She's wearing white stockings and a blue and white half-cut kimono around her shapely body. The bottom part is cut at the slits all the way to her hips, so it reveals her shapely and long legs. Actually, it's more like flaps are at the front and back, and that's it. A short sword hung from her back, and she's wearing blue boots that are actually ankle guards and blue arm guards. There's also a white collar around her neck. But what caught their attention was the fact that her body was something out of a male teenager's wet dream, like those comics and video game women that are busty with melon-sized breasts. All 3 of them had learned that such a figure is a sign of great beauty among females, which Sunset already learned and taught that fact to her 2 friends. All 3 of them have thin body types and a small chest size. The group of 10 ninjas leaped down from the rooftop where the young woman came falling from. Don't interfere. This is none of your business, the leader of the group said. Oh great, this place has ninjas, Twilight deadpanned. Wait, I know this. Trixie spoke up. That's the runaway ninja, Kasumi. From the Dead or Alive games. Oh great, it's going to be like that, Sunset said, having seen enough shows where people ended up in a fictional world to know where this is heading for. Well, there is only one thing to do, Twilight said as she sees the ninjas pointing their weapons at them. Let's get them, girls. Trixie smiles as she and her friends' hands glow as they prepare to cast their magic on the ninjas who step back seeing the display of energy. Who are you 3? The leader asks, seeing the 3 young women's hands glowing, but feeling no kai at all coming from them. We're the Horizons, Sunset said, casting fireballs, followed by Trixie throwing magical fireworks at the ninjas, while Twilight protected them with a shield spell that kept anything from hitting them while letting their own attack go out. Something that they had trained for 2 weeks before they began this little road trip. Just in case they needed to defend themselves. After all, what kind of fool would go to a world without preparing themselves first for trouble? Okay, let me get this straight. You're saying magical girls calling themselves the Horizons. Made up of 3 young women around my age, one with pale cyan hair and from you managed to hear name as Trixie, a redhead named Sunset and a purple hair one named Twilight. Just suddenly showed up out of nowhere and stopped you all from capturing Kasumi. They also knew her from the Dead or Alive tournaments. The purple one created a bubble around them that stopped any attack you threw at them, the red threw fire, and the blue one threw fireworks, AM said, listing off all the information the group of 10 ninjas had given in their report. That would explain why they're covered in burns, Hate said, having seen the group after they were recovered. This isn't an anime where magical girls pop out of nowhere, AM snaps. Magical or otherwise, the fact remains that they took Kasumi after they defeated the hunters. No small feat to do, Hate said. I have already sent more hunters after them. They won't have anywhere to hide, AM said, as the hunters even now are searching everywhere in the city where the three were last seen. They would be found sooner or later, they were already watching all the roads, harbors and airports in the city. There is no way they would be able to leave the city without them knowing. In a hotel in America. Kasumi woke up to find herself laying on a bed. Getting up, she saw she's in a hotel room, and then looking at her body, she saw her wounds have been healed. She also found her weapons are gone as well as her ninja clothes. Instead, she's wearing just a white shirt that's very tight on her and her panties. Hearing noise from a TV in the other room, she carefully slips out of the bed and presses her back to the wall. The hotel bedroom she's in is connected to the main room, but without a door. Peeking, she saw a blue-haired young woman watching TV. But the strange thing was that what she's hearing is in English, and looking around the room reminded her of the times she was in America. Which couldn't be right, as she was in a city in Japan, the last thing she could remember. The front door of the room opened and 2 more women came in, a red and a purple-haired one. Both looked to be around her age, the same with the blue-haired one. Trixie, we're back, the purple-haired one said as she brought in a laundry basket with her, while the red held shopping bags. Did you and Sunset also bring Kasumi some clothes? She can't walk around with that revealing outfit, Trixie asks. Yes, we did, but finding a bra for her was tougher since Twilight wanted to find a pretty one instead of one that just fits, Sunset said, glancing at Twilight. Well, all the magazines I have read told how important it is for women to look nice. So, I wanted to get her something nice to wear, Twilight said. We just needed something to keep her breasts from bouncing around, not to lure in men. She wanted to go into a Veronica's Secret store. Besides, seeing that she wasn't wearing one, she doesn't seem to care about wearing bras, Sunset said. I don't get how she's able to move around with those meat bags bouncing around on her chest, Trixie said as she looked down to her own chest. While not that big, they were perfect for her figure, she reminds herself. How the hell has she never hit herself in the face with them? I have been wondering about that as well, Twilight said, setting the basket down. Then she pulls out Kasumi's ninja outfit. All she was wearing were panties and this. With someone her size, she wouldn't have been able to move or fight the way she does with those on her chest. And that, I had to give her my shirt, which is now all stretched out by now. Well, you're the one who was the only one wearing an undershirt, Trixie said. I have to agree with you there. Women with breasts as big as her should wear a sports bra for support. I guess it must be a ninja thing she learned to do. But still, why would she want her jugs to bounce around like that? Sure, to get eyes on her flesh and away from her arms and legs as they attack, but still. Flashing people with hairy body like that. Doesn't she have any shame? Sure, it works, but only on some people, mostly men, Sunset said. She was the one who explained all the stuff that both Twilight and Trixie had to know about their new human bodies. That she had to learn the hard way. Sure, in the game she was just another oversized female fighter, but here in this world she's real. And why doesn't she have back pains? You're right, it is something I learned in ninja training, Kasumi said, stepping out from where she was standing, making the 3 younger women stop talking. She has a slight blush on her face hearing about them talking about her chest. And what is this about me being in a game? Oh boy, Twilight said, sharing looks with both Trixie and Sunset. A while later. Kasumi sat at the table with the 3 young women who had saved her and who, from what they told her, are sliders. Like that TV show where that group goes from one world to another, with each world just a bit different. And from what they told her, in their homeworld they're magical ponies, not just ponies, but unicorns. They decided to leave their world behind for a new one and found themselves in a human world. A world where she's a video game character as well as the other fighters in Dead or Alive. I would say all 3 of you are crazy, but you did in a day bring me from Japan to America and, Kasumi began to say but was cut off. But we're doing magic right in front of you, Sunset said, making a tiny fire pony appear in her hand, while Twilight and Trixie were using their own magic to make pictures of their memories to appear on a magic screen. There is that, Kasumi said, as what she's seen can't be fake. And that Twilight turned an orange into an apple right before her. It's a lot to take in, Sunset said, as many people wouldn't be used to the fact that magic is real. Well, there is ninpo or ninja magic, but to use the ninpo technique takes a long time for both the incantations and energy that is needed to use it. But you 3 are just using it like it's nothing, Kasumi said. We are magical ponies in human form, Trixie said. Yes, ponies, Kasumi said as she had to fight the urge to give out a squeak when she saw what they looked like. in pony form they're just so cute. Let me guess you just loved magical unicorns when you were younger, Sunset said, having seen it plenty of times before. Kind of, Kasumi said, blushing a bit. Big time, Trixie said, glad that she wasn't in her pony form or she would be buried underneath pony crazed girls. You two stop that, Twilight said. It's common in young girls, Sunset said. But more importantly, I have to know something, Trixie said, staring at Kasumi. How are you able to move so acrobatically with those weighing you down? You mean my breasts? Kasumi, blushing a bit. Does that act like ballast? Twilight asks, wondering about that as well. When she and Trixie first became humans they were puzzled why their breasts are set on their chest rather than lower. And why they stood out on their chest, that threw off their balance. Sunset had to explain much to them and how not to act with them so as not to get unwanted attention from men. And also, what's with your ninja outfit? Sunset asks as well. We told you about us, so how about you tell us about yourself? I guess, Kasumi said, blushing as she began to tell them about herself. 1. The next day. Stepping out of the portal, Twilight, Trixie and Sunset came back to the apartment where Kasumi had been relaxing and recovering. Kasumi had taken the day to just unwind without having to worry about ninjas coming after her. And is enjoying watching some TV for a change. We're back, Twilight said, looking dirty and worn from whatever adventure she and the others had been through. And each of them now carried a backpack which they didn't have when they had left. Wow, you three look like you've been through a lot, Kasumi said. Well, going to some different game worlds to collect some power-ups. Since we now know there are worlds like the video games we play. It would mean there are plenty of power-ups for the taking, Trixie said. And since we have watched a lot of shows and played games, we're dangerously genre savvy. Also, I had Twilight and Trixie read both the Evil Overlord list and useful guides before we began world hopping, so they won't fall or do something dumb, Sunset said. Hey. Both Twilight and Trixie said, glaring at her. Twilight wanted to go to that world with the underwater city and the one with the floating city without really checking it out first. The underwater one is run by a control freak who runs it by his ideals that don't work when you use it in real life. Seeing his closed-off world has no government, making his city into a true objectivist utopia for a time. And the floating one is filled with racism, religious fanaticism, eugenics, and abusive work practices of the time period of that world. Run by a madman who says he speaks for God, Sunset said. Those worlds were interesting, Twilight said. Then there were the cartoon worlds where Trixie wanted to go. But all those amusing injuries are just that for people in that world. But for us, it will be fatal, Sunset added. Yes, that's true, Trixie said, seeing someone there getting his head smashed by an anvil. That's the reason why I made it a rule that we send in a drone first to look around, Sunset said. You send in drones? Kasumi asked. Yes, to look around, as the last thing we want is to go to a death world or a bad one. There's a world where there's a culture where all media is Christian fundamentalist propaganda and it was really messed up and very disturbing, Sunset said. Don't remind me, Trixie said. 2. So what world did you go to? Kasumi asked. Well, I couldn't help myself, so I searched around till I found the Super Mario Bros. World. But before that we stop at the Zelda world to get some things there. I managed to get us all Goron's bracelets that make us all stronger. Not to mention the magic pouch that shrinks items when placed in the bag, Sunset said during their quick trip to the Zelda world. Which I transformed into backpacks for us, Twilight said. And I put up a show to get money, Trixie said as she showed Kasumi a large green gemstone. Simply amazing that something like this is worth only $1 there like in our world, but in worlds like this one it's worth much more. Wait, what? Kasumi asks, staring at the huge gemstone. I worked on a rock farm, and gems from our world are grown from special rocks, Trixie said. Really? Kasumi asks as growing a priceless gemstone sounded like a fairy tale. Dragons in our world eat them, Twilight said, wondering how Spike is doing without her. So Kasumi wants to try out some power-ups. Sunset asks as she pulls out from her backpack a red-capped mushroom with white spots that has eyes on its stalk. Is it safe, and better yet, does it even work here? Kasumi asks, still getting used to how strange her life has become. Better believe it, Sunset said as she popped it into her mouth and ate it. Her body glowed for a second as she suddenly grew bigger along with her clothes. Standing from 5'6", she now stood 11'2", doubling her height, which caused her to hit her head on the ceiling. Wow, Kasumi said, seeing how big Sunset had gotten. Ouch, Sunset said, rubbing her head as she was forced to crouch down to fit in the now smaller room. We better find someplace else to show off these power-ups before something worse happens, Twilight sighed. And before we have to pay for any more damage to the room, Trixie said, looking at the dent on the ceiling where Sunset had hit her head. Works for me, Sunset said, making a note not to do that again in a room with a low ceiling. In the ruins of a city known as Tokyo, a battle for the future of that world is taking place. Magical girls from different groups, some of whom are on the surface are the same, but are very different. Some are like Cardcaptor Sakura, while others are like the ones from Black Rock Shooter, some are very young, while others are like Cutie Honey and Devil Hunter Yoko. All of them have their own powers, some being more powerful, while others have the fighting skills to back them up. But all of them are fighting each other to bring the future they want to the world or to stop the fighting that is destroying the world. Konoha drove for cover as the giant mechas the Magic Knights Wraith did a bomb run, blasting everything underneath them, taking out a number of magic users. She stared at what lay before her as 3 different Sailor Moons all were locked in a beam of war against the other. It was put to an end as 3 of the Love Angels attacked each of them from behind. As the 6 struggled against each other, bullets rained down on them, followed by a jeep landing on top of one pair, followed by a blonde carrying a sword jumping out and cutting the heads of another pair. The last pair of surviving Sailor Moon and Love Angel broke off fighting each other as they faced Panty and Stocking. 1. A pink bubble with a boy inside of it came down an alleyway bowling into the foursome, followed by a group of women with a gemstone on their bodies who bubbled them 4 up before they could move. They are followed by a group of flying young girls who have wings on their backs, taking down flying magic girls so the gemstone women can bubble them up. They came to Japan to put a stop to the fighting before the whole world is in ruins. And are just taking out all the magical girls they come across to do so, as they just don't care what the different groups are fighting for. They're just fighting to save their world from those who claim to be making it a better place. 2. Stepping out of a doorway in front of her was her younger self when it all started for her, but she reminded herself that the little girl in front of her isn't herself from the past, just a different magic girl. Konoha was about to attack when a dome of energy appeared in the background destroying everything. Looking closely she saw at the center is the princess from another dimension star with that magical wand of hers, along with Rainbow Bright facing off against Madoka. And you can see why we only send in drones before ever going into another world. And don't ask how all those magical girls can be all in the same world at once. We have no idea, Sunset said to Kasumi who had watched the video of the drone that was sent into the end of the world by the magical girl world. She and the 3 pony turn humans are in said 3 RV that they live in. Both Twilight and Trixie are busy preparing a drone to be sent to another world, while Sunset is showing Kasumi on a table computer some videos of some of the worlds they have seen and why they're so careful. Kasumi, learning of different worlds, asks if she could come with them as she's tired of running because of what she needed to do to save her brother. The girls agreed as while they're powerful magic users, it's a good idea to have someone with fighting skills around and she could teach them. You 3 haven't been to any worlds where there are only a handful of magical girls, have you? Kasumi asked. Seeing how bad things can get if there were so many magical girls all in one world. Not yet, Sunset said. Okay, drone is through the portal, Twilight said as she controls the drone by remote and fluid into the portal. Sunset turns on the video setting, Trixie said. Right, Sunset said as she switched to the live feed from the drone camera. On the computer screen the 4 women saw the world the portal leads to is a mostly water world and one with pirates in it from the sail ship with a Jolly Rogers flag on it, that is a skull and crossbones with a straw hat on it. Hey look, it's a one-piece world, Trixie said. You mean that in I'm? Kasumi asks, remembering seeing posters about it. Cool, we can see if we can't get some devil fruit powers, Trixie said. But you'll sink like a stone if you do, Sunset said. Let us see what the oh my god, Twilight said as she zoomed in onto the deck of the ship to see what the pirates are up to. And quickly regretted it. The Straw Hat pirates in this world aren't pirates who do nothing, but are the types that rape, pillage, and burn. It looks like they just came from sacking a town and after pillaging all the loot their ship can carry, are now raping the women they took with them. The men of the ship all are raping young women, as well as the female crew members joining in on the fun as well. 3. That world is a no-go, Twilight said as she turned the drone around and flew it back through the portal. Sunset and Trixie both sent a fireball and a firework through the portal before it closed and hit the sails of the ship, catching them on fire. That event would cost the Straw Hat crew time and the Navy to catch up to them, ending with them fleeing with the Navy, rescuing the women who were thrown overboard, so the Navy ship would be busy rescuing them from the sea for them to chase the pirates. That world is a write-off, Sunset said. The pirates there act like real pirates, Kasumi said. Yeah, we found some worlds like that, Trixie said. Where things that are fiction in one world aren't the same in another, as many things that are fiction are written in board strokes, Sunset said. Really? Kasumi asked. We saw a Harry Potter world where there is a war between the Muggles and the magic world. From what we learn thanks to Dumbledore's love, Gambit Roulette causes things to end in the worst possible way. Potter wand was destroyed and he's left crippled that magic can't fix and all of his friends died because of him. Then the Dark Wizards began mass killings that got so big that it couldn't be covered up anymore. Instead of seeking help from the Muggles, the magic government instead tried to erase everyone's memory in London, which thanks to dark wizards attacking, caused many Muggles to become brain dead. And instead of trying to explain things, the magic government began calling for all magic users to be ready to fight the Muggles, spreading fear and panic. So panicking magic users thinking the Muggles would kill them strike first and learn that the Muggles don't play fair. Entire magical communities have been gassed or simply bombed, and it's a witch hunt for any magic users. The Muggle-born ones already knowing how powerful the Muggle army is once motivated or helping them. As for the old Skullface, he was caught somehow and seeing how he has that thing that makes him immortal. The Muggles simply cut out a large section of his brain and replace it with plastic to prevent it from growing back somehow, then cut off his hands and his tongue so he wouldn't ever be a threat, Twilight explains. 4. Wow, that is a dark world, Kasumi said. It is, but it's not the worst, Sunset said. Really? Kasumi asked. There's a world that is a copy and paste of Moral Oral and is just as bad as the show, Twilight said. I never heard of it, Kasumi said. You're lucky then, Trixie said. 5. We like to avoid going to worlds with kid heroes being expected to save the day while the adults do nothing, Sunset said. It just brings too many bad memories, Twilight said as both she and Sunset were used like that before they just walked away. I'm holding out for a Jetson world, Trixie said. It would be nice to get some of the advanced tech they have there. Star Wars would be nice, Sunset said. Star Trek? Kasumi asked. The Federation isn't that easy to fool as the show would like you to believe. Sent in a drone and it was quickly detected and surrounded before we knew what happened, Twilight said. What world would you like to go to? Trixie asks. How about Naruto? I would like to see that world, Kasumi said. Alright, Twilight said. As soon as we find the right portal. And after we get some gear for us to survive, Sunset said as she turned to Twilight. Turn the portal to the Mass Effect world. But wait, the last time we saw that world that Earth is still fighting the Reapers, Trixie said. Yup, and there's all that tech is just waiting for someone to take. We open the portal and using our magic just pull objects from that world towers, Sunset said. I would like an Omni tool, Twilight said. But what about the Reapers? They shouldn't be able to see the portal and it would be too small for them to fit through, Sunset said. And like with the pirate ship we'll be able to help some people out, Trixie said. So you girls are traveling to different worlds just to find one to call home and pick up items from them as you do so? Kasumi asked. Of course, Trixie said. We're going to keep on going till we find a world to call home, Sunset said. Picking up things on the way and meeting new friends as we do so, Twilight said. Really? Kasumi asks as she remembers all the times when she was younger when she watches shows that she wishes to go on a grand adventure. When do we start? The power suit's all working? Twilight asks. Jack, Kasumi said, flexing her limbs in the skin-tight suit she's wearing underneath her clothes. The suits are from a Jetson-like world that has bodysuits like Batman Beyond and where they upgraded the Omni tools. The suit's exoskeletons are electronic circuits but are still malleable like regular clothing. And what really gets them is that the suits are for that world everyday clothes and the real power armor for that world is just beyond super. But with the level of tech of that world they couldn't risk being caught by the law there. Weapons? Twilight asks. Already in action, Trixie said as she looked over the guns they took from the Mass Effect world. The guns can compact themselves into smaller sizes and unlike the guns with the heatsink clips, these don't have the upgrades. Which means they just cool down after overheating, they also get some upgrades as well. 1. Do we really need those? Kasumi asked. Guns that fire gain size bullets at supersonic velocities by decreasing its mass in a Mass Effect field that is near impossible to dodge when it's fired right at you. Of course it is. The ninjas of Naruto's world are fast but not that fast, for most of them anyways. And we're not about to go into a world of ninjas without some protection, Twilight said. She and the others trained using the guns on the firing range. And you can't tell me you don't like your upgraded weapons, Sunset said. No, I can't, Kasumi said as she held the plasma sword that got well in that future world. The sword is just a handle, but once activated creates a blade of superheated gas blade that can cut just about anything. And is used in that world as just a cutting tool. That world has just about everything, Trixie said as she created a hard-light duplicate of herself. I still can't believe how advanced that world is. But of course that Earth's surface is now mostly covered in cities like that planet in Star Wars, Twilight said. They are space traveling to different galaxies. Besides, all the stuff we got from the black market was paid for by handing over fresh vegetables and fruits. Which in that world goes for a high price as those things can only be imported from other planets and are a display of wealth, Sunset said. But of course what is rare in one world is common in another world. The people we got our gear from make a living by going from one galaxy to another trading and buying things. If it wasn't for the cost of flying from one galaxy to another, more people would do it. And all the tech that the world has gives us a real edge if we need to fight, Trixie said. The suits not only acts as body armor, but increases their strength. The suits also come with a skin-tight force field that would protect their bodies, as well as the parts not covered by their suits. But all of this stuff, isn't it a bit too much? Kasumi asked. She had tested out her suit and found herself much stronger and more powerful than before. If she had this suit back in her world, she wouldn't have to worry about her clan. They would have to worry about her instead. Please. We have seen enough worlds to have the common sense of not fighting fair. If someone who tries to kill us fights with some code of honor, we won't fight like that. They can keep their honor even if it means their deaths. We will live while they are just dead and be forgotten in a few short years. Besides, we're just visitors in those other worlds and don't have to follow their rules. As some are just bad and dark worlds, Sunset said. Remember the world that is like that movie, The Purge, Trixie said. Don't remind me, Twilight said. Wait, there's a world like that? Kasumi asked. Well, it was as we saw that world's America after the first purge. Which caused a global recession as there weren't any emergency services to put out the fires caused in the 12 hours. Crime was legal. The stores that were looted and having to rebuild everything that was destroyed left that world's America a shadow of its former self and is having a civil war. That kind of plan would only work in the movies as reality hit that world hard, Twilight said. 2. Which is why we got the force fields that take a battleship laser cannon fire to one-shot it, Sunset said. And all it cost us was a potted tangerine tree, Trixie said. Remembering how she talked that crime lord into handing over the gear they wanted in exchange for the tree. She told him how he would be the envy of the other crime bosses when he shows off how he has freshly squeezed juice from his very own personal tangerine tree. Which is thought to be extinct, which he could also sell the seeds for a very high price. I still can't believe that happened, Kasumi said. Real food in that world was worth more than gold, Twilight said. Kasumi remembered that in some worlds people don't have common sense or are genre savvy, Trixie said. Remember that world we stopped by that looks normal till we meet that family with the husband being an octopus who no one could see isn't a man, Sunset said. 3. I still don't understand how no one can't see it, Kasumi said. Well, there's that chef who shouted that he's an octopus. But then again everyone thinks he's crazy, Twilight said. About this Naruto world. Is it like it is in canon or is it like that One Piece world? Kasumi asked. Why do you think we stock up on all this gear? It looks okay, but there is only so much we can learn from a drone, Sunset said. So it's either we gear up in tech that would give Superman a run for his money in fighting us, or we simply look for another world, Twilight said. 4. Good point, Kasumi said. Then she thought of something. While I would like to look around in that world. The ninjas will be on the lookout for people out of place. We're going to be traveling entertainers putting on magic shows, Trixie said. And if that doesn't work, we also are traders, Sunset said. Naruto's world. Swan, the newly appointed, sat in her new office with her old teammate Jiraiya. They're meeting to talk about Naruto, who had helped Jiraiya in finding her and bringing her back to the village. Both of them worried about the weakened seal that contained the fox and that kept the most powerful weapon in the village under control. Naruto's parents' place on him made him want to always forgive the villagers and make him want to be a part of it. Will you be able to repair the seal? Swan asked. It won't be an easy thing to do. I need to repair it as well as the mind altering as well. What our old teammate did, he targeted the mind because he knew what will happen once it fails, Jiraiya said. We'll either have to deal with Naruto wanting to destroy the village or him quitting being a ninja. Both would be a loss of a powerful weapon for the village, Swan said. I will take him on a training trip and will repair the mind seal safely outside the village, Jiraiya said. And what happens if the mind breaks and Naruto decides to run? Swan said. I just have to bring him back, won't I, Jiraiya said. No, it'd be too risky. You might lose him, Swan said. Alright, I will do it in the village then, Jiraiya said. How long till the mind breaks down? Swan asked. I'm surprised that it hasn't broken yet, Jiraiya said. So it can break at any time? Swan asked. Yes, Jiraiya said. We need to keep him locked up till you can fix the seal then, Swan said. What are the first signs if it does break? Naruto would begin to act differently and won't be so forgiving as he is, Jiraiya said. I have all the ninjas be on the lookout for the signs then. We can't have our most powerful weapon become disloyal, Swan said. It will help if we stop anyone from harming or upsetting Naruto till I can fix the seal. It could decrease the amount of time left on the seal, Jiraiya said. Yes, and this time they do their jobs, Swan said, having read the old reports on how badly the ninjas did their jobs before. We can't lose our greatest weapon. Resealing the fox into another body would be too much of a risk. Naruto is the only one who can contain it till he's old enough to father children, Jiraiya said. We don't have to wait. I'll just do an exam to see if he's producing healthy sperm. Seeing he is the last of his clan, we can place him under the Clan Restoration Act. Any girl who can birth a healthy child will be given to him to give birth to, Swan said. That act? I thought you didn't like it because of who you were, Jiraiya began but was cut off. You know that, I can't have children anymore even back then when we were young. That's the cost for what I can do, Swan said as she remembers how she and Dan had cried when they discovered that because of what she had done to her body to become strong, the cost was that she can't have any children. All the dreams they had together to start a family died, and then Dan died. Well, he should be old enough to be able to father children, Jiraiya said. It's been done before. In our line of work few ever live to our ages, Swan adds. 5. Alright, we'll break the news about who Naruto's parents are and keep him in the village, Jiraiya said. And you can act as his godfather, Swan said in a huff. You know, if you actually did that, we wouldn't be facing the trouble of keeping Naruto loyal and being a weapon for the village. You know, I'd rather be out in the field than raising a kid, Jiraiya said. Well, since you need to repair the seal, you're going to be acting as his godfather and staying in the village till it's repaired, and we don't have to worry about Naruto becoming disloyal, Swan said. I understand, Jiraiya said, knowing it's what needs to be done for the good of the village. Twilight sat behind the wheel of the RV, driving it towards the Leaf Village. The RV has transformed into a strange steam-powered vehicle to fit into the world setting. The RV is now rolling on tank-like treads, allowing them to travel easily on the dirt roads. They discovered the world of the magic school bus, where they found where Ms. Fizz got a bus and asked a man who made it to do the same to the RV. Now the RV can transform into just about anything, and none of it is magical, just pure tech, which Twilight can't put her head around how it's even possible, given what the guy works with. Sunset just said don't think about it, and it works, so don't think about how it works. 1. Alright girls, we're almost there, Twilight said. So Kasumi, why do you want to come here anyways? Sunset asks Kasumi. Both of them sat at the small kitchen table. Trixie is taking a nap in the bedroom. Twilight has been driving for a while now, as they didn't want to just appear out of nowhere. So they teleported in the land beyond the borders of the Land of Wind and have been taking turns driving. Using a translation spell, the girls could understand what the people of this world are saying as well as them being understood. What would have taken weeks or months to travel only took them 6 days with stops along the way to learn about how things are in this world. They would have gotten to the Land of Fire sooner if Trixie didn't put on shows at every village they stop at. But they did earn money that is used in this world. And many people stared in wonder at their stream machine like a train. I want to see if I can't learn how to use the here, and it would be interesting to see what a world full of ninjas is really like, Kasumi said. Wait, that won't work as they use chakra, Sunset said. I know, but I might still learn something by studying them, Kasumi said. Well, that's true. And don't forget to use the data glasses, Sunset said as she puts on her pair that collects data and gives the users a readout. It's like those glasses in Dragon Ball, Kasumi said as the glasses also allow her to see how much power something is giving off. Which the glasses have for the uses to see how powerful some of the machines and energy weapons are. They are for the army after all. As long as none of you do the over 9,000 thing, Twilight spoke up. Yeah, it's been overdone, Kasumi said. We still need to be careful even with our new tech. We don't know how strong it will make us compared to the ninjas here. So don't get full of yourself, Sunset said. Hey, keep it down, Trixie said, poking her head out. Trixie, we're almost there, so get dressed and make sure that if you put on a show that you don't go overboard, Twilight said. Right, Trixie said. And make sure you don't use any of those bombs, Sunset said. What? Those bombs can come in handy, Trixie said. I'm just glad we got those data storage devices, Twilight said, not liking the idea that the RV is full of bombs. The storage devices turn solid objects into data, a simple device that replaced the shopping bags. Also, Trixie, did you really have to get that mini black hole? Kasumi asks as she doesn't like the idea of being near something that can destroy just about anything. What? It's just for getting rid of trash, Trixie said. Well, it would come in handy in getting rid of something that can't be destroyed. But you are sure it's safe? Twilight asks. It can only maintain itself with how much charge you give it, and it's contained in a force field that only lets things in and is inside a container with safety locks. And it turns on and off like a light switch, Trixie said. Just don't leave it on then, Twilight said. By the way, Kasumi, how would you be getting the knowledge needed to learn, Sunset asks. Use your body? Trixie asks bluntly. No. Kasumi snaps at her. Well, didn't you say that the reason why you have such a body is because the women of your ninja clan use it to get information? And thanks to generations of breeding, you and your sister have such busty bodies, Trixie said. 2. Yes, but I might be trained for that kind of work. I have never done it, Kasumi said. So you never had, Sunset asks as she and the other girls stare at their ninja friend. No, Kasumi said, blushing a bit. Just remember our story if anyone asks. We're traveling performers who also do odd jobs to make ends meet. Kasumi is from a small ninja clan that was destroyed during the last ninja war and is our friend who also acts as our bodyguard, Twilight reminded everyone. Yes we know, Trixie said. You had us go over it 10 times already, Sunset said. It was only 9, Kasumi said. I was rounding it out, Sunset responded. Well we're here, Twilight said, stopping at the massive wooden gates. Be ready in case this world isn't like the show or manga. Everyone picks a power-up. Right, the 3 women responded as they grab a power-up from the Mario-verse. 3. And don't forget to listen in, Trixie reminded Twilight. Inside the village. Well? Kakashi asks a ninja guard. Like many of the adults of the village he is injured from the recent invasion and has his arm in a sling. Never seen anything like it before. It's like a train but doesn't need tracks, the man reported. He and other ninjas have been following the strange machine once it got near the village. I heard of this machine, Jiraiya said, appearing next to Kakashi. You have? Kakashi asked. Yes, one of my informants sent me a message that a strange traveling group of 4 women are making their way across the element lands, putting on magic shows. The report came from a small village in the Land of Wind. From what my agent managed to find out they're from the western lands and are traveling around in their RV as they call it. He couldn't find out where they got a machine like that from. That RV of theirs is very fast and able to travel through just about any kind of terrain. The report he sent me was 5 days old, Jiraiya said. Wait 5 days from Land of Wind to here? Kakashi asked. Yes, that machine of theirs can travel from here to Land of Wind in 5 days, but of course they were putting on shows and stopping by villages on the way here, Jiraiya said. So is it safe to let them in? Kakashi asked. Keep a close eye on them, Jiraiya said. We're still weak from the invasion. Yes, Kakashi said as waves for the gate guards to open the gate. By the way how's Naruto? Kakashi asked once he and Jiraiya were alone. The seal is weakening, the other one not the one containing the fox. Soon it will no longer be affecting him, Jiraiya said. He won't be under control much longer then? Kakashi asked. No, and we can't have him thinking of any thoughts that aren't good for the village. His parents knew what kind of life he would live and made sure he'd stay loyal, Jiraiya said. At least he has his godfather looking after him, Kakashi said looking at him. I would rather be out and gathering research for my books, Jiraiya said. I have to teach him so much while fixing the seal. You're not a very good teacher. The only thing he learned from you was tree climbing and that's it. I could say the same about you being his godfather, Kakashi said. Just remember he's no longer a part of your team. He's my student and I'll be training him as the weapon he should have been for this village, Jiraiya said. In the RV. You girls heard that? Twilight said as she turned on her hearing device in her earpiece to listen in on what's happening around them. It works like those listening devices that people use to hear what people are saying far away, but better thanks to all the advanced tech they got from the future world. As they didn't want to enter a place that is planning on robbing them. It helped them in the last few villages where some people wanted to take their wheels or treads with the RV being on tank treads now. Naruto in this world is only seen as a weapon and seems to have a mind jutsu on him. Sunset asks. Just a great board strokes kind of world, Trixie said. This is just like Pokemon world all over again. Have you 3 been to a Pokemon world? Kasumi asked. Yup and it's just like the anime, but with one big difference. The humans in that world also breed and raise Pokemon to eat, Sunset said. 4. That must have been shocking, Kasumi said as she noticed that the girls don't eat meat. Well they have no problems eating eggs and milk and what's made out of them, but not meat. Yup it was. And this ninja world sees Naruto as nothing more than a weapon even placing a mind control spell on him, Sunset said. So what do we do? Kasumi asked. Well can we go to another world? Trixie said. But Naruto is being used as a weapon, Twilight growled being reminded of how the princess had used her. She drove the RV into the village once the gates were fully open. The protective village that doesn't care about him and a godfather who would rather have fun than take care of someone who needed him, Sunset said on the same train of thought as Twilight is. Well here we go again, Trixie said seeing the looks on their faces. Again? Kasumi asked. They get like this when they discover that someone is being used as a tool. As the princess did with them. So we're going to be here for a while, Trixie said. This happened before? Kasumi asked. You have no idea, Trixie sighed. The door that badly needed to be oiled cracked open for the first time in years. Celestia stepped into a room she had ordered locked and no one entered till she allowed it. The room is a bedroom that was as she last saw it, the maids had cleaned up the room before the room was locked shut. The bedroom is that of her former student Sunset Shimmer when she was living in the castle. And the one who took away Twilight Sparkle. She had the guard search for them, following every rumor about sightings of them. Before the mirror portal closed for another 30 moons, she personally went to the other world with an escort, much to the surprise of her human counterpart. They had no idea where Sunset was either, and while there was a Twilight in that world, it wasn't her Twilight. They did discover where Sunset had lived while in the human world. An old store building that's been abandoned for years. Sunset had been living in the old office room, which from its date and repairs done to it was the only home Sunset knew in that world. There was power, but it came from an extension cord that was connected to a nearby building. And what few belongings she owned showed how she lived and how she survived in the human world. She collected cans and bottles to make money as well as stealing to survive. Something she was already used to before Celestia found her. Celestia looks around the bedroom covered in dust, remembering the past. She remembered the little filly that used to run around in the room and the look of joy when she was shown her room for the first time. She was living in the streets when Celestia discovered her after she started that huge blaze when she wanted to stay warm for the night. She never saw someone with that much raw power, and she took her in as her student. She trains her so that when the time comes she'll be able to free her sister from the evil that bound her. But Sunset only had eyes on her and didn't make any friends, instead she only wanted to be with her. Celestia realized that Sunset only wanted her attention and none other. It was by sheer chance that Twilight magic was revealed to be as powerful as Sunset. After she caught Sunset learning dark magic, she replaced her with Twilight, who unlike Sunset already had a family. She planned on keeping an eye on Sunset, but she escaped into the mirror. Learning from her mistakes with Sunset, she began training Twilight into becoming the one who will free her sister from the evil that has her in its grips. But Twilight also came with her own problems and rather studied than made friends. It was just blind luck that things worked out as well as it did. If Sunset was still around at the time, she would have been her backup in case Twilight failed. Now both of her students are gone. Both leaving letters to her, with Twilight leaving letters to her friends and family. Now the greatest defense for Equestria is now gone. Without the bearer of magic, the other elements are useless. She is now searching for a replacement for Twilight. She remembered a talented unicorn named Trixie, but she became a stage pony instead, and after a show in Ponyville, she just disappeared. Sister? Luna asks to enter the room. I lost both of them, Celestia said. I had such high hopes for both of them. Playing the trickster and stealth mentor has backfired on you. Hiding things and sending Twilight to handle things with no help at all. It's surprising it took her so long to see it, Luna said. I was only doing what I had to do to free you, Celestia said. Yes, and I am grateful for it. But all of you manipulations that you have done to both of them. I know what you wanted to happen with Twilight and with Sunset before her. But that wasn't how either of us became alicorns. Now both of them are gone, Luna said. And with Cadence calling off the wedding till Twilight returns. There is no hope unless either of us marries to see if one can be born as one, Celestia said. Her friends and family are still looking for Twilight. So you mustn't give up hope, Luna said. I know, but without her. The elements are now powerless and the changelings are still out there along with others. I am going to take in another student and I won't make the same mistakes that cost me both Sunset and Twilight, Celestia said. Taking in another student already? Luna asks. It's been more than a year and still no signs, and if they're in the human world it will be years till the mirror opens again, Celestia said. Remember, dear sister, what you did to drive both of them away. Or you'll be seeing the next one leave your side as well, Luna said. I know, but after watching so many dear friends and loved ones, I knew from full to old age come and go. Neither of us can afford to feel as our ponies do, Celestia said sadly. 1. I know, sister, Luna said as she and her sister will outlive so many till they too will finally die. I just walk away. Swan was doing paperwork in her office when a loud crash got her attention. Looking out of the window, she spotted what was causing all the noise. Jiraiya was running down the street being chased by a train. Well, the engine part of the train anyways. And there's a woman poking her upper part of her body out from the top, throwing what looks like firework at him. And he's leading the strange vehicle towards the Hokage Tower. Shizune. Swan shouted out. Yes. Shizune said, come in. What's going on? Swan asks, pointing out of the window, causing Shizune to look out to see what her teacher is pointing at. What the? Shizune asks, wondering what's happening. Get back here, you shameless pervert. The girl throwing the fireworks shouted out loud enough for all to hear. Oh, that's why, both Swan and Shizune deadpanned. Better stop this before the village is a wreck, Swan said, leaping out of the window. Swan leaped down and landed in front of the train-like vehicle and grabbed the front of it. She expected to be able to just stop dead in its tracks, but to her surprise the vehicle didn't stop it and actually pushed her backwards, making her dig her feet into the street just to slow it down. She tried lifting the vehicle, but to her surprise it's really heavy, much heavier than she would expect for something of its size. She had to pump more chakra into her body just to lift it into the air, causing the driver to stop. Then she dropped it and caught her breath. She hadn't needed to use that much power since she fought with her old teammate. The ninjas of the village quickly surrounded the vehicle. "Hey!" Trixie shouted, still sticking halfway out of the top of the RV. "Can't you see we're after that pervert? And wrecking the village while you're at it," Swan said before turning to Jiraiya. "What did you do this time?" "I have no idea. I don't remember ever using her as research," Jiraiya said. "What else do you really expect from him? So many women he spoke to over the years and only interested in their bodies. I would bet if I was naked he would remember as that's all he cares about," Trixie said. "True," Swan said. "Hey!" Jiraiya shouted. "All me and my friends want is to stake him to the ground by his limbs, then take turns kicking his balls. And any woman here is welcome to join in," Trixie said. Swan stroked her chin with that thought. "Hey!" Jiraiya shouted. "Are you forgetting all the damage she and that thing has done?" "He's right," Swan said. "We'll handle that. After we take care of him," Trixie said as she bangs the top of the RV. "Sunset, it's your turn." "Right, Trixie?" A voice boomed inside the RV. The side door of the RV opens and to the surprise of the ninjas a giantess steps out. She stood over 11 feet and was dressed in a red and yellow bodysuit that covered all of her head. She is armed with gauntlets that make her forearms look bigger than they are. "Alright, pervert, this time you're not dealing with a little girl." Sunset shouted as she glared at Jiraiya. "Wait, you peeked at her when she was a little girl?" Swan asks, glaring at Jiraiya. "Aye," Jiraiya could only say as he found himself at the center of death glares from the other female ninjas. "He peeks on women at the baths. Are you really surprised he also peeks on young girls while he's at it?" Trixie shouted out. "No," Swan admitted with the female ninjas all nodding in agreement. "So get out of the way so I can pound him," Sunset said. "Sorry but I can't let you do that. He does deserve being beaten, but he needs to be in good health," Swan said. "Then, I'm going through you," Sunset said as she stomped towards Swan to get to Jiraiya who was behind her. "Sorry but that's as far as you go, you might be bigger than me but," Swan was caught off as Sunset picked her up and tossed her aside. Swan landed on her feet and jumped back in front of Sunset and grabbed her hands when she leaned down and grabbed her again. But to her surprise, like when she tried to stop the RV, she found herself being pushed back. "You're pretty strong for an old woman," Sunset said as her servos of her power suit work at full power to overcome Swan's increasing strength as she pumps more chakra to push back. "And you're strong for a girl your age," Swan said, surprised at how strong the giant girl is. "She has to increase her chakra to a level that she saves for real fights." "And I'm taller than you are," Sunset said as she stood up at her full height, lifting Swan by her hands off the ground and began spinning in place with Swan being spun around like an adult doing the same with a child. Sunset let go of Swan, sending her flying through the air. Swan quickly righted herself as she flew towards a building and hit the building with her feet. She pumps her feet with chakra to stop her from damaging the building and her legs. She sprang herself back in front of Sunset, this time ready for her. She's quickly realized that not only Sunset is a giantess, but she is just as strong as she is, but only as long as she's holding back, that is. But if she does go all out, the village would be damaged from the fight, as she doesn't know how much Sunset is also holding back. And while the leaf ninjas around her would help her in the fight, the villagers who have gathered around would be caught up in the fight as well. "Alright, that's it. This ends here," Swan said as she firmly plants her feet into the ground and pumps herself full of chakra. "You're right. I don't have to beat up Jiraiya," Sunset said. "Oh, you come to your senses?" Swan asked. "No. My friends already did it," Sunset said, pointing behind Swan. The leaf ninjas turn around and see Jiraiya as a beaten mess with 3 young women standing around him. The white-haired one who was throwing those fireworks now wore a cape and a strange hat covered in stars. The other girl looks to be the same age as the first one, but has purple hair. Then the last, who looks to be older, who well dressed in a blue and white bodysuit like Sunset and isn't a giant. She is clearly the oldest, with a figure that is shown off by the bodysuit she's wearing that hugs her figure very tightly. Swan stared at the long woman with a figure that, while she isn't as big as she is, she might still be in her growing phase, as she puts her age in her early 20s. And there was the way she carried herself, she's a trained ninja. "Hi. My name is Twilight, and while you all had your attention on those 2, we just went and beat him up for peeking on us," Twilight said. "1. And he's not going to be getting up anytime soon," Trixie said as she and Twilight might not be skilled fighters, but they did have the same power armor underneath their normal clothes that gave them super strength. "Well, let's go, girls. We're here for a reason, and I waited for years to do it," Kasumi said. "And what's that?" Swan said, holding her hand up to stop the ninjas around her from attacking. "I spent years training myself to become like Minato the 4th Hokage," Kasumi said. "And don't let Kasumi go on about it," Trixie said. "She just goes on about it," Sunset said. She met him when she was younger when her family was on a trip here and got her wanting to become a ninja. So once her family left the element countries and back home in the western lands, she trained herself, even finding a runaway ninja who taught her. And once she learns that we her friends are heading here. She tagged along so that she could come here and fulfill her dream of meeting him again, Sunset said. You're here to meet Minato. Swan said, her tone softened as she realized that these girls didn't know about what happened to him. News of what happened only spread because of the other ninja villages, and they coming from the western lands who don't have ninja villages wouldn't have heard of what happens here. 2. Hey. What's happening? Naruto shouted as he came running up to the beaten form of Jiraiya. He was being a pervert and we beat him up, Twilight answers. Again? Naruto asks. This happens a lot, doesn't it? Sunset asks Swan. Sadly yes. But not as bad as your friends did, Swan said. No wonder he keeps doing it then, Sunset said. Hey, what are you looking at? Naruto asks as Kasumi is staring at him. She is studying his face like she's looking for something. You look just like the fourth Hokage, Kasumi said, pointing out something that's been in everyone's faces but no one ever saw in all the years Naruto has been alive. What? Naruto is caught off guard. Swan's eyes widened as the woman before her saw something that no one else ever saw in the village. She already knows who Naruto's parents are and would keep it a secret as long as she could. She looks around at the other leaf ninjas and the villagers who are watching. It's clear that all of them are seeing how much Naruto looks like Minato now that it's been pointed out to them. 3. You must be Minato's son. This is great, you can take me back to your home and I can reintroduce myself to him. It's been years since I saw him last, Kasumi said. But I'm not his son, Naruto said as his mind began racing with the very idea and how much it made sense. What you mean you look just like him, Trixie said. And isn't that his face up there on the side of the mountain? Sunset asks, pointing to said mountain. Even from what I'm standing at, I can see how much you look like your father, Twilight said. Granny? Naruto asked, looking at Tsunade, his face lost with a storm of emotion welling up inside of him. We need to talk in my office, Swan said as she walks up to Naruto and picks him up, carrying him to the Hokage tower. I hope this plan works, Kasumi thought to herself as she's going along with the plan that her new friends thought up of after learning how Naruto is being treated and being groomed to become. I just walk away. Swan let out a sigh as Naruto left her office after she and him had a long talk. She was forced to reveal so much which she had planned on telling him when he was older and deeply connected to the village. She was planning on telling him after she placed the clan restoration act on him and he has kids on the way which would keep him in the village. Now thanks to those girls pointing out that he's Minato's son, she has to change and step up the time frame of her plan. Not only that, but because of those girls the whole village will know who Naruto's parents are by tomorrow, then the other villages will learn that too. She ordered ninjas to be posted to keep an eye on Naruto, she couldn't risk him doing something stupid, not with the mind seal weakening. Kakashi, what happened? Swan asks, looking at the ninja who remained hidden during her talk with Naruto. The moment Jiraiya appeared to talk with the girls in their transport, the girl Trixie popped out and shouted, it's that pervert. Hit the gas, Twilight. The girl Trixie began throwing fireworks like at Jiraiya while their transport tried to run him over, Kakashi explained. 1. I see, Swan said. How is he? He's still being worked on by the doctors. It will be months before he's back on his feet. Those women broke most of his bones and his privates, well, it doesn't look good for him ever using them again, Kakashi said. They have super strength too. Just great. I'll see what I can do for him, Swan said. I still can't believe they figured out that Naruto is Minato's son, Kakashi said. He does look like him, Swan said. I'm just surprised how they connected it when no one else has done it. Speaking of which, where are they? They step up shop just outside the village close to the training grounds. They're a traveling band of performers and traders, Kakashi said. I read Jiraiya's report on them. It's hard not to know about them, not with that machine of theirs. But the report didn't say anything about one of them being a giant, Swan said. She might be using it to make her large, Kakashi said. But then again there was something strange about them and Trixie throwing all of those around like nothing. It didn't feel like chakra. Bring one of them here. The Kasumi girl, I have much to ask her, Swan said. The ninja entered the room. Do you have something to report? Swan asked. 2 of the female travelers have disappeared, he reported. What? Swan asked. The travelers Kasumi and Twilight walk into the village and just disappear. The other 2 are still at their RV as they call their machine setting up a stand, the ninja reported. How did that happen? Swan asked. Elsewhere. Twilight and Kasumi walk down the streets of the Leaf Village, looking for where Naruto lives. No one was taking any notice of them after they ducked behind cover to hide from the ninjas following them and come out in a disguise. Which is nothing more than a straw hat and glasses. Which to the surprise of Kasumi fooled the ninjas who were following them. Is this normal? Kasumi asks, her eyes darting around, but sees and senses no ninjas watching them. Pretty much. It takes some getting used to, but places like this one. You'll be surprised how easy it is to fool people, Twilight said, having casted a spell that would keep anyone from overhearing them. But this would have never worked back home, Kasumi said, as there is no way it's this easy. You're from a game-based world with its own rules. This world on the other hand is based on either the manga or the anime, which follows the rules that are used in them, Twilight said. So does this work? Kasumi asked. Till you point it out to someone or reveal yourself, Twilight said. As long as it works, it works. Just go with it. Besides, common sense isn't something everyone has in these worlds. 2. But aren't there people who can see through this? Kasumi asked. I guess, but it only works when the plot demands it. Or if people know the person well, which none of these ninjas know us well enough to see through this, Twilight said. This doesn't happen in my world, does it? Kasumi asked. I don't think so. But once we return to your world, let us test it out, Twilight said. This is like putting on a trench coat and hat, Kasumi said. We're going to test that out in a superhero world and see if it works, Twilight said. Really, which one? Kasumi asked. Don't really know. It depends, Twilight said as she looked around. Well, where are we going? The anime and manga never showed where he lives, Kasumi said. Good thing, I can locate him with magic, Twilight said as she cast a spell to locate Naruto. Wait, how? Kasumi asked. Oh, I went and cast a locator tag spell on him when we saw him, Twilight said. Or we can just follow him, Kasumi said, spotting Naruto walking down a side street with an escort of 2 ninjas. They're keeping people from talking or getting near Naruto. Or we can just follow them, Twilight agreed. Naruto's apartment. Naruto sat down on his bed after shutting the blinds of his window to be by himself in the dark, his head spinning with all that he had learned. He learned so much of his past, who his parents are, and that Jiraiya is his godfather, and that Tsunade is the only living family member he has left. She told him she was going to reveal it all to him when he was of age as his parents wanted, but thanks to those travelers revealing that he's Minato and Kushina's son, she had to reveal it to him sooner. She said she is going to make it official that he is the heir of parents' clans, hers and Jiraiya's. Then she sent him home with an escort and told him she would explain more later. Naruto was just left with his mind numb with all that he has learned. All this time he thought he was alone, and now he found out that he's the son of the hero of the village, and that he has 2 family members who could have raised him when he was younger. There was something that was telling him to just accept it and forgive them. But that voice that was always in the back of his head was fading away. He never noticed it before till he started to think why he's always forgiving people and wanting to protect them. He slowly realized that there was a voice telling him to remain loyal and forgive people. He thinks it started when Orochimaru did something to him during the exams. Now that voice is fading away and he's thinking about things he has never thought of before. Why did they never come and look after me? Naruto asks himself as he lay on his bed. Because they never cared to do it till they had to, and only to keep you as a weapon for this village, Kasumi said as she and Twilight stepped out of his bathroom. Twilight had cast a spell that would keep them hidden to anyone outside of the apartment. What are you 2 doing here? Naruto asks. To talk to you. Sorry about revealing the whole secret about your parents like that. But it's the only way to get any answers out of Tsunade. And the whole chasing Jiraiya was just an act as we overheard him talking about you with Kakashi, Twilight said. What about? Naruto asked, ready to attack if he needs to. Twilight didn't say anything as she cast a spell making a glowing orb appear in her hands. The spell played the audio recording she made when she was listening to Kakashi and Jiraiya in case she needed to hear it again in case she missed something. Seeing that movie Zootopia gave her the idea to record things just in case she needed it for something and to test out the recording app she got for her Omni tool. Which came in handy to prove to Trixie and Sunset that she did ask them to do some cleanup around the RV, which they said they didn't agree to, and she played the recording of them saying yes. Naruto stared at the orb as the voices of Kakashi and Jiraiya came out of it. By the way, how's Naruto? Kakashi asked. The seal is weakening, the other one, not the one containing the fox. Soon it will no longer be affecting him, Jiraiya said. He won't be under control much longer then? Kakashi asked. No, and we can't have him thinking of any thoughts that aren't good for the village. His parents knew what kind of life he would live and made sure he'd stay loyal, Jiraiya said. At least he has his godfather looking after him, Kakashi said looking at him. I would rather be out and gathering research for my books, Jiraiya said. I have to teach him so much while fixing the seal. You're not a very good teacher. The only thing he learned from you was tree climbing and that's it. I could say the same about you being his godfather, Kakashi said. Just remember he's no longer a part of your team. He's my student and I'll be training him as the weapon he should have been for this village, Jiraiya said. Twilight made the orb disappear and stared at Naruto. She knows the look too well on his broken face. She sees it when she looks in the mirror or Sunset whenever they talk about the past. All three of them are just tools for either their mentor or even their own parents. Why are you doing this? Showing me the truth. That everyone I thought cared about me just saw me as a weapon. Naruto choked out. Because, I'm the same as you, Twilight said. I was nothing more than a replacement for a tool that my mentor threw away. That both of us have been used and only seen as something to be used when it's needed. Then put away till we're needed again. That's why when I heard them talking about how you're being used as a weapon and that they're using mind control to make you stay loyal. I had to help you. Why? Naruto asks. Because I care, Twilight said. I just walk away. Inside the RV both Twilight and Kasumi return and inform Trixie and Sunset of what happened with Naruto. Kasumi was still having a hard time believing how easy it was to fool the ninjas just wearing a hat and glasses. Which both Sunset and Trixie weren't surprised at all, having watched and read plenty of fiction of the type that Naruto is. And one thing they learn is that common sense is thrown out the window and nothing makes sense in how people do things. Which is lucky as they wouldn't have gotten this far if the ninjas were using common sense and that Naruto wouldn't need help if they did either. So Naruto knows the truth now. What do we do from here? Sunset said, who is still in her super form which she got to like being a giant. Fire tons of my fireworks around the village? Trixie asks. No. We're not at that point yet, Twilight said. But what about the fox inside of him? Do any of you have a spell to get it out of him? Kasumi asked. That's the hard part. It's not magic but chakra which is different. I tried sensing it but couldn't and it seems the ninjas can't sense magic either, Twilight said. 1. That explains so much, Trixie said. I never heard of a spell like that. And using a spell on him when we have no understanding of magic might kill him, Sunset said. So the fox has to stay with him, Kasumi said. Well, there is someone we know who can handle it, Twilight said. Who do we know who can pull an energy out of someone without killing them? Sunset asks. Sure, we met some magic users, but none of them have that kind of power, Trixie said. Not magic but with sciences, Twilight said. Who? Doc Brown? Kasumi asked. No, we haven't gone to a Back to the Future world yet, Sunset said. Who is it that you're talking about? Trixie asks. The sociopathic yet brilliant scientist Rick Sanchez, Twilight said. What? Both Sunset and Trixie shouted. That asshole. Sunset said. I thought we all agreed to never go back to him for help, Trixie growled. He's the only one that we know who can simply invent something, as long as we pay him of course, Twilight said. Who is Rick? Kasumi asked. Think of Doc Brown with no morals and is a raging alcoholic. He's from a cartoon world that is based on real life in the worst way. As if you freeze someone they're just frozen in ice, harmless freezing. But in his world if you freeze someone and they fall over, they break like glass. He already invented interdimensional travel and seen more worlds than we have and learned so much from what he saw and stole. He's more than smart enough to figure out a way to free Naruto from the fox, as long as we pay him, Twilight explains. Pay him? Kasumi asked. We have a deal with him. We ask him for something and he'll make it for us for a price. Think of him as the merchant you buy things from in games as the stuff he makes shouldn't work but it does, Sunset said. But we can't stand him. He just never considers the full consequences of his actions. The things he makes when we ask how it works. All he does is say we're too dumb to ever understand, Trixie said. 2. But then again he does have what we need. And if not we can always go to that place where all those counterparts of his hang out, Twilight said. Fine, Sunset said as she walked over to the computer and typed in some keys on the keyboard, bringing up the video phone app that they got from Rock which can connect to other worlds. Kasumi watches this wondering what Rick is like. Then she saw a man who looks to be in his 60s with white spiky hair appear on the screen. And he was drinking a beer and then stopped giving off a burp. Oh, it's you girls. So what problem you three are facing that your useless magic can't handle? Rick asks. Our magic isn't useless. Trixie snaps at him. Sure, Miss Showpony. If that's the reason then why are you calling me? Rick said while making jaw snapping with his hand. We need something to take out energy from a kid in a ninja world. I collected data, Twilight began, but stopped as Rick held up his hand. Let me guess. You're in a world of ninjas that's as fictional where you came from called Naruto or something dumb like that, Rick said as he walks off screen. How do you know that? Twilight asks. Remember the Council of Ricks? Rick asks off screen. One of them came from a Naruto setting, right? Sunset asks. Yup, he did, and he went and took away all chakra from that world and is now running a big company there making things that everyone needs. Boy, I sure wish my world was magic or something like that. Those Ricks always have so much fun taking away the powers to show everyone the power of science beats their dumb magic or whatnot. Of course some of them just combine it making them techno magic something. The Rick I'm talking about is Naruto's grandfather, and when he learned what happened, boy was he pissed off. He went and took all chakra from his world and now sells weapons and tech to the lords for big money, Rick said as he brought out what looked like a vacuum cleaner. What happened to the Leaf Village? Kasumi asked. Oh, you girls have a new party member. What a minute, you're the ninja chick in that game that my grandson jacks off to, Rick said bluntly. Rick. Twilight said gross out like the other girls. What? Can't handle that man jack off. Newsflash, that's what happens. Like you girls never do that, Rick said, causing the girls to blush. What happened to the village? Kasumi asks again, wanting to talk about something besides self-pleasure. He went and shrunk the entire village and is using them to power his car battery. They work themselves to power up his battery, and if they stop he just kills all of them, Rick said. He also gave out blueprints at the Rick Council for any Rick to use if they ever have to deal with chakra. And lucky for all of you, I happen to have this vacuum that is able to that fox right out of him. For a price that is, but of course I'm willingly to make it half if you girls go and give me the fox after you're done. Why? Twilight asks. Do you even want to know? Rick asks. No, Sunset said. How much? 10,000 gold coins, Rick said. What? Twilight shouted out. I am taking off half if you give me the fox. Besides, is any of the stuff I sold you bad? Rick asks. No, the girls admitted. I'm many things, but doing a bad job on something I sell isn't one of them, Rick said. But still 10,000 gold coins. Trixie asks. Adam Smith hates your guts, Rick stated. It will safely the fox out of Naruto, right? Kasumi asked. Yes, it will. I used it a few times. It works on any kind of energy being. But I will also expect half of that with some gems from that world with that gay elf, Rick said. Alright, Twilight said as she walked over to their truck of holding and pulled out rolls of coins till she had 5,000 coins. Then she started pulling out rupees. Have you girls been to many game worlds? Kasumi asks to see all those coins. Yup, been to plenty of worlds where gold coins are just about everywhere, Trixie said. And there is no hero discount, Sunset said. Well, unlike you girls, I have bills to pay. The stuff I need to make my inventions isn't cheap, Rick said. Here, Twilight said, placing the money on a platform. What's that? Kasumi asked. It's a teleporter that sends me money and for me to give them what they pay for. Something I hook up after I was paid to rebuild their RV with the technology they pick up in other worlds, Rick said. And it cost us an arm and a leg, Trixie said. Well, you got what you paid for, Rick said, taking the money and sending them the vacuum. Alright, Trixie said, grabbing the vacuum. Also the power-up pills will be ready soon, Rick said. Power-up pills? Kasumi asked. It beats eating a flower or mushroom, Sunset said. Yup, and once I'm done working on it, I'm going to make a lot of money, Rick said. We did give you the samples so you shouldn't be making us pay you that much, Trixie glared at him. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about how the mushroom makes you bigger. I have already figured out how to make it so it just grows certain body parts and not just make you into a giant like bacon hair, Rick said. Hey. Sunset growled. You're making pills that make eyes bigger, Twilight deadpanned looking at him. Yup, as well as with women who want bigger breasts or butts or both, Rick said. Well, thanks for your help. We'll call you again when we have the fox, Twilight said, shutting off the vid. Is he always like that? Kasumi asked. Nope. We caught him on a good day, Trixie said. Now what? Sunset asks. The video screen pops up showing the outside of the RV. Two ninjas are outside knocking on the door. What is it? Sunset asks them to bring down the shield to allow them to hear what's happening outside and people from outside to hear. The Hokage wishes to speak with Kasumi, one of the ninjas said. Alright, I'm coming, Kasumi said. What's the plan? Sunset asks to put up the shield again. She and the others all stared at Twilight. I'm going to need some time to think about that, Twilight said. I just walk away. Kasumi sat down in front of the Hokage desk with Swan locking her eyes on her the moment she walked in. She wore her normal ninja outfit but wore her power suit underneath it and had power-ups just in case. If things go bad she's going to need all the advantage she can get her hands on. She stared at the older woman in front of her, a ninja with years of combat experience and is very powerful. She does have the advantage of having read the manga and watched the anime that she knows all of her powers and abilities. Of course she remembers what the girls told her about fictional worlds, having board strokes in what is made in other worlds. He really made a mess of things. His parents didn't want him to know who they were until he was of age, Swan said. It wasn't like you had signs around telling people not to point out who his parents are. I'm surprised no one ever pointed it out before. It's not like it was that hard to see how much he looks like his father, Kasumi said. I'm surprised myself, Swan admitted. Thinking about it, she wonders why no one ever said anything about it. The villagers she can understand with them hating the fox, but the other travelers and visiting ninjas from other villages who knew Minato never saw it either. So why am I here? Kasumi asked. The ninjas watching you and the girl Twilight lost the two of you after you two walked into the village. You two disappeared about an hour, which I had everyone searching for you two. They couldn't find either of you two till they saw you two walking back to your transport. So tell me, what did you two do during that time? Swan asked. Looking around, Kasumi said. You went to see Naruto, didn't you? Swan stated. Do you have any proof? Kasumi asked. I had Naruto brought to me and I questioned him myself. What did you two do to him? He now believes that he's nothing but a weapon for this village and that there's a mind placed on him by his parents, Swan said. Told him the truth, Kasumi said. Who are you? You and your band. Where did you come from? Swan asked. Why so interested? Kasumi asked. Some members of one of the clans tried to scan you girls and to their surprise, they found that none of you have any chakra at all. Which should make all of you dead. No one has no chakra in them, Swan asked. Simple, we never had any to begin with, Kasumi said. But you girls came for Naruto? Swan snapped at her suddenly. Well, since you ask. Me and my friends came here to see this village and see the place that Naruto's father came from. But as we waited to be leaded, Twilight overheard Jiraiya and Kakashi talking about Naruto and the seal that made him always forgive and want to be a part of this village, Kasumi explains. So you four overheard what was happening to Naruto and decided to help him? Swan asked. My friends have issues with him being only valued as a weapon for this village. And how the people he trusted only see him as a tool reminds them of their old mentor, Kasumi said. Oh, so that's why, Swan mutters before glaring at Kasumi. Well, it doesn't matter. He's going to have his mind wiped and the seal restored. And making him into nothing but a weapon for a village that hasn't earned it, Kasumi said. It doesn't matter what he wants. He's just a weapon and nothing more, Swan said. Then there is nothing left to say, Kasumi said. We're taking Naruto with us. You really think you can? Swan began to say, but was cut off as Kasumi kicked her deck with enough force to send it flying into her and through the wall. Kasumi quickly used a cape feather, giving her the yellow power cape that allows her to glide in the air. And more importantly allows her to take damage up to the point of dying, but once the power-up wears off she just goes back to normal. With any effect or things that affected her in her power-up form gone. Just like in the game. She spun around as kunais were thrown at her from the ninjas hidden in the room. Her cape deflected all the projectiles, and to the surprise of the ninjas she spun into them. The cape hit them with the force of a boulder, sending them flying into the walls of the towers or through them. Kasumi stopped to look around, surprised how strong the cape is, but then reminds herself that in the game a cape hit was a one-hit kill for the enemies. Her train of thought ended as Tsunade came up from behind her and punched her in the back of the head. Swan blinked as Kasumi's body glowed for a second and the cape she wore disappeared. Kasumi used that shock to jump backwards from Swan before she could follow with another attack. That should have killed you, Swan growled. Not holding back? Kasumi asked. Not this time, Swan said. Good, Kasumi said as she activates the special power-up she and the other girls have when they don't have time to play around. Swan blinked as Kasumi started flashing different colors but shake it off and leap forward at her. She slams her fist into Kasumi's face holding nothing back, causing the entire tower to rock from the blow, windows breaking and the building itself cracking. Swan let out a scream of pain as her entire right arm broke. She would be surprised that any bone was left intact and that including her right shoulder. Starman power-up, completely invincible, Kasumi said as she returns the punch with her own to Swan's face, sending her flying towards the Hokage mountain. 1. The people of the Leaf Village look upwards, first at their Hokage and her desk being thrown through the wall of the tower, then the shockwave that broke nearly every window around the tower when Swan jumped back up. Then finally at Swan again as she was sent flying from the tower and slam into the Hokage mountain. She slammed into her grandfather's head with enough force to send much of the rock face to fall from around the impact hole she made. Everyone look upwards from where Swan was sent flying from to see one of the young women who revealed Naruto is Minato's son standing in the hole she made. And her body is flashing different colors before stopping. Girls, you heard what's happening. Twilight, you and Trixie go and find Naruto, Kasumi said over her Omni tool. Right, Twilight's voice responded having been listening to everything. Hold it right there. Shizune shouted as she and a group of ninjas appeared behind Kasumi. Me and Sunset will keep them busy, Kasumi said. Before closing the link. Sunset? Shizune asked looking around and didn't see the giant anywhere. Over here, Sunset said as she pokes her head out from between Kasumi's breasts. Sure, they're covered by a power suit and Kasumi wore her normal ninja outfit over it, but Sunset still felt it strange to be hiding there. What? Shizune asked, shocked seeing the giant who threw her mentor around now the size of a small doll. Mini mushroom, Sunset said as she leaped out from between Kasumi's breasts and ate a mega mushroom. Shizune and the other ninjas all stepped back as they stared upwards as Sunset grew right before their eyes. She became big, much bigger than they saw her last time and getting bigger with her breaking through the roof. The Hokage tower already weakened by Swan's shockwave began to buckle underneath Sunset as she kept growing bigger and bigger. The ninjas run for it as the tower began to collapse underneath Sunset's weight. Kasumi leaped onto Sunset's back using her long hair to climb until she reached her shoulder, finding it safer to be there as the tower fell over on its side. The villagers and ninjas alike all stared upwards as a now giant summon-sized Sunset stood among the ruins of the tower. "Kasumi ready?" Sunset asked looking at her shoulder which Kasumi is riding on. "Ready," Kasumi said as she used another cape feather and flew down at a group of ninjas and did a power slam into them before gliding back up into the air. Sunset followed suit as she used her massive size and strength to destroy buildings as the ninjas' attacks did nothing to harm her. All the ninjas of the village leap into action. The combat-trained ones run to defend the village while the non-combat ninjas lead the villagers to safety. And while that was happening, Twilight and Trixie in their RV race into the village heading towards Naruto, who still has the tracking spell Twilight put on him. "Where are we going?" Trixie asks as she's driving through the village, as in through anything that's in her way. "The ninjas who took Naruto look to be root members, so we should be heading to their base," Twilight said. She had placed a spying spell in Naruto's apartment before she and Kasumi left. And the ninjas who came in and took Naruto wore the uniforms that the root members wore. "Aizen should be there then," Trixie said. "He should be," Twilight said. "Good," Trixie said having read the manga knows he's the cause of many of the problems in this world. "We get Naruto then you get to blow up stuff," Twilight said. "Right," Trixie said before hitting the gas ending the RV speeding up to rescue Naruto before his mind is wiped. "Just walk away." The Leaf Village became a battleground for the second time in less than a month. But unlike what happened during the exams where they were invaded by two other ninja villages, this time was giving many of the older villagers flashbacks of the Demon Fox. Trixie was in the driver's seat driving the RV at full speed and at full power, smashing through anything in its path. The ninjas escorting the villagers to safety are clearing a path for the RV by grabbing any villager in its way. As Trixie just tore through buildings as the RV was made to withstand things that a vehicle of the same size would never be able to survive, and the force field also protected it from any long-range attacks the ninjas are throwing at it. "Twilight, are the weapon systems online?" Trixie shouted into the intercom. "It's ready. All guns are armed with rubber bullets and launchers with flashbangs and tear gas," Twilight said as she programs the auto turrets of the RV. "Rubber bullets? Flashbangs and tear gas?" Trixie asked. "There are kids out there and we're trying to keep the collateral damage low," Twilight said. "Sure, the ninja rookie's attacking us," Trixie said as the ninjas all around the RV are throwing everything at them. "They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at us." The RV made a loud clang sound as one of the ninjas throws a kitchen sink at the RV. "Tell me that just didn't happen," Twilight deadpanned over the intercom. "I thought that only works in cartoon worlds," Trixie said. 1. "Don't go around speaking out loud of things like that," Twilight said. "Right," Trixie said as she flips the auto weapons on and turrets and launchers pop up from all over the RV and under it just in case. The ninjas attacking the RV were blasted away as the auto turrets lock onto them and fired a hail of rubber bullets at them. And the launchers fired tear gas all around the RV, causing a cloud of tear gas to form around the RV, which Trixie turned on the filter on the view screen, allowing her to see where she's going. The tear gas causes severe eye, respiratory, and skin irritation, pain, vomiting, and even blindness. The ninjas tried to put on gas masks, but unlike other gases the ninjas are used to, the tear gas the girls are using also works on skin contact. The flashbangs cause deafness, stunning, temporarily or even permanently blinding the ninjas who were in the affected blast zones. 2. "Make sure that you won't start blasting away once we get to the Roots HQ," Twilight said. "Don't worry, I'm more than competent enough with the guns not to blast Naruto," Trixie said. "Once he's in range, I can teleport him," Twilight said. "Why don't you just do it now?" Trixie asked. "I only place a tracking spell on him, not one that I can lock onto and just teleport him to me. A spell like that would have taken too long for me to cast," Twilight said. "Just teleport him when we see him. And make sure the main guns are ready. We're going to be blasting our way into the HQ," Trixie said. She flipped a switch and twin cannons came out in the front of the RV. "The energy cannons are ready," Twilight said. The energy cannons are routed directly from its own plasma engines, giving the cannons the ability to punch through just about any shield target. Which the plasma engines can power an entire city, which is made possible thanks to the RV being bigger on the inside. But Trixie said. She's using the computer screen to zero in on Naruto. She spotted where she's heading to, the side of the Hokage mountain with big metal doors in her way. Trixie smiles as she blasted the doors to pieces and drove into the Roots HQ. Elsewhere in the village. Sunset lifted Choza Akimichi up into the air over her head and slammed him into several buildings. He had grown into a giant to try to take her one, but Sunset proved to be much stronger than he is. She then jumps high into the air and lands with all of her weight onto his stomach. The impact caused Choza to cough up blood and he puffed in a cloud of smoke, transforming back to normal size. Sunset lifted her foot to crush him when Choza's son Choji can rolling in a ball and grab his dad as Sunset foot stomp on where he was. "This is no good, she's too big and strong," Shikamaru said to his father Shikaku. Too many ninjas were walking wounded and spent thanks to the invasion during the exams. He and his clan members have been trying to stop Sunset with their shadow jutsus. But it doesn't work on her as she just powers through their clan jutsu. 3. "We got this," Shino said as he appeared along with many members of his clan and they released their bugs to swarm Sunset. "Look out," Ino shouted, who is with her father. She and the other members of her clan have tried to use their mind jutsu on Sunset but it didn't work, something is blocking their attacks. Sunset had pulled out 2 tear gas grenades from her data storage device. She pulled the pins and drops the grenades around her, engulfing the village in a giant cloud of tear gas. The gas created a great cloud that covered the entire village like thick smog that choked anyone who tried breathing it. She activated her helmet that pulls her long hair into it as the helmet wraps around her head. 4. With her entire body covered in an airtight seal, the tear gas wouldn't affect her. The bugs that were swarming around her were all quickly died from the gas as it acted like bug spray. The ninjas who lack full body protection had to flee for safety, led by Kiba and the rest of his clan members who along with their dogs couldn't stand the gas. The few ninjas in full body protection were either helping or busy trying to fight against Sunset. Kasumi, still powered by the feather cape, kept busy by taking off the gas masks that the ninjas are wearing or damaging them where they didn't work anymore. With both her and Sunset in their sealed power suits, they didn't have to worry about the gas or the limited vision the gas is causing. The suits are also spacesuits, so there's no way the gas is going to affect them. 5. At the hospital. Jiraiya, having been awakened by the noise, had to call a nurse who had ninja training and strong enough chakra. Together with him talking her way through the summon managed to summon one of the toads. Gamakichi was the one who was summoned. "Jiraiya and whoever you are. Why did you summon me?" Gamakichi asked as he looks around the room. "I need you to summon your father," Gamabunta, Jiraiya said. "Why don't?" Gamakichi began asking only to see Jiraiya holding up his hands, showing both them are in a case. "We're being attacked, so go and summon him," the nurse shouted as she grabs Gamakichi and runs him over to the window, showing him the village engulfed in a foul-smelling smoke that he can smell and a giant woman smashing buildings. The room they're in is high enough where it's over the tear gas cloud. "Okay." Gamakichi shouted as he summons his father. Which is something that him being his father he is able to do. Amabunta appearing right next to the hospital, wondering why his son summoned him. Then he felt the tear gas stinging his skin, but because of his size his head is above the cloud. Looking around he saw that the Leaf Village is once again under attack and this time it's by a giant woman in a bodysuit. "Dad, you need to stop her," Gamakichi shouted out. Amabunta looked to his side and saw his son along with a woman and Jiraiya sticking their heads out of a window. "What's going on?" Gamabunta asked. "We're being attacked and you need to take," Jiraiya began but was cut off. Sunset, seeing the giant toad appearing, had reached down and lifted the fallen Hokage tower up. She slammed it down on Gamabunta, knocking him down to the ground and then lifted the tower up again, repeating slamming it on him. She kept slamming the tower on him till the building finally broke in her hands. Not losing the momentum, she took what large pieces of the destroyed building and kept hitting him, then when those broke she hit him with anything she could get her hands on till he puffed away, going back to the summon world. 6. "Nice try," Sunset said as she got to her feet and turned her attention to the hospital. Swan, being forced to use her rebirth jutsu after waking up in what was left of her grandfather's stone head, found the village covered in smoke and a giant sunset is reeking the village. Swan watches Gamabunta was summoned only for him to be knocked down by Sunset and beaten till he puffed away. She tore off a large chunk of her grandfather's stone head and throws it at Sunset's head. The rock face slammed into the back of Sunset's head, sending her falling to the ground and disappearing in the cloud of tear gas. Swan, seeing Sunset is gone, began leaping towards the hospital using the buildings that are sticking above the gas cloud. She doesn't know what the cloud is, but the smell of it made her realize that whatever it is she can't breathe it. As she got closer to the hospital where Jiraiya is, a giant arm burst out of the cloud trying to grab her. She managed to dodge it and landed on a nearby rooftop. The building she's standing on began shaking as the building broke apart and fell over. Swan leaped to another building and looking down saw through the opening in the cloud caused by the building falling that Sunset is still on the attack and is crawling on all fours using the cloud as cover. Swan began running as the building she stood on began falling down as Sunset seemed to know where she is at all times and knocking down the building she's on. Roots HQ. Danzo shouted orders for his root members to stop or delay the machine that's tearing its way through the underground base. Behind him strapped to a gurney is Naruto, who he finally has his hands on. He's been waiting for this day to come. He'll be able to turn the boy into the weapon he always should have been. Swan had him brought to him so that he be kept locked up till the seal could be restored and he would be trained into being the weapon for the village. But those girls are ruining everything. The wall burst apart as the RV came through and the auto guns blasted all the ninjas in the room before they could move. The guns stopped firing, leaving Danzo standing behind Naruto, who is still strapped to the gurney with a kunai ready to slice his throat. Twilight, seeing this, quickly teleports Naruto into the RV, dropping the shields of the RV for a second to do so. She enjoys the look on Danzo's face when he saw Naruto disappear in front of him. "I'm out of," Danzo began to say, but was cut off as Trixie blasted him with the main guns, reducing his body to nothing but a bloody mess. "No fight for you," Trixie said. "Twilight?" Naruto asked, finding himself in a strange room with her. "Welcome to the RV, our home on wheels," Twilight said. "You came for me?" Naruto asked, not believing that someone he just met would come to save him. "Of course we did," Twilight said as she lifts a vacuum cleaner up. "Now hold still while I get that fox out of you." "What?" Naruto asked. "We're taking you with us and away from this village," Trixie said over the comm as she shifted gears and turned the RV around. "Away?" Naruto asked. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but we couldn't just leave you here to be used as a weapon for a place that mistreated you like this," Twilight said as she activated the vacuum and placed it on Naruto's stomach. "Why?" Naruto asked, feeling something being ate out of him. "We can't just leave you here. We're going to take you far from here and you can make a new life for yourself or come with us," Twilight said. "Come with you?" Naruto asked. "We're the same. Both of us had people who had a take all but give nothing back relationship. Swan would have been nothing but a drunk, or any of the people she owned money to finally managed to get her. And she would had wiped your memory of all of this and made sure you'll be nothing but the all-forgiving hero your parents made you be," Twilight said as she shuts off the vacuum once it had the fox out of Naruto. "The mentor you mention?" Naruto asked. "I saw what she and who I thought were my friends and family really thought of me," Twilight said bitterly. She placed the vacuum on the teleported and sent it to Rick. "Just leave everything behind?" Naruto asked. Twilight was about to say something when the computer screen behind her turned on and Rick appeared on screen. "Hey, I only wanted the fox," Rick said. "I did send you the fox," Twilight said. "Then why do I have two ghosts here?" Rick, she making the screen grow bigger and reveal the fox trap in a test tube-like container, who is much smaller as the container sealed away all of its power. But in two other containers have a man and a woman, Minato and Kushina, Naruto's parents. "I forgot about that," Twilight said, remembering how Minato and Kushina had sealed a piece of themselves in the seal when it looks like it was breaking and Naruto was losing control. "My parents," Naruto said, staring at them. "Naruto?" Both parents asked, seeing their son on a screen. "They're unstable and won't last long if they leave the containers they're in," Rick said, looking at the data he's getting. "I have no use for energy beings like them. Well, not now anyways. But of course, I could always freeze them and trade them to another Rick who has use for them." "Do it," Naruto said, shocking his parents. "Go and trade them away and have horrible things happen to them like they did to me." "Naruto?" Minato asked. "What's wrong with you?" "We're your parents," Kushina said. "Parents who made me into a weapon, seeing me as nothing but a tool, a thing to place a mind jutsu that would keep me from questioning why I'm being treated as I was. A thing that would be the all-forgiving and loving hero no matter what. I disown both of you as my parents," Naruto said, shocking both of them as the jutsu should have kept him under control. "And my family thinks I'm a bad parent," Rick said as takes a drink from some beer. "The seal broke?" Kushina asked. "Yes it did and it's no longer controlling me," Naruto said. "Naruto, please, it was for your own good." The Minato began, but his voice stopped. "Mute button, got to love it," Rick said as he gave the finger to the two trap ninjas. "Thanks," Twilight said. "Sure, whatever," Rick said before eyeing Naruto, who is staring at his parents with pure hate. "Hey kid, you know there is a way to bring down the whole ninja world." "How?" Naruto asked. "All you need to do is destroy the big tree thing where your ninja, whatever, came from. Heard enough stories from other Ricks to know how to bring the ninja world down. At least in your world sitting anyways. But it's always the same, destroy the tree and it causes a whole chain reaction that totally destroys the energy field that allows ninjas have powers. Or will cause the planet to be destroyed, as sometimes the chain reaction causes it to blow up," Rick said. "Why are you being so helpful?" Twilight asked. I just feel like it. Count yourself lucky, I'm helping. Besides, I count this as taking down a whole way of life of an entire planet. That will show the other Ricks and I'll be on the scoreboard, Rick said. I know I don't want to know, Twilight said. How can I destroy the tree? Naruto asked. Well, to do it right, I could sell you a black hole, Rick began, but was cut off by Trixie. No need, I have a black hole trash can. I can turn it on and set up a bomb that will destroy the container, breaking the force field and release the black hole. The black hole won't last long without power, but it should destroy the tree and won't cause the entire world to be destroyed while we're on it, Trixie spoke up. Sure, that would work, but it wouldn't destroy the whole world like one of my bombs, Rick said. I don't want to kill them. I want them to suffer, Naruto said. Okay, we're going with the black hole, Twilight said. Leave the screen on, I want to watch, Rick said. Behind him both Minato and Kushina had heard everything and are now pounding their fists against the walls of their containers, shouting at the top of their lungs for Naruto to listen to them. But outside their containers no sound came out. Leaf Village. Sunset rose out of the tear gas clouds towering over the building that Swan is standing on. The building is the hospital and is the last building that is above the cloud line, all the others have been destroyed by sunset. Swan no having nowhere to go and low on chakra thanks to using her rebirth jutsu to restore her body. Swan knows that Sunset was already as strong as she was before she became a bigger giant and is now much stronger. This is going to be a fight of her life. Sunset. Trixie's voice called out as she flew out of the tear gas clouds in the RV in its aircraft mode. What? Sunset asked as she kicks over the hospital building over to the surprise of Swan, who fell with it along with all those in it, disappearing into the tear gas clouds. Swan had been expecting Sunset to just stand there and talk with Trixie in that flying thing, not talk and destroy the building she's on. Shrink down, we're going. Kasumi is already inside, Trixie said. Sunset dispelled the power up, turning back to normal and teleported into the RV, which blasted off flying away from the village left in ruins. Inside, Sunset stepped off the teleport pad where they all ended up when they teleport in, so they wouldn't have to worry about anything being in the space where they teleport into. Sunset saw Naruto watching as Twilight was doing something to the container with the mini black hole that Trixie got. And Kasumi has gotten a whole bunch of scrolls. You raided the clan compounds while I was attacking? Sunset asked. Well, you didn't really need my help. So, I helped myself to the clan's secrets and vaults, Kasumi said. Got some good loot? Sunset asked. Got everything that looks like it's worth something, Kasumi said, showing Sunset some silver and gold items. Great, it wasn't a whole loss then. So where are we going? Sunset asked. We're heading for the chakra tree and set off Trixie's black hole trash can and let it be in. Which according to Rick will cause the whole world to lose chakra, Twilight said. How? Sunset began but stopped when the ship stopped. We're here, Trixie shouted as she followed the tracker on her view screen, zeroing on into the chakra tree. Which wasn't that hard to figure out, it was the tree when she saw the mountain-sized plant. Okay, bomb is set and ready to teleport, Twilight said, placing the bomb, which is the trash container with a mini black hole with several bombs to break containment. The trash can would turn on, building up a good charge before the bombs blow up, breaking the trash can and the force field that kept the black hole from ing up everything in check. The tree would be in, falling into the black hole as the teleporter will teleport it in a small cave created by its roots right underneath it. That's it? Sunset asked. I would think it'd be something else. Something more than that to take away chakra, Kasumi said. Nope, Rick said, watching from the computer screen. What the? Sunset asked, looking at Twilight to why Rick is watching. He wants to watch, Twilight answers. And, I want them to watch as their weapon destroys their world and the ninja way of life, Naruto said, looking at his parents who are shouting in their containers, but with the mute on he heard nothing. Just press this button and it will give us 5 minutes to fly into space, Twilight said, showing Naruto the button to press. 5 minutes? Sunset asked. Do you really want to be anywhere near a black hole? Twilight asked. Don't worry, the force fields I put in can protect you, Rick said, taking a drink. Unless you're right next to it, that is. I'll leave a drone to film it, Trixie said, firing off a spy drone from the bomb launcher. No more ninjas, Naruto said as he presses the button, to the horror of his parents watching. The bomb teleported away and a countdown clock started. Trixie hit the gas and flew straight up into the sky till she was in space. She kept going till she was beyond the orbit of the moon. Rick, is this a safe place? Twilight asked. I would get as far as I can, Rick admitted. Right, Trixie said, flying deeper into space and further from the planet. Trixie, it's time, Kasumi said as the countdown reaches 0. They all watch from the drone's camera as the chakra tree was into the black hole. The charge powering the black hole lasted for 20 seconds. Long enough for the tree from the very top to fall into the black hole before the hole disappeared. And as Rick had explained with the tree gone, it caused a chain reaction that wiped off all chakra from the planet and beyond. I can't feel chakra anymore, Naruto said. Then it works, Rick said turning to Minato and Kushina, who had fallen to their knees as they watched their son destroy the ninja way of life. Then he turns to the fox who is growling at him, now reduced to the size of a real fox. Looks like being in another universe left them safe and unaffected. Naruto, how do you feel? Kasumi asked, wondering what he's feeling now. I feel great, Naruto said. I have destroyed an entire way of life. The ninjas don't have any chakra anymore and many will die because of it. And it's worth it for all what the Leaf Village has done to me. And I'm going to have the drone reveal the reason and cause for all chakra be gone from that world. If you like, and since you're no longer be around, the Leaf Village will be the target instead, Twilight said. Do it, Naruto said. There you go, Twilight said, programming the drone with a message to be played for all the leaders of the ninja villages and lords. Well, it's been fun, Rick said, turning off the screen, and the last that Naruto would ever see of his parents. We're heading back home. We need some rest before we're going to another universe, Trixie said to Sunset and Twilight. Twilight, can you and the others please tell me what's going on? Naruto said as he sat down and started looking around, realizing that he was so caught up in getting revenge, he has no real idea where he is or who the people who save him are. It's going to be a long story, Twilight said, sitting next to him. She began telling him about herself, with the others adding in their own tales about themselves and where they came from and where they're from. Leaving Naruto stunned at what he has gotten himself into and something welling up inside of him. Twilight and her friends had came together to walk away from their worlds as they just had enough and leave. And are now traveling from different universes with different worlds in them, which some like his are fictional in other universes, looking for a place to call home. He began to smile as he is now part of their group, also looking for a place to call home. For he like them just walk away to find someplace better. Rick, do you have it? Twilight asked Rick by computer screen. She is into the armory of the RV taking stock of ammo and what needs replacing. The repair drones she gotten from that Jetson-like world handled all the maintenance and repairs for all the equipment in the RV. Rick on the computer screen put on the table in front of him a ray gun. It's small handgun size with a radar disc barrel. It doesn't look much, but it's something that's hard to make even for the Council of Ricks. Which is why it's a rare weapon and only found besides high-ranking members of the Council with Ricks who have the money or resources to make their own. This is the emotion gun, it's the combined work of hundreds of Ricks all pouring their minds and research into it. It's the brainchild of a Rick in a Care Bear's world. He studied the Care Bear stare for years before he managed to make the first gun that fires a ray that's like those sickening sweet bears. Then other Ricks from other worlds join in to make the Prefect gun. A Rick from Wedding Peach, another with Sailor Moon being his daughter, Rick in Winx Club with Belovic's powers, Rick from Ghostbusters with positively charged slime, another from DC researching the indigo and blue power rings. There are more Ricks from many other worlds, some with very high level of technology and others with high levels of magic, but I won't bore you. These guns work on anyone, making anyone, no matter what lack of empathy they have, how twisted their morals are and blue and orange outlook, to feel compassion and guilt. Everyone from evil Ricks, demon lords, self-aware robots like Megatron, gods like that spider goddess Lolth, and even those beings with a complete lack of emotions like the incubators, are all left complete sobbing wrecks once used on them. The Ricks who had to deal with either Megatron or Lolth can testify how well it work on theirs. That Rick in that world turn all of the incubators into labyrinths that other Ricks use as they never run out, and they stole all of their stuff as well. That Rick's summer was turned into a magic girl by them, and he did what I would have done. So you don't have to worry, it's been tested and all the models work on anyone with no exceptions. Well, there are those brain fungus armies, but any being that is self-aware will be affected by it. So for the price of 700,000, I will sell it to you, Rick said to Twilight. Is it really worth the money? Twilight asked. Well, it is an older model that I traded those two ghosts for, but it does the job. You're lucky that I managed to find a Rick willing to trade for it in the first place. Do you have any idea how much it would cost if you tried to buy it at the Citadel of Ricks? The newest models are at the lowest is $1 million, and that's for the older models, it only goes up from there. So Horseface ready to deal? Rick asked. Fine, Twilight said, muttering about being called Horseface. She left the room and then came back with a plastic box full of platinum coins. She and the girls gotten that in a world set in the past, thanks to the mirror allowing them to travel to any world's timeline, but of course the mirror locks the choice once they enter that world, so they won't mess up time in that world. Which is fine with her as she had enough of time traveling. They went to that Earth in the 17th century and took the entire stock of platinum that the Spanish had dumped into the sea. There was also the trips to ancient Egypt where they dumped gold into the sea to bring up the price of gold when there was an overstock of it. They did trips like that in many times in many worlds, getting the loot that would have been lost, like the pirate booty in Pirates of the Caribbean world, to have money when they needed. Alright, here's some platinum for the trade, Twilight said. Great, Rick said. I put them in the counter, Twilight said, pouring the platinum coins into a sorter machine. Which is a large metal box that had a slot that items can be poured into it. Coins began being sorted out and coins began coming out of another slot into another container. Counter? Rick asked. It's something that I pick up in the future world where we pick up much of our tech that we traded for real food items. This machine counts the coins or items placed into it, scanning them to see what they're made out of and can sort out how much the items are worth. I type in the price amount and the machine gives out the amount and worth of what was put into it, Twilight said. Oh really? Rick said, taking a drink from a bottle of beer. Got anything else you want? We are planning on going to some ghost worlds, so how about some Ghostbuster gear? Twilight asked, waiting for the machine to finish. There are some Ricks from those worlds, but they're not the types to just give out those kinds of things, Rick said. Aren't you able to make them? Twilight asked. Yes, but not my cup of tea, making stuff to trap ghost. I have stuff but not to trap ghost but to destroy them. I'm good, but other Ricks have it down to an art in the kind of stuff you want, Rick said before putting a gauntlet on the table in front of him. What's that? Twilight asked. It's a power gauntlet I picked up that fires different beams depending on what setting you have it on. One setting has the agony matrix. Direct neurostimulation of pain receptors, no defense against it unless there's nothing to feel, that is. The no-cell beam that any target that is hit by it becomes frozen in the beam, like that villain used in that movie about the superhero family. Ah fuck it. All you need to know, it works on any type of being from solid to energy, even undead types, Rick explains. Gods and demons? Twilight asked. The Rick who made it made sure it works on them before he slaughtered all of them. This was an early prototype he made before making bigger weapons, Rick said. What happened to him? Twilight asked. Died by a car crash, Rick said. That's it? Twilight asked, checking the machine after hearing the ding sound, meaning it's done. 2. What? It happens, Rick said. So what you want? Twilight asked, putting the box with the coins into the teleported. More treasure be nice, but got anything else you can trade, Rick said, sending her the emotion gun. Well, in one world we found some ore that's called terrenium. It's a key component of plasma cores used to power top-of-the-line military-grade ship weaponry. It was sufficiently rare and in such huge demand that the price for a ton of the element was astronomical to the right buyers in that universe, Twilight said. Really? Rick asked. Okay, let's make a deal then, Twilight said. There are also some other items I like you to work on while we're on our downtime. Going for the whole terrifying precision and ruthless efficiency thing? Rick asked. We're not going to do any fighting. If we need to take down someone or defend ourselves, we're not going to handicap ourselves by fighting with some honor thing or something. No nonsense fighting and no holding the idiot ball for us, Twilight said. I taught you well, Rick said. And some things anyways, Twilight said. I also want to know if there's any cross-dimensional places that me and the girls can go that is safe. Well, seeing how much of pussies you girls are, Rick began to say, earning him a glare from Twilight. The other Ricks have set up some trade centers around that is heavily guarded and patrolled for people like your group traveling from one universe to another. To stop by for repairs and resupplying. For 10% of all sales, anyone can set up shop in total safety, with rules that they have to follow or be kicked out if they're lucky. There is a fee for anyone to enter the trade center, and anyone who enters must have some business to do. Otherwise they have to leave, Rick said. You seem to know a lot of this even with you not wanting to be part of the council, Twilight said. What can I say? Even I need someplace to find things I need and to sell what I picked up, Rick said. Do they buy things like circuit boards, cell phones, scrap metals and other stuff we picked up here and there? We gather them for spare parts, but the storage rooms are getting full, Twilight asked. Yup. There's a huge market of recycling old stuff to make new stuff for reuse. Cheaper that way, of course they buy by weight, Rick said. Point taken, Twilight said. So how do I get there? I'll give you the location for the nearest one close to you. I'll just add that to your bill, Rick said. Of course, Twilight said. The relationship between her group and Rick is money. Which from what they learn about him is something that works for both sides. Elsewhere. Naruto watched as Trixie performed her magic show in front of a cheering crowd. It's been about a month since he was taken from his home universe by Twilight's group and brought to this new world. And he couldn't be happier. The Leaf Village just saw him as a tool to be used and treated whatever way they wanted. Thanks to the mind jutsu his birth parents put on him, he would be the all-loving and forgiving hero they made him to be. He would never question anything, he would just be all but mindless weapon. Which is why he would never go back and he burned his past, so there's no going back. The ninja world is finished with the chakra that allowed the ninjas to have power is gone from that world. He's been learning about this world and been getting the help he needs to adjust to his new settings. They have been helping him, and for the first time in his life he's with people who care about him. Twilight had given him a helmet that fed him information, which she explains is a teaching tool she gotten a hold of in a future world setting. It downloaded so much into his head, and now he's able to do things he couldn't before and know things he never knew either. All he needs is life experience, and Twilight is also thinking of him going to school, but the others told her he needs time to adjust. "This is what you girls were doing before you all started traveling?" Kasumi asked to Sunset. Both them are watching the show with Naruto, hoping that Trixie wouldn't go overboard again. "Putting on magic shows is what we did here to make a living," Sunset said. "It looks fun," Naruto said. "It is, but we got to be careful. This world is one where powers and superhuman abilities are only found in fiction. The last thing we need are people realizing that all of what we do is real," Sunset said. "That'd be bad," Kasumi said. She herself had to take measures so that she wouldn't be recognized by gamers. Luckily, she's just been thought of as a cosplayer when people got a good look at her. It helps that she wears baggy clothes that hides her figure, as Twilight points out that very few women in this world has a figure like hers. 3. "Is that why I had to change my hairstyle?" Naruto asked. He now has a buzz cut to hide who he is, and without his whiskers he doesn't stand out anymore. "Yes," Sunset said. "What about all the technology you girls pick up?" Kasumi asked. "Saving that if we decide to live here for good. We'll open up a business and give out the technology slowly so people will get used to it," Sunset said as she checked her text messages on her smartphone. "Besides most of the stuff we have, this world doesn't even have the infrastructure to make the tools and so on." 4. "Also, did we really need to do that overlord test?" Kasumi asked. "We did that, and so you two had to as well," Sunset said. "Really?" Naruto asked. "You do realize that the only reason why I had such an easy time at the village was because everyone followed rules that don't make sense once you're not in the middle of it and seeing it from the outside?" Sunset asked. "Good point," Naruto said. "I have realized how strange it is for everything is fighting in my world," Kasumi said. "And how if you were armed with guns it would make things so much easier?" Naruto asked. "Yup," Kasumi said, as guns would have made fighting off her clan so much easier. "Twilight thinks there's something that causes your worlds to be like that, ours as well. It does explain how the power of love and friendship was all she needed to beat her past foes. If I didn't showed up when I did, she said she might have just gone back with her so-called friends and old son, but," Sunset said. "None of you ever want to return, do you?" Kasumi asked. "No," Sunset said. "That world runs on rules and mints. It's like that pony cartoon we showed up. The ponies there just kept on relearning lessons and just forgot things like it was a cartoon show. Which it is in some worlds, which means we were all following the rules and mintsets till we went to this world. And why everyone but Twilight's old group are completely useless, like in a show with them as the main cast. It seems to have an effect on us, making us realize things that anyone using common sense would have seen." "Really?" Naruto asked. "Some people around here don't use common sense, but people will point it out instead of never. And for people in power who are dependent on people voting for them. Once they make a huge mistake that is costly, they will never be able to keep their position, unlike how Danzo, even with all he had done, was allowed to keep power. Where here he would have ended up losing everything or be in jail," Sunset said. 5. "How long are we going to be staying here?" Kasumi asked. "We can make short trips, but we shouldn't rush things," Sunset said, putting her phone away. "Also, Twilight talked with Rick and she wants us to go to a big trading hub that is controlled by the other Ricks." "Why?" Kasumi and Naruto asked. "To sell the stuff that we pick up while world hopping and to see what we can find there. From what Twilight texted me, the hubs the Ricks run are places that world hoppers like us or sliders to others go to for one reason or another," Sunset said. "That sounds fun," Kasumi said. "Can we see the cartoon about Twilight?" Naruto asked. "Sure," Sunset said. Council of Ricks Trading Hub, or CRTH. The trading hub is one of many such hubs that the Ricks had made to deal with the many travelers from different universe. For a price that is, the hub generates much in resources from the many travelers looking for a safe spot to stop by. Which the Ricks had made sure is safety within the station and the space around it. Many of the more business end Ricks invested much into making the station a safe place for world travelers, to the point where one would have to look far to find one just as safe. The Space Station Trading Center is the rebuilt and upgraded Titan station from the Dead Space universe. The Ricks had taken the station after the events of Dead Space and made sure all the undead were gone. They did it to save time and resources in building a new one. They kept much of the old parts of the station that are still good or remodeled them. The station's solar array and fusion reactors still power it with some upgrades. After getting docking clearance, Twilight parked the RV in one of the many hangars where a repair crew would go and do some repairs and upgrades to it. Twilight stayed behind to look over the prices of the upgrade she wanted and for the work crew of robots that came to pick up all the salvage they wanted to sell. The others would look around the station and would have to the currency exchange as the station used credits to buy and sell things. Which is where Sunset is right now, waiting in line at the currency exchange which is like a bank to her and is more heavily guarded. Looking around she spots a number of cameras and turrets along with robot guards all watching. The others are waiting at a bench outside the exchange. The people with her reminds her of life back at the castle where she would see many different races coming to meet the princess. Some are humans or human shape while others have more animal bodies along with some that she couldn't even make heads or tails of. Finally she made it to the front of the line and went to a window booth where with a robot teller, which all the tellers are. "How much will this give me?" Sunset asked taking some gold, silver, and copper coins out from her pack that is a bag of holding. "It depends on the amount you wish to exchange. But those coins aren't worth much unless it's in bulk," the robot teller explains. "Gemstones?" Sunset asked holding a gemstone in her hand. "Yes, we take them. We take just about any type of currency used in most universes," the robot teller said. "Bottle caps?" Sunset asked. "Only as scrap metal," the robot teller answers. "What about pocket lint?" Someone behind Sunset asked. Sunset turns around to see Jamie from Mega's LXR behind her. "We do not expect pocket lint," the robot teller answered. "That's just great," Jamie huffed walking off. "First time here?" the robot teller asked. "Yes," Sunset said. "Know any good place for a bite to eat and have a good time for my group to visit?" "There's Moe's Tavern. You can pour the coins and gemstones into the slot," the robot teller said, activating a drop slot for the coins and gemstones. "Moe's?" Sunset asks as she pulls out her bag of holding and begins pouring the entire pack of coins and gemstones into the slot. Moe's Tavern is an entertainment center that is very popular with travelers. It has a music stage, arcade machines from all over the multiverse, dartboards, pool tables and a fully stocked bar to cater to all kinds of travelers. "I see you have a Omni tool. I just download the station map and the location of Moe's for you," the robot teller explains as he adds up all the loot put into the slot and gives her a cred card. "Thanks," Sunset said looking over the card that has the amount of all the loot she had in her pack of holding. She then walked back to her group. "You have the money now, what?" Trixie asked. "We're going to get something to eat at Moe's Tavern," Sunset said. "Moe's Tavern?" Trixie asked. "The robot teller gave me the location," Sunset said waving for them to follow her. Moe's Tavern. Mo Slack had no idea how he got stuck traveling from one universe to another, but he finally ended up at the CRTH, where he set up his tavern like back in his world. He made himself a good life on the station with the Ricks being some of his best customers. He has built up his tavern to be big where all sorts of games and food items from all over to be found. He hires people who can travel from one world to another to supply him with what he needs. His staff are made up of mainly robots and some people who like him live on the station. He's able to do it by expecting just about any type of currency used by any traveler who stops by and expecting trade goods. Which he learned that long ago that one being's trash is another's treasure. He first ended up in a Star Trek verse and ended up on a Ferengi-controlled planet where he learned fast. Mo still stands behind his bar counter serving drinks while his staff handles the rest. The bar area is separated from the more family-friendly part of the tavern as the people in the bar aren't known for being civil. Mo also works as a mission giver. He posted jobs that people wanted done for them, as well as for bounty hunters to pick up jobs. For a cut of the reward he hooks anyone with a job. He also sells items that he gotten his hands on, one way or another mainly as part of his cut. But of course he does have to deal with some travelers who had just started and using currency that is normal for them, but is worthless for him. I keep telling you. I don't expect anything from your ingredients-based economy, Toriko. I could use what you're offering for the kitchen, but it's not worth enough here and not for what you're trying to buy. Get him out of here. Mo shouted at said man. And Toriko was engulfed in an energy bubble by a floating drone eye and he was taken out of the tavern. Alright, you were right, it is Mo, Sunset said to Trixie. They're waiting in line to be seated at a table. This looks like some of the places I have been to, Kasumi said. Were they fun places? Naruto asked. Some of them, Kasumi said. How many in your party? A floating iBot asked. 5 with our other member be joining us later, Trixie said. The bot led them to a table with 6 chairs and told them to wait for someone to take their order. While waiting they look around seeing many people from frictions they know about. At one table Shinji is sharing a table with Rei and Asuka, while in 2 tables has his counterparts sharing with just one of the girls from the first table. One table has the cast of Azumanga and the other looks like Ms. Frizzle from the Magic School Bus along with her class who are younger versions of Monster High cast. Ramma is sharing a table with all the girls who wants to marry him. The Avengers are all together eating a meal, and the next table is the Justice League. Another has what looks to be Jack from those pirate movies, along with Samurai Jack sharing a table. And walking out of the tavern is a big daddy and a big sister. "First time here?" a voice at the table next to theirs asked. Looking at the voice, Trixie and Sunset blink, seeing who it is. It's Sailor Moon along with the rest of the scouts, and all of them look like they've seen hell. All of them are covered in scars and missing body parts that are replaced with cyborg parts or grafted one body parts of what looks like monsters or aliens, or completely changed into one. Moon has metal wings on her back and one eye replaced with a robot eye. Mercury seems to have all but her head replaced by metal. Mars' body is part raven with her arms, clawed wings and bird feet. Jupiter, like Mercury, is now mostly metal. Venus is a purple skin woman. Tuxedo looks normal but has glowing wide eyes. Pluto lower body is that of a snake. Uranus' entire body looks to be patched together from different bodies. Neptune arms and legs are now that of a cat. Saturn body is like an old black and white photo. Mini-Moon is the only one who is unchanged but has dead eyes. "Yes," Sunset said. "Are you and Trixie here with anyone else from your world? Besides just Kasumi and Naruto?" Moon asked. The rest of her group are busy eating and not saying anything. "Just Twilight," Trixie said. "You've been traveling for a long time. None of us remembers how long it's been. I think I was the first. Besides Minnie and Saturn, all of us have just forgotten how long it's been," Moon said. "So what happened to you all?" Trixie asked. "Have you all learned how many universes obey laws and everyone in it follow a mindset that makes no sense when you actually think about it?" Moon asked. "Been there, done that," Kasumi said. "I can't believe how I used to think," Naruto said. "We're what happens when all but the villains follow that mindset. All of us are the last of our universe's scouts and one way or another ended up traveling through different universes and ended up all together," Moon said. 6. "Trying to find a universe to settle down like us?" Sunset asked. "No. We're traveling around and making sure that what happens to us doesn't happen to other scouts whenever we can. I can't believe how I used to be," Moon said. "The big crybaby who panics and made things bad," Mars said. "Yes," Moon admitted. "Yes, but you are much better than the ones we all knew," Mercury said, and all the others at their table nodded in agreement. "Any advice for new travelers like us?" Trixie asked. "There are many apps that you can download into your Omni tool for that. Just sign into the Wi-Fi and you can download the apps," Dina said. "Thanks," Sunset said, and did just that. "One rule you should know is that while it's normal in your universe, you can't get away with what you do outside of it. A while ago the cast from Love Hina ended up here and almost all the girls ended up dead," Urana said. "They went and acted as they did in their show, didn't they?" Kasumi asked. "Yes, and quickly learned that unlike the people in their world, the people here aren't going to stand them acting and treating people as they did back in their world," Pluto said. "They did learn that, but of course that's the last thing they learned," Jupiter said. "They had it coming," Neptune said. "Sure did," Mini-Moon said. "Yup," Saturn said, agreeing. "Anyone who does something like that and expect everyone to just allow them to get away with it don't last long or are shown how much people actually think of them," Moon said, pointing to a display case on the wall with two people looking through the lone window, which are Alan Gregory and his father Richard Gregory. "How in the world did those two get here?" Sunset asked. "No one really knows. But they went and got on the doctor's bad side and he time-locked them. A second for us is a year for them if I remember right. They're aware of the world but can't ever interact with it and no one cares enough to help them," Moon said. "Girls," Twilight said, walking up to the table and took her seat. "Everything is taken care of?" Trixie asked. "Yes, and it'll be a few days before they're done with the ship. So we're going to be staying here for a while. I already gotten us a room," Twilight said. "Spending a few days here?" Sunset asked. "It'd be a day at the most," Twilight said. "Okay," Sunset said. "And while we're here we can get some things that will make things so much easier for us," Twilight said as she shows her group an ad from her Omni tool. The ad showed like any ad shown on a screen back in the other world, which is like a used car sell. But this one is selling robots created by Rocco with Robert House giving the pitch. "Fallout robots?" Sunset asked. "Well, they made to last and survive an atomic war that left most of the planet a wasteland. And many of them still up and running over 200 years without any repairs done to them. And it'd be nice to have some Securitrons around to help in fights and Mr. Handys and Protectrons around the ship as crew. We can't just be going around in a ship with only this many people, we need a crew to help, we need to be ready for anything and plan ahead. Like how we always scout any world with a drone first and make sure we have supplies for just about anything. Plus he is having a overstock clearance sale and it's in our price range," Twilight said. "Sell is right, Mr. House is selling all of his older models so he can replace them with upgraded ones. He is also selling a robot workbench to do your own repairs and such. His store sells almost everything from his world and he likes doing the ads himself as he used to on TV when he was still walking around on his own, Mercury said. Robots would have helped with many of the things we had faced, Mars said. Your group is one of the few I have met who does the universe traveling the right and smart way right off the bat. Many learn to do what your group is doing the hard way if they're lucky to survive that long, Moon said. Thanks, Twilight said looking at the scouts. They were telling us about the station before you came, Naruto spoke up. Oh, Twilight said as a server droid came to take their orders. After her group ordered, they waited for their food and passed the time talking with the scout party about how things work around the station. Then Twilight saw something that made her blink. Coming into the tavern is what looks to be that guy who hangs out with Superman, Jimmy Olsen, but looks like a space Mad Max. His face was hardened and grim from what he has seen and had to do to survive. He walked into the bar area of the tavern. That's Jimmy from DC Verse and was the friend of Superman before he died. From what I learn of his past it is from Mo, Moon said seeing what Twilight was looking at. What happened to him? Twilight asked. Since your group been reading fictions to learn about some of the worlds you visited. Are you familiar with the DC comic Act of God? Moon asked. The one where all the people with powers on Earth suddenly lost them and it was just a big fanboy story to show how great Batman is. Yes, I am, Twilight said. He's from that setting and everything played out as it did in the comic but for the ending. Darkseid of that universe was the one who deployed the strongest heroes and villains of that world. He waited for years building up his forces before attacking. Without the heavy hitters like Superman, all the non-powered heroes and the villains who fought with them quickly fell. Darkseid publicly unmasked a beaten Batman to that world while explaining he was the one who got rid of the powers and if the people there had tried they might have been able to restore their greatest hero's powers before it was too late to stop him. He killed Batman with his I-beams and enslaved the Earth. Jimmy there managed to survive long enough to come across something that allowed him to jump to another universe. What happened to Superman he refuses to tell anyone. He now works as a bounty hunter, Moon explains. 7. What happened to his world? Twilight asked. He said they had it coming to be happy that someone who gave up so much and using his powers to help others was just gone, Moon said. Like me and my world, Naruto said. Twilight began to think about the world she left behind and how it was doing without her. The Omnidroid, one of the most powerful robots ever built. Designed for the sole purpose in killing those with powers. It's the Model 9 with some upgrades the Ricks made to it. It has many power cores throughout its body and an incredible amount of redundancy that prevents it from being taken down by simply ripping its main CPU out. And comes with an internal nanobit repair system that repairs any damage to its body. It also can be controlled by a control center that allows anyone control it remotely and their face can be shown on a screen on its sphere body. Okay, it's powerful, but along with all the stuff we brought, the treasure vault is almost empty, Trixie said, looking at the amount of valuables they have left which isn't much. She and the others are watching as the dock robots are loading their ship up with all of the stuff they brought. The station does have just about everything and they went shopping, enjoying themselves while they waited for all of upgrades on the ship to be finished. And with their bags of holding now much lighter and treasure vault near empty. The RV hallways are now being patrolled by the Fallout robots, making sure the entire ship is maintained and secure. Mr. Handies are on standby in case of something that needs to be fixed along with Protectrons. A full medical staff of Protectron medics, Protectron Fire Brigadier to take care of fires, and utility Protectrons to help the Mr. Handies. iBots are scanning the ship along with Securitrons, Assaultrons, and Sentry bots. Twilight had brought up most of the overstock robots that Mr. House had in stock. Also, what's with the weapon drone straight out of Batman? Kasumi asked. Twilight had also brought a Rattler, Twin Rattler, Cobra, Mamba, Diamondback drones. As well as several dozen Dragon and Serpent drones. Along with many different types of gun turrets that were on sale. Not to mention all the other weapons and gear that she brought, which she gotten, as well as several factory machines that will allow them to use junk to make anything from weapons, armor, machines, food items and even vehicles. Twilight said it's for making sure that in case of something goes wrong, they'll be able to take care of themselves. I don't want us to be helpless or low in supplies, Twilight said. And we're broke thanks to you, Trixie said. I never thought I would see a treasure vault that has mounds of treasure filling the room, Kasumi said. So we'll go in treasure hunting trips like we did when we first started out. Besides, we now have the Batmobile that can change into a tank, Twilight said watching as the copy of the Batmobile is loaded into the RV. Worth it, Sunset said as they watch as the last of the cargo is loaded into their ship. They have brought and loaded up their RV with all the supplies that can come in handy, and with the RV being bigger in the inside, they have room to spare. And the RV now has a full-size crew, Kasumi said as she and the others had to handle things themselves, but now with a robot crew, things be much easier. The robots are okay, right? Naruto asked, having played the Fallout games. Yes, the robots are all working as I got a warranty on the robots. And gotten some rigs to look over all of them just to be sure that their programs are all working and won't be easily hacked or be affected by viruses that will make them go on a rampage, and no robobrains head with organic brains but syntactic ones. I even had them be upgraded with their own personal force fields and auto repair systems. I also had the Securitron screen faces replaced with an eye so it won't show human faces. And I even gotten one to be programmed with a Yes Man VI to oversee all the robots, Twilight said. Why? Trixie asked. So there be a robot we can talk with and he can download himself into any Securitron to help us out, Twilight said. 1. We also gotten rid of almost all the junk we have picked up. Good thing they buy vendor trash like in games here, Sunset said. How does that work anyway? Kasumi asked. They recycle them or have buyers that will pay for what's junk for us, but is a treasure for them. We could try that, but unless we want to spend a lot of time making the right connections, it's just easier to just sell at the junk dealers. Not to mention it's safer, Trixie explains. 2. It is safe here, Naruto agreed. Where do we go next? Kasumi asked. Let's just see where the portal takes us next, Twilight said as she and the others enter the RV to head back to home. Inside the RV. They travel back to their home base world, and while the others are searching for another world to visit, Twilight is keeping herself busy. Twilight is in the new robotics room where the robot workbench is located, along with all the parts needed to build a robot. Thanks to the Star Trek replicators, they are able to make just about anything, as long as there's enough power and matter to make whatever they want. Right now she had built 7 new robots with personality chips installed in them, with programs that wouldn't allow them to attack her or the others. Forklift, a Protectron model who is built for heavy lifting and is the strongest in terms of brute force. Forklift has a male voice and personality subroutine operating. He is built with Protectron parts, with his hands being vice grips and his armor all hydraulic frames, allowing greater strength in lifting. His head is protected by an actuated frame to go with his yellow paint job. He's slow but powerful and designed for heavy lifting. Bolt, a Mr. Handy model that can fly thanks to his thruster with 3 thruster arms, with 2 of them being pincers and the third being a saw. He has factory armor with a aqua paint job as he isn't meant for heavy lifting. Has 1 eye and 2 arms replacing the standard 2 other eye slots. The left arm is a RoboBrain arm with a hand flamer. The right is a Protectron arm with a hand nail gun. He is made to screw, weld, and nail things. Thundler, with a female voice, has a Assaultron top and a RoboBrain bottom. Her top is armored in hydraulic frames, and her bottom has a mid-warmonger serrated plate with an orange paint job. Right arm has a construction claw, the left has a hand drill, and her head is a Assaultron head laser. She is designed for digging and excavating, with her head laser for blasting through what her drill can't break. Jolt, another female with the limbs of an Assaultron and the body and head of a RoboBrain. All but her head is armored in voltaic frame, and her head has a Cyclops helm and a manila paint job. Left hand is an Assaultron shock claw, and the right is a lightning gun. She is designed for restarting power by jump starting them. Rack, another female whose top half is that of a sentry and bottom an Assaultron with a Assaultron head laser. She is armored in hydraulic frame. Left arm is a hand hammer saw, left is a construction claw, on her back are 2 shoulder launchers. She is designed for tearing down buildings, with the twin launchers for bringing down a building fast. Weld, a male who has a sentry head, RoboBrain body, Mr. Handy thruster, and Protectron arms. He is armored in hydraulic frame for his head and thruster, actuated frames for his torso and grim plate for his arms and a pink paint job. Left arm is a cryojet, and right is a Protectron hand laser. He is designed for both welding and putting out fires or stopping something from overheating. Though a male who has a Mr. Handy body, sentry legs and RoboBrain arms. Is armored in hydraulic frame from top to bottom and a blue paint job. Left arm is a Protectron hand automatic laser, right is a Assaultron shock claw. Toe is designed for towing anything from vehicles to other large objects, with a shock claw for jump starting an engine. 3. You went and made construction robots. Naruto asked Twilight, who has been watching her build robots all of this time. Yup, just in case we need them. Besides, we got enough war robots already, Twilight said. And I make my own robot? Naruto asked. Sure, just tell me what you want it to look like, Twilight said, but was cut off as Trixie's voice came over the speaker. Found a world that I have been wanting to visit after seeing the movie that is based on it, Trixie said. Oh, what it is? Twilight asked. Come and see, Trixie said. No robot? Naruto asked. Later, Twilight said, walking with Naruto to the control room. Jump reverse. The large spaceship appeared in the sky over Canada before it began flying all over the world. As the ship flew over the different parts of the world, from the ship probes of some kind with what many think are searchlights scanning everything. Some people tried to shot the probes, but they learned that the probes are all protected by force fields. The probes did not react being shot and continue scanning. The people of the world either watch the sky or stare at a TV watching as an alien craft flew around the world, ignoring all attempts in contacting it. The ship suddenly stopped, and all the probes it sent out that have been flying around it all came back to it. Then the ship flew straight up into the sky and into space. The TV screens across the world were cut off as the broadcast was hijacked, and the news feed replaced by a face of two eyes and a smiling mouth. Hello people of this planet you call Earth. I am Yes Man of VI of the scout ship that is currently flying above your world. I am currently translating all of the different languages that you humans speak so that all will be getting the following important message, Yes Man said. The screen changed to that of a humanoid female, judging from her female figure that is hidden from view by her spacesuit. Yes, I am an alien. I won't bother with small talk or telling you humans where I'm from or what race one am. All you humans need to know is that I just submitted my report on your planet and been given the order to give you this message. So if there are anyone around you who isn't watching, take this time to call them in to watch, the female alien said. The world held its breath waiting. Alright, I gave you all enough time. Your planet is coming up in our invasion plans, and from the level of tech you humans have, my ship alone can take you all out. Right now as I speak all the satellites that are in orbit around your planet is under my control, and right now the milliliters around the world are trying to regain control of all the long-range missiles that I have taken control of. The screen now shows military command centers with the people there trying to get back control of their different nations' defense networks. With their main screens showing that all the missiles are armed and ready to launch. The screen goes back to the female. But of course a nuclear wasteland isn't something that my race wants. I'm doing it just to prove how useless your weapons are. And before you think that your standing armies can beat us on the ground. Tell me why would we waste time like that when we can simply fire from orbit where none of your weapons can hit our ships. I can end your way of life simply by towing a big hunk of space rock and let it fall on your planet. And according to the data of the history of your planet that's been downloaded, all it will take is a piece of rock around 3 miles to end all life. But of course that also isn't the reason why we want your planet. It's because it's a life-bearing planet in this section of space, which in terms you would understand, is the only island in a vast ocean. So we're just going to unleash a virus or gas on you all. Which lucky for all of you my ship doesn't have, and the rest of the space forces are busy dealing with more advanced races that are putting up more of a fight than you humans would ever be able to. The reason why I was given the order to tell you all this is simple. There's nothing you humans can do to stop us. So prepare for what's coming in your own ways. Or just give up when we come. We could always use a cheap workforce. You humans could have given us a real fight and might even force us in coming to the table for peace talks. But thanks to the never-ending efforts of a group who believe that only God, which is seen as a form of mental illness for all advanced races, that no one should have the power that could have made you humans be able to stand up to my race. I like to take this time to thank the ancient order of paladins who have been hunting down and killing the only ones with the power who could have stopped us. The paladins are a group of religious fanatics who since the medieval times have been killing off all the teleporters, or as they are known here, jumpers. Yes, there are people on your world who can teleport, which is a gift from a now dead race which my race already killed off. The power to teleport if research is done on how the jumper's power works would have been the stepping stone you humans would have needed for long-range teleportant like all the advanced races like mine have. And I'm uploading all of the identities and the places they live and HQ are at. I'm doing this because it's people like the paladins with their only the make-believe God should only be the one with that kind of power, thinking is the reason why my race has no challenge in our takeovers. In fact that's one of the reasons why I did the planet-wide scan. Because every time my race comes across a world like yours with some people on it with powers, there is always a group with the belief that no one should have that kind of power and hunt them down. So people of soon-to-be-conquered world that will either be enslaved or exterminated. You now have the information on the group of people who are to blame for making your planet a target, and even if the jumpers were to come forth and let themselves be researched on. The time it would take for anything you humans be able to make in the time you have left will not be enough to fight back. As unlike many other planets my race has always embraced those with powers to make ourselves stronger as a whole. Well you humans on the other hand have cut off your legs, or is it shooting yourself in the foot? Oh well. Maybe if you humans work your butts off, you might be able to do something before the invasion fleet gets here. See you never. The screen now showed the ship in space with a portal of some kind opening in front of it. The ship flew into the portal which closed behind it. The screen shut off and the world reacted. In the RV. Well Trixie, you really did it this time, Sunset said, watching how the world they left behind is reacting. As you or Twilight can't say you never did something like this before, Trixie said, taking off her suit. She's right, Twilight said. From what I'm seeing, looks like the governments are cracking down hard on the paladins. Who are seeking to be locked up, as there have been lynch mobs after them, with many of their numbers being killed, Kasumi said. But the jumpers who came out are now being protected, and researchers are now studying how their powers work and see if they can't make a machine teleporter, Trixie said. But they going to be used in tests to see how their powers work, Naruto said. Yes, but it's better than them being hunted down by those cult members, Trixie said. And the world will advance because of it. 4. They're not a cult, Twilight said. Close enough, Trixie said. Where next? Kasumi asked. How about we let Naruto choose next, Sunset said. Really? Naruto asked. After scanning some safe worlds you can pick which one we visit, Sunset said. Thanks, Naruto said. The clone wars that tore apart the galaxy is now a memory, as one era ended and another began. The galaxy saw the rise of the First Order and Starkiller Base, with the rise of a new GD. But relics of the clone wars could still be found for those who look hard enough. In an asteroid field, an old droid base sat forgotten. It used to be a supply base to fuel and resupply separatist ships in that sector. Then the war ended and the universal control signal shut down all separatist war machines. Most of the warehouses filled with stockpiles of droids were sold off by a few entrepreneurs over the years, but some, like the supply base, are still there for the taking. Alright, looks like we're now the owners of our own base in a Star Wars verse, Trixie said as she looks at the storage room filled with battle droids. They ranged from the common B1 battle droids, B2 super battle droids, to the destroyer droid and dwarf spider droid, which she recognized. But to her surprise, there are 6 B3 ultra battle droids who stands at 4.0 meters high, and from the shipping logs were being shipped to a battle when the off signal came to turn all of them off. There is also a dozen Magna Guards which General Grievous had before his death, had spread them out to supply bases, so that if the ones with him are destroyed, he could quickly replace them. This is great. Sunset said as she looks over all the equipments that have been kept intact thanks to the base being vacuum sealed when it shut down. Just wait till Yes Man can reprogram the droids first, Twilight said as the Fallout robots are working over the base getting it back up and running. Yes Man is currently reprogramming all the droids so that they follow orders from Twilight and the others. Which is thanks to Mr. House adding that feature to him for an extra price. Yes Man is able to reprogram just about any kind of robot known in the multiverse. So we have our own robot army now? Naruto asked. And they can fold themselves up so they can be packing tight. How many are there, Twilight? Trixie asked. In all there are over 20,000 battle droids that are ready to go, and more who just need to be put together or repaired. There are around 800 other droids who maintain the base. Made up of mostly astromech, protocol, pit, power and treadwheel droids. They all shut down and the base went offline when the war ended. This base is staffed only by droids with a small living quarters for visitors, Twilight said, reading through all the data that Yes Man is translating for her. Do we really need an army? We already spent most of our funds in just buying Fallout robots and other things, Kasumi said. Which is why we've been treasure hunting, and we were lucky to find a planet that we could loot all we want, Twilight said. It was fun, Naruto said as he had fun in finding treasure. They went to that dead Earth thanks to a virus and looted places like Fort Knots, if he remembers the name right, and other places on that world. Of course they all had to keep their suits on, and Twilight only let the robots do the work that could lead to an infection. Then they went to that big white house where they discovered the sole living humans left on that world. They learned that he's the president of the United States who had released a virus around the world to reduce the world population while only giving the vaccine to Americans. Which ended up being hastily mass-produced, and certain production regulations were neglected which the president's administration cut out for being a nuisance to business that resulted in the vaccine being inefficient. And only him being the one with a vaccine that worked survived. He wanted to come with them, but Sunset just punched his face knocking him out and they left him there in a world he made. 1. And we got so much loot, Trixie said as they spent several days there. Which we do need. All the stuff we get are expensive and be reusing and repurposing what we find we can save lots and only spend when we need to, Twilight said. These droids can come in handy one day. Which reminds me we should be on the lookout for a Death Star-like machine, Sunset said. Yeah? Naruto shouted. Why? Kasumi asked. There is no way I'm passing up the chance to have a Death Star, Sunset said. But the sheer cost of running it. We're not galaxy-spanning empire with massive tax revenue from number of star systems and planets. Not to mention why would we need to when the RV can just change into one, Kasumi asked. Oh yeah, Sunset said. And we need a full crew just to maintain it. There's a reason why we keep the rooms that we're not using in the RV powered down till we need to use them, Twilight said. I have finished reprogramming the droids, Yes Man said. Great, Twilight said. Now what? Kasumi asked. Make sure this base is defended from attacks and the droids are all repaired so that when we need them they're ready to go. We also need to leave some Fallout robots here to supervise everything and to give the droids some upgrades, Twilight said. And then? Naruto asked. We wing it from there, Twilight said. Ramma half-verse. What was supposed to be a short stop in Japan for some food where Kasumi wouldn't have to worry about her ninja clan attacking her. Ended up with Ramma slamming into the ship by hammer swing from a cane. Which, to make a long story short, ended up with them dealing with Ramma's girlfriends, who upon learning that they're from a world where they're just a manga are demanding on them telling who marries Ramma. Which wasn't something that they could hide as Naruto and Kasumi are just fiction in this world. Ranma's rivals tried to attack him, only for Trixie to blast them, leaving them smoking on the ground, and as for the small panty thief old man, he made the mistake of stealing the girl's underwear. Which is why he's somewhere floating around in space, trapped in an escape pod somewhere around Pluto. After that the rest of the cast members of Ramma are just watching from the sidelines. With the exception of Nabiki, who is trying to talk Trixie into selling some things to her or giving her one of the robots they have. I just wanted to get some food, Kasumi said watching the shouting match between the four younger girls. Who didn't like her one bit as she didn't believe it till she saw it, that their faces turned green upon seeing her. Which is only one of the things that she only saw in an anime happen in this world. I should have did a better scan, Twilight said, remembering how things usually go for them in worlds like this one. The light, that's it. Sunset said as she cast a bubble spell on Ramma and his girlfriends, shouting the shouting match. She then shoves them into the RV. Come on gang, we're going to show them one of the better ways this can end for them all. What? Naruto asked. This isn't the first time we run into Ramma and his girls, Twilight said. We met older ones who settled their differences in one of the ways a harem plot ends. Then what, why? Kasumi asked. What many think is a golden ending, Trixie said waving for Naruto and Kasumi to get into the RV. Hey, what about my robot? Nabiki shouted out as the RV disappeared. In another world. Adachi was the first to step out and she's standing in front of her family manor in the backyard. Looking around she saw many things are different from what she remembers as there's a big metal fence around Green Turtle's pond and other things. The sliders did said that this world is a future world of one of the outcomes of the world she came from. Mama? A small girl asked looking up at her who can't be more than a year old who just learned to talk. Mama? Kadachi asked looking down at the little girl who looks like her when she was around her age, but with one big difference, her eyes are blue like Ranma's and has red hair. What? Akane, Aiko, and Shampoo shouted seeing a smaller version of Kadachi, but has the eyes and red hair of Ranma's girl form. Oh boy, Ranma said who got off the RV to see what is the girl's attention. Oh Ranma, this world is perfect. Kadachi said as she picks up the little girl and hugs her. We have such a cute child together. Rikai, where are you? A woman voice called and stepping out of the house is an older Kadachi who has blossomed into womanhood. And is heavy with child. Mama? Rikai shouted from the younger Kadachi's arms. What? The older Kadachi said staring at her younger self holding her oldest, her husband and the other girls all as they were in the past. Kadachi, what's the matter? An older more mature Ranma wearing a police uniform asked and stopping seeing what she's seeing. Hi Kadachi. Twilight said waving to her. We run into your younger counterparts and decided to bring them here to show them one of the outcomes that can happen, Sunset said. Oh, this is great. The younger Kadachi shouted as she grabs the younger Ranma's hand and drags him to their older counterparts holding Rikai. The other girls are holding themselves back as they produce dark auras around them as Kadachi is holding a child. I should be more surprised but I'm not, the older Ranma deadpanned. With what we've been through, this is tame, Kadachi said taking Rikai from her younger self. See darling, we're happily married. You can forget those other hussies and we can focus on our soon-to-be married life. Kadachi said hugging Ramma. Ramma, Aiko, Akane, and Shampoo growled appearing behind them. Only to be stopped as 3 toy building blocks hit their heads. I can't believe how we used to be, an older Aiko said stepping out from behind the older Ramma and Kadachi, followed by 2 other older women. Well, not as bad as Akane, adult Shampoo said. The doctor's anger management classes fix my issues, the older Akane said. What are they doing here? Kadachi asked before looking down seeing 3 more little girls the same age as Rikai, all clutching to their mother's legs. It wasn't hard to see who their father is, as they all have blue eyes and different shades of red hair. Classic harem ending, Sunset said causing the 4 girls after Ranma to glare at him. Well, the older Ranma just sighs remembering all too well what's that like and still is for him. Inside the manor. All of them? Ranma asked his older self as they sat at the large dining table that fit all of them. Twilight and the others are watching the children. It wasn't by my choice. They all went and got the idea to make a love potion. which to make a long story short ended up all of them mixing their potions together and caused them to go wild on me. And ended up with me marrying all of them, and, the older Ranma stated, which all 4 of his wives responded, leaning over to him and pinching him. Hey. But it's worth it, Aiko said. And we work things out, Shampoo said. The kids are more important and they're perfectly fine with how things are, Akane adds. And they're all looking forward in having a little brother, Kodachi said, patting her stomach. The kids are the bright spot in this marriage, Ranma said, causing all 4 of his wives to glare at him. He still puts his foot in his mouth. The younger Aiko asked. Yes, but he is a good father, the older Aiko said. But sharing husband? Shampoo asked her older self. It's no longer an issue, older Shampoo said. And why is that? Akane asked. We all just gotten used to each other and there were all the fun stuff we can do together, Kodachi said as she turns to Aiko, who is sitting next to her, and kisses her on the lips, which the older Aiko enjoys. What? The 4 younger girls ask, watching the display of affection wide-eyed and faces turning red. I introduced them to the joys of girl-on-girl fun, the older Kodachi said. What? The 3 younger girls said, turning to the younger counterpart. All girls school okay? I seen and heard much from other girls, Kodachi said, blushing. There's nothing like getting Ranma into the mood, then seeing us having, Akane said, causing the younger one to gasp. What? She shouted. Well, things just happen after having Wendy, me and the others just bonded, the older Akane said. She walk in on us after, I got Naiko and Shampoo to try it and them liking it. She said we're perverted, which we responded by grabbing her and showing her what she's missing, older Kodachi said with a smirk. Turns out she gets turned on when she is helpless, Aiko adds. And not to mention the spankings, Shampoo smirks, seeing the 4 younger girls' faces turn red and brains freezing up. Do they do this all the time? The younger Ranma asked his older self. Yes, and you just better get used to it, the older Ranma said. Back in the other Ranma verse. The RV reappeared, dropping off Ranma and his girlfriends, who are all red-faced in a daze. They're reeling from what their older selves from that future world told them and how open their life is. But the 4 girls, even with how they're feeling right now, wonder if that future is really that bad. Sure, they have to share Ranma with each other, but the kids are fine and they all get along, maybe a little too well. As for Ranma, he has no idea how to feel about that future he saw. The kids are great, as his older self explained how he wants to be the dad he never had. But there is the fact that he has little to say in that future, as there are 4 wives and only 1 husband. He did like the idea of him using his skills to becoming a cop. Too. Okay, that was interesting. Now off to another world, Twilight said. And, I pick? Naruto asked. Okay, what world would you like to go to? Twilight asked. How about a ghost world and we can be Ghostbusters? Naruto asked. That sounds fun, Kasumi said, being a fan of the movie and cartoon. And we do have gear for it, Sunset adds. Better than the cash grab bad movie that came out, Trixie said, thinking of the new Ghostbuster movie with an all-female cast that was just another cash grab movie that got the fans mad. So true, Twilight agreed. Twilight, to avoid this Ranma thing we went through from happening again. Make sure you do a deeper probe of the next world, Sunset said. Without a panty thief running around, Kasumi said, glad that he's going to die a slow death in space. I'll send in the smaller robots, Twilight said. Bleach verse. Ichigo Kurosaki walked into his classroom after what felt like years being away. He came with his friends Orihime, Yasutora and Uryu. All of whom had fought tooth and nail to save Rukia in the spirit world but discover something bigger while there. But right now they just want to relax and try being normal kids while they can. And that's when they saw all their fellow classmates surrounding something. What's going on? Ichigo asked. Hizuru came in with a robot from that game Fallout and it talks, Tatsuki said. A robot? Uryu asked as he and the others got in close to see the robot. And as Tatsuki said, there is a robot in the classroom. All 4 of them, having played Fallout Vegas, recognized the robot as a Securitron with a familiar face of Muggy. And like Muggy in the game, the Securitron is twice size and is on a desk. But unlike the one they seen in the game, this one looks newer. Excuse me, I must continue my search, Muggy said. This is so cool, Shinji said as he and the others stared at the small robot. Chizuru, where did you get the robot? Yasutora asked. I found it wandering around, Chizuru answers. Wow, Orihime said, looking over the robot. How did someone make this? Uryu asked out loud. Invisible targets located, Muggy said, staring at Orihime. Its antenna on top of its body began glowing. Weapon systems are online, EMP system reconfigured and ready. How cute, Orihime said, wondering what will happen next along with her other classmates. Having built up enough power, Muggy let out an EMP wave that cut off the power to all electronic devices, causing a blackout throughout the school and the surrounding buildings. The EMP wave didn't just depower everything that run on electrical power, but also other powers as well. To the surprise of the student, 6 fairy-like figures suddenly appear flying around Orihim, which her 3 other friends also could see for the first time. And chaos took over as everything happened at once. Yggdrasil is the heavenly supercomputer which organizes and runs the section of the universe under the care of that section's gods and demons. In their sector of space, the computer allows the gods and demons to bend reality to their will. That was until today, where they're all been locked out and unable to do anything. Even Kumi and Hyl, the leaders of the gods and demons, couldn't do anything. This doesn't make sense. Skuld shouted, having come back to heaven to try to fix the problem. But every turn she couldn't do anything, she was completely locked out. She wasn't alone, as Baldandi and Erd also been called back to help. It's like someone used the master control, Pierce said. Who could do that? Baldandi asked. What about Hyld? Erd asked. Nope, think again, Hyld said as a screen appeared. Who is in the main control room of hell? Demons are all working to regain control of the computer with as much luck as the gods. So it's not you? Kami asked, who stepped out of his office to see if anyone managed to make more progress than him. Of course not. If I could do something like this, I would have done it long ago. For something like this to happen where both sides are locked out would be higher on the ladder than either you or me, Hyld said. Higher than either of you? Marlar asked, looking at her boss. Yes, there are beings higher than them, Anuvoy said. Turning to the voice, the gods and demons saw it's a man with white hair and dress in a clown-like clothing without the makeup. And he's riding on top of a giant cat that is floating in the air. Both Kami and Hyld eyes widen, seeing someone that they haven't seen in eons. What are you doing here? Hyld asked, looking worried, with Kami sharing the same worried look on his face. Which shocked all the gods and demons, seeing their bosses worried. Care to explain, Kami? The man asked. He is Shinkohyo, who is, while technically a demon immortal, he isn't from hell. He normally restricts himself to the concern of staving off the ennui of millennia by just standing off to the side watching. He finds great amusement in watching the unfolding of interesting events through his all-seeing Senrigan. He rides on Kakutenko, a spiritual beast, and wields Rikauben, an immense lightning summoning weapon, Kami explains. And he's the one who oversees all the gods and demons in our sector of the universe, Hyld said. 1. Our section? Erd asked. You really think that in the vast space of this universe that there's only one planet with life? Or that there is only one tree? Or that Kami and Hyld are the only ones like them? That on other planets there aren't any life like humans and there aren't any gods or demons? Shinkohyo asked. Yes, Skuld said. Shinkohyo turns to Kami and Hyld. I see that both of you haven't told anything to your underlings. Did you two also claim to have created everything? They didn't. Erd asked, making both Kami and Hyld to glare at her to shut up. I see. That would explain why there are so many problems, Shinkohyo said, letting out a puff of air. This won't look good on your work review. You have been spending more time with the more advanced races in the sector, Kakutenko said. Review? Skuld asked. Yes, a review on how well they have been doing their jobs and how good they are in keeping order. Which Hyld, for demon standards, is doing well. But for Kami, with how out of control the gods under him were before mortals stopped believing in them and them unable to interact with them on a large scale. Well, it's not looking good for you, Shinkohyo said, making Kami sweat. Excuse me? Baldandi spoke up. How do you know Hyld and Kami? I'm their boss, Shinkohyo said, shocking all the gods and demons. Or one of many managers who oversees gods and demons like them in this sector of the universe. Making sure that everything is going well and that they're doing their jobs right. After humans became self-aware, both Kami and Hyld were placed in charge of this sector of space. Earth being out of the way, like an island in the middle of a sea, is the reason why I hadn't visited sooner. And why this is my first job review I'm giving them. That and all the others whose races still believe in them have been busy overseeing their races spreading out to other planets. While both Kami and Hyld haven't been doing their jobs, which is to serve the races who believe in them by looking after them and giving them hope. Kami, your brother Fron race, the Cesis, have made galaxy-spanning empire, as well as Hyld, your sister Reek, is the most well-known demon in that empire. What? Hyld asked, just as 2 screens appeared and 2 beings who look like Kami and Hyld appeared but different. Hi brother, it's been a while, Fron said, who looks like Kami but in better shape and looks younger than him. Sister, I see you're still the loser you have always been, Reek smirks at her sister, who is fuming seeing her sister again. Who is still better looking than she is in every way possible. Why are you two here? Kami asked. Yes, why? Hyld glared at her sister. She reminds herself that she does have something that her sister doesn't have, a daughter. She doesn't contact her sister, but she does keep an eye on how she's doing with the demons in her section, which is even better than her. But she managed to start a family while her sister hasn't started one. To see how badly you two mess things up, Reek said before eyeing her niece Erd. So you're my niece. Well, at least my little sister did something right for a change. One thing, I got that on you and the best, Hilde smirks at her sister who is doing her best not to show not having a child of her own isn't bothering her. And to see you two lose your standing with your underlings and broadcasting this to the other gods and demons. I mean you two filling your underlings' heads that you two are the highest beings in the whole universe and the ones who control everything. You two are just too full of yourselves and haven't earned anything. Like Garen who has the race of the planet he serves thinking he's the creator, but unlike you two who only moved in on a planet with life already on it. He went and worked on a lifeless planet and made life, so while he's still full of it, at least he did create life on his planet, Fran explains. So you two went and got us lock us out. Hilde growled. Nope, Reek said. Both of us haven't thought of either of you two for eons. Too busy with working in a wide galaxy empire to bother. While you two have been keeping track of our progress with ours. While Hilde followed Reek's lead in ruling her demons fairly and not just killing, tormenting, or raping them for fun. You little brother have let the gods under you run out of control unchecked. Well that has happened to me under my watch, I have a galaxy-wide empire with many planets and races. While you on the other hand just have one small planet. I never understood why you are our parents' favorite when I'm the one who does everything better, Fran said. Then who did? Kami asked. That's me dipshits. A new screen appearing showing Rick on it. Rick. The gods and demons all shouted at once. That's right assholes, I'm back, Rick said. I'm the one who called your boss on you for messing up big time. You should see the looks on your faces dipshits. Why don't you come here and say that to my face? Hilde growled. Better idea. You come to my universe where you'll be completely depoured leaving you mortal like me, Rick snorted as he took a drink from his flask. And seeing how you two asses with their heads up their asses don't tell their underlings what's real. Let me tell you dipshits what's what. Gods and demons once they cross over to another universe like mine, lose all of their powers no matter who they are. It's to keep gods and demons from different universes from warring with each other or taking over other universes. Those universes usually depour all magic, divine, and demonic powers, no matter who or what they are, even someone like me. And they act as buffer zones between universes with powerful beings in them, Shinkohyo explains. What did they do? Erd asked wondering what her parents did to get their boss to come down on them. Just a little something called the Soul Society which is ruled by a demon called the Soul King who you two allowed to create his own afterlife for some dumb reason, Rick stated causing all the gods and demons of Earth to stare at their bosses. The Soul King who you two have kept hidden from the other gods and demons has been feeding off the souls he has taken from around Japan for thousands of years. The afterlife he has created is completely out of control with souls being able to have children and have almost no limits in what they can do. I'm surprised that they haven't destroyed the planet with the power you two allowed them to gain. Which is why I have locked all of you out of the system to fix the problem. But it seems that the deal you two made with the Soul King is so hardwired into the computer, the only way to get rid of him is to take him out of Soul Society to kill him as otherwise it would cause his afterlife to be destroyed along with the planet. Or do a complete reboot that will delete all you gods and demons connected to this world, Shinkohyo said to Kami and Hilde. What? Scold shouted out. We be deleted? Dandy asked. Yup, Rick smirks. You really mess things up big time, Fran said to Kami. Wow this is really big. I can't wait to tell the rest of the family how big of a loser you are, Rick said to Hilde. And seeing how the deal doesn't let any god or demon from interacting with anything to do with the Soul King. I would simply delete you all and hope that the next head god and demon do a better job, Shinkohyo said to Kami and Hilde who are scared of being deleted like all the others. But unfortunately you're being saved thanks to me, Rick said. What is this going to cost us? Hilde asked. You hate us, Kami said. Yup, I do and would have just called your boss over just to see you all be deleted and watch as it happens. But some customers of mine are on your world right now, Rick said. Let me guess you have them doing something for you jerk, Skuld said to Rick not liking him one bit. And it isn't because he's smarter than she is. What's the matter jailbait? Still mad that I hack your files and made you fart out rainbows till you begged me to stop it. Rick mocks her. Of course, I just got tired of you farting out rainbows and me seeing it. Too. That was a horrible thing to do, Dandy said to Rick getting angry, which is causing the other gods around her to step back as they seen her angry before and once is enough. Shut it tease, Rick snaps at her, causing all the gods and demons' eyes to widen at Rick trying to set off Dandy. What? Dandy growls showing anger and gods around her to get as far from her. You heard me. Still have that boy toy of yours less sealed away so that he can never fuck you? Rick asked. Dandy eyes widen hearing that. Don't worry about it. I called him earlier and told him all about it, Rick said enjoying Dandy's face breaking out into terror before teleporting away. Keeping mortals from loving any of your underlings, Shinkohyo said eyeing Kami. You know Top Hat doesn't like that. Did you call her? Kami asked, completely scared out of his mind. Not yet. Top Hat and the other hats are too busy to bother checking every universe one by one. I just submit my report as always and see if she decides to increase the punishment you and Hild are going to receive, Shinkohyo said. As for my customers, they're doing this all on their own. They only came to me for ghost hunting gear and learning what they're planning on doing. Which is to bring down the Soul King, seeing how unfair things are in Soul Society, after I mention that if the one who rules an afterlife is beaten and taken out of their realm, and that there are other afterlives, then all the souls in it and rules set are voided, and another afterlife ruler takes over. I just didn't mention all of you dipshits and only told them there's more than one afterlife in this universe. Which reminds me, I need to set things up for them, Rick said as a clear glass container was teleported to Yggdrasil. Who are they? Erd asked, worried that is shared with everyone else. Watch, Rick said, bringing up another screen. On Earth. Obstruction detected, composition. Wood and alloy supplemented by spiritual resonance barrier. Probability of mission hindrance. 0%. Yes man said as he stood in front of the small shop owned by Kisuke Urahara, who is hiding in his store with his employees Tessai Tsukabishi, Jinta Hanakari, and Yururu Tsumijiya from the robot that showed up out of nowhere. They couldn't use any of their powers as the robot had used an energy wave that deployed them. Yuruchi had tried to make a run for it, but Yes Man had simply blasted her with his arm blaster that left nothing behind. Which is why the front door is barricaded by anything the Spirit Reapers could get their hands on. Urahara had tried to call the Visored by phone for help, but got nothing. What do we do? Yururu asked, not wanting to be stepped on. Let's call Ichigo, Tessai said. He's in school, Jinta pointed out. Ichigo suddenly burst in from the back door with his friends and classmates who had followed them. All of their fellow classmates are all wondering what's going on, with a robot and the 6 fairies flying around Orihim. Ichigo held Muggy and had followed the directions Muggy gave him to find where he came from. You won't believe what happened. This robot Muggy went and used some kind of energy thing that deployed us and made everyone be able to see Orihim's fairies, Ichigo explains. Burl, stop that. Orihim said to her female classmates who are trying to grab her fairies. Uryu and Chad are doing their best to hold them back as the fairies hide behind Orihim. Hey, that robot looks like the one that blasted Yuruchi, Tessai said. What? Ichigo asked. The front door was blasted to pieces along with the stuff used to barricade it. Rolling out of the smoke as Yes Man has been upgraded. Unlike the other Securitrons, his body been heavily modified, 2 round shields on the sides of its torso and 2 smaller ones on its shoulders. And on the top of its body looks like a small eyebot. Once inside the building, the 4 shields and eyebot detract themselves from Yes Man. The 2 shields on the torso unfolded themselves, revealing themselves to be Servo Droid Dumb Series pit droids, but modified with larger heads that are heavily armored and their eye being able to fire eye blasts. The 2 smaller shields revealed to be hovering turret drones armed with twin blasters, and the thing on top of Yes Man's body is a small eyebot. Yes Man was rebuilt to be like Soundwave, being able to deploy smaller robots to aid him in battle. Which Muggy is also one of Yes Man's drones, with him being placed on Yes Man's back. Greetings, I am Yes Man and I'm here to trap the spirits into the main container, Yes Man said. And don't forget about me, Muggy said, waving to Yes Man, which Ichigo still held him. Container? Trap? Like Ghostbusters? Orihim asked. Yes, Yes Man said as he and his mini-bots blasted Urahara and his workers, sending them to the containers where the other spirits are being held. So what do we do? Uryu asked, as spirits are one thing, but robots with energy weapons and without powers is another. Incoming transmission, Yes Man said as his face was replaced by Twilight's face on the TV screen. Hello there, I'm Twilight. I know you are worried what happened to your ghost friends, but don't worry, they're along with others are being held in Ghostbuster-like containers, Twilight said. What about your deadly robots armed with energy weapons? Chad asked, as fighting spirits with swords are one thing, but against energy weapons is another. 3. As long as you don't try to leave till our operations are over, then none of you be harmed, Twilight explains. Also put Muggy down. Right, Ichigo said, putting Muggy on the ground, who quickly rolled over to Yes Man. And don't worry about your friends in the spirit world, they're safely contained in the ghost traps, and while tightly packed inside they won't die. Here you can talk with your friend Rukia, Twilight said as the TV screen turned static. Rukia, are you okay? Ichigo asked before the TV screen cleared up, revealing Rukia. Do I look like I'm okay? Rukia growled, finding herself in a very lewd situation. The invaders' weapons would hit any soul and trap them inside a cage of some kind. Which are a pair, one for men and one for women. That are already full of a rancor who were trapped along with the rogue reapers. With all of females trapped in a small tight space that seems to only expand as more of them are sealed inside. All the females with her are stuck in whatever position they find themselves in. which in her case is her head trap between the bust of Yoruichi, Isane, Retsu, Ranjiku, Kukaku, Harable, Mila Rose, and Nemu. All of them are circled around her with their chest thrust outwards and breasts smash around Rukia's head, giving her a taste of marshmallow's hell. Which caused the Karakura students with the main four to either blush, namely the girls and the boys, and Chizuru to drool at the sight. "It's not great for me either," Ranjiku said as she's the one in front of Rukia and the one whose breast she's talking into. "We would move if we could," Isane said, wondering who is it who has their face pressing on her butt. "I wish I was there," Chizuru moans, wanting to be in Rukia's place. "Fine, be like that," Trixie voice said as she took the container and began shaking it and the reapers inside of it. The TV screen went static before clearing up once the shaking stopped. When the scene came back on, Rukia was in the same position, but this time all the women around her were all bent over and their butts are pressing on her face. "You call this better?" Rukia shouted out, more red-faced than before and hoping no one is feeling gassy. "So lucky," Chizuru crying as all the good stuff happens to Rukia. Which earn her weird looks from her classmates. "Some people are just never happy," Twilight said, her face reappearing. "Why are you doing this?" Harem asked. "Oh, just invading the spirit world and take down the Soul King, that's all," Twilight said. "What?" The four who just been to Soul Society shouted out. "You heard me. Once we catch him and remove him from Soul Society, he will no longer be the ruler of that afterlife," Twilight said. "There's more than one afterlife?" Chad asked. "Did you really see people from other countries while there? Everyone in Soul Society are just the ones in Japan and surrounding area. Why you think there aren't that many dark-skinned people there?" Twilight asked. "Oh yeah," Chard's friend said, looking at Chad, who is the only person from another country in their school. 4. "But how bad things are in Soul Society, and the Soul King being the reason why hollows are even around. Me and my friends are controlling drones and leading an army of robots who are all armed with ghost blasting blasters that teleport any ghost into a container. One for men and one for women. And using a modified EMP wave that depours all ghosts within range," Twilight explains. The screen changed to an overview of Soul Society being overrun by a robot army. The students could see full-out robots fighting alongside with Star Wars battle droids of all types, and fans spotted hulking B-3 battle droids. In the air are droid tri-fighters and vulture droids, blasting reapers and destroying positions. The robots have pushed back the reapers to the center of the city, and with most of the captains and their lieutenants, left the reapers leaderless, as they were the first ones who were targeted by the flying robots when the invasion started. "It took a lot of time in resetting their energy weapons to have ghost blasting modes," Twilight said as her face reappeared. "We got most of the captains and lieutenants during the start of the battle. The rest of the reapers are useless as they don't really fight against foes who fight above their level." 5. "There are the royal guards," Ichigo said. "Oh, we're not only attacking the city but the royal palace too," Twilight said. The screen changed, showing the royal palace, with Kasumi and Sunset leading a battalion of robots, blasting the royal guards who only number less than a dozen strong. The screen change again to show Naruto and Trixie controlling the robots in a control room. Then change again as Twilight is shown inside the Omnidryad control center, controlling the massive robot as it tore through the palace of the Soul King. Then the screen changed to first-person view as the Omnidroid finally found the Soul King, who is limbless and inkus in crystal. Then the Soul King was blasted and teleported to his very own special container. Back at Yggdrasil. The Soul King blinked as he found himself awake and sealed in a container and back in Yggdrasil. He looked around and saw Kami and Hild on a screen glaring at him. Then he saw the contract he made with both of them appeared on a computer screen, and the words voided appeared on it as he broke a clause in the contract. That he must never leave the afterlife he created. He was then blasted by the inbuilt emotion ray built in the container, making him feel guilt and shame for the first time ever. He actually felt emotions that gods and demons can't feel. And the reason was simple, as he broke down sobbing and dropped to the floor of the container. 6. "You gods and demons act so tough, but one blast from an emotion gun and you all just break down sobbing and crying for forgiveness. Which is why you will never catch me praying or respecting, you pieces of shit," Rick said. "I'm very disappointed in you two for allowing someone like this to make such a contract. His own personal afterlife and these Hallows and Reapers running wild. You two need to remember who you two need to serve, and I mean all of you," Shinkohyo said to Kami and Hild and all of their minions. "Want me to set up a big wide-range emotion gun?" Rick asked, wanting to get in on this. "There's no need," Shinkohyo said as he made a keyboard appear in front of him. User Shinkohyo. Clearance level hat. Activation of code emotion. But those command inputted into the world tree of Earth, all the gods and demons all were given emotions of that of mortals. Making them feel the emotions that they were never given before, as they were never given to them in the first place. And now all of them felt the unknown emotions, feeling for the first time ever the guilt and shame for their past actions. And all of them broke down as they couldn't handle the new emotions, making them feel and think as a mortal, as a human that they were always meant to serve, never to rule over or do as they please with them. Well sister, you may have a daughter, but at least, I never did anything to get a code emotion done to me or any of my demons, Reek said coldly, watching her sister breaking down. And little brother, you had this coming for a very long time. Allowing your gods under you use the mortals as their playthings. You're lucky that Shinkohyo didn't just delete you like others who did the same as you, Franz said, enjoying the sight of his brother breaking down sobbing. Well, it's been fun, but I got work and watching these shits crying just gets boring, Rick said, closing his screen. Dimension G2963. Rick shuts down his connection to that universe as he had his fun and brought up another. The news of the destruction of the citadel of Rick Sector A82 is still making big time news, and how Rick C-137 was the cause of it and killed all the high members of A82 Council of Ricks. Rick had to admit that Rick C-137 is something to be able to take down both the galactic government and the Council of Ricks at the same time. But he just left too many bodies in his wake. The surviving Rick of Sector A82 would just join with the nearest council close to their dimension, as it's not like this is the first time a citadel of Ricks was destroyed for one reason or another. 7. The screen pop up as a white-haired woman appeared on it. She kind of looks like Rick's sister, but took much better care of herself than he did. She looks younger than her real age, both due to her taking care of herself and some genetic engineering. Hello Rick G2963, she greeted him. Hello Rita F7823, Rick greeted his female counterpart. 8. I saw your update and I must say you did a nice job with your group, Rita said. Well, I can't say your group hasn't done well for themselves either, Rick said, as like him, Rita is selling weapons and tech to the gender bender counterparts of Twilight and her gang of friends. Who are having the very same adventures as his group are having. Yes, I have been selling my boy some of my best work, Rita said. So have I, Rick said. Rita N727 and Rick H728 both lost their groups. Which from what I heard is because they've been selling them equipments that they sold high but are cheaply made, Rita said. Now that's just bad workmanship, Rick said. Yes, and now even the shit-eating Ricks and Ritas are making fun of them, Rita said. Oh man, that's good, Rick said, as when the shit-eaters are making fun of you. Means that you really messed up big time. Yes it is. I hope you don't make the same mistake in selling bad products. It just makes you look bad in the end, Rita said, as she's been posting what her little group of universe-hopping adventures are doing with her work that she's been selling to them. And her business has been picking up because of it. No way. I'm not going to do that. Besides, it's more fun for me in selling stuff to my group and watching them use it than it is watching another Rick or Rita doing it, Rick said. It is more fun and makes more money, Rita said. Yup, that's so true, Rick said, agreeing. Kumi, along with Hild from both of their offices, watched a video link from Universe 2812-278Y as their counterparts' judgments was delivered to them. It seems that in universes where they're not the head god and demon of all of their universes, their counterparts just aren't as good as they are in doing their jobs. The reasons differ from one verse to another, but few of their counterparts just don't measure up to them. But Kumi and Hild do wonder what it would be like to not be the head god and demon of their universe and what it'd be like to have brothers and sisters. Well, if they're not like their counterparts' older brother and sister of that verse, that is. As you can see, my little brother is now on probation, Franz said to Kumi, who he knows from a party Mad had invited both of them to. Where's Reek? Hild asked where her cousin is. Oh, she's dealing with a demon lord who gotten the idea in her head to destroy the planet she's on, Franz said. So what will happen now? Kumi asked. Both of them will have their powers cut in half and be under watch and made sure they do their jobs, Franz said. Mom and Dad are falling over themselves to try to save my brat of a brother. They gave him the easiest world to govern while they gave me the worse. But even with him not doing much in guiding and serving his mortals of his world, they still love him the most when I'm the one who turn a race of monsters, as in their entire culture was one of nightmares, into a galaxy-wide empire that brought order to their galaxy. But still you were happy that he and the others might have been deleted? Kumi asked. Happy that he would be gone, and my parents couldn't blame me for it. As every time something happened to him while we were growing up they blamed me for it. And Reek has a strained relationship with her Hild because of something that happened between them that both refused to talk about, Franz said. How is your Hild doing? Hild asked, wondering about her counterpart. Oh, her, Franz said, bringing up another screen. On the screen shows a ragged-looking Hild who is busy at her desk with piles of paperwork covering it. What is it? Hild said, not even looking up from her work. Hi Hild 2812-278Y, Hild greeted her counterpart. Oh, great one of you, Hild 2812-278Y said, muttering under her breath. She's been placed in charge of both heaven and hell of her world for her punishment for not doing her job and keeping her Kumi from causing problems. Kami on the other hand is being punished by him having to undo all the problems he caused the hard way. Of course unlike you two her and she doesn't have your backgrounds, Franz said. Yeah, I'm not lucky like you who was simply born without having to deal with a large family, Heil 2812278Y said. What you mean by that? Heil asked. You don't have a con artist of a dad Loki or a overbearing mother like Angrua. Then there's my other siblings who my mother keeps reminding me I'm nothing like, Fenrir, Jorungander, Reek to name a few who we share the same mother, Narfi, Nari and Sleipnir, who dad was a female horse at the time I picked this small planet out of the way just to get away from my family. Heil 2812278Y said slamming her head on the desk. Well unlike them you've been more concerned in keeping your position than anything else, a new voice said. Oh ho, Heil 2812278Y said eyes widening hearing the voice she hasn't heard for a very long time. On the new screen that appeared is an older woman who looks like Heil but larger both in size and body mass. Hi grandmother Laufey, Heil 2812278Y said sweating. Don't hi me young lady. You had an easy job on an easy planet but you fuck it up young lady. Laufey shouted at her granddaughter. Then she saw the other screens. Oh it's you two. Fran was telling us about what's happening in his universe, Kami said. Well you two idiots stay out of this. Seeing how you two follow the advice of that idiot Gate of Judgment. The one that my idiot no good granddaughter used and didn't even try anything else, has been fired from her job and is now working in the mailroom. But of course with her and you, Laufey said as she turns to Hild. Seeing how both of you dress like shameless whores, it's no wonder you two never settle down. Only looking for someone to have with you. Hey. Both Hild shouted only to be stared down by the older woman. And worst of all you two have the same bad taste in men, Laufey said. Hey. Kami said only for his screen to be click away by Laufey breaking his connection. Which Fran followed suit not liking where this is going. Now, Laufey was saying, but Kami's screen came back on. What's with you? Kami asks. I don't like you or your Hild as the universes that are like yours you two started at the top or near it. The most common ways you two got where you are is being first, someone just let you two take over, or everything was already there for you two to just step in and run things. Then there are the rare few who built everything on the ground up with no help from anyone else or have anyone above them, which I know for the fact that you two have bosses. So which one that I just listed is it for you two? Laufey asked. Well, Hild and Kami said trying to think of something. I thought so, Laufey said. Hey wait a minute. I might not have built everything from the ground up, but I earned my place. You can't say that I'm not one of the best Hilds you have seen, Hild said. Laufey said nothing as she activates a screen showing a picture of another Hild who is standing next to her Kami and with Erd between them. As you can see unlike you there are counterparts of you who got around the orders you obeyed. Some did it on their own, while others asked for help which you never thought of doing. But I will help you by telling you how this Hild of Universe 828TAH3 did it. She simply went over the heads of her bosses and asked for help from the hats, Laufey said. 1. Wait the hats? Kami asked. Yes unlike you who never goes anywhere. Hild of that world met the hats at a wedding. She asked for help and they help her. She is still with her Kami even if he is lacking as a man like yours. I seen Kami naked and all of them are the same, not being much of a man, Laufey said causing Kami to mutter under his breath while Hild couldn't help but giggle. And Erd can call her mother without it changing her against her will. So, I can just call the hats and I can see Kami face to face without the universe ending and have my Erd call me mom? Hild asked. Yes, Laufey said. But are you going to go back to him? I got over him a long time ago. I want my Erd to be able to call me mom, Hild said overjoyed having a way for her to have a real relationship with her daughter. I see, Kami said sighing. Now back to you, Laufey said turning to her granddaughter. What is it now? Hild, 2812278Y asked. I learned that the overseer who been assigned to oversee both you and Kami is Mary Poppins. My old nanny who will still be a no good stick in the mud who has a stick up her ass, Laufey said which Hild 2812278Y began waving to her and making zip motions to stop talking. She's going to be sticking her nose into everyone's business again like the last time she was here. She's such a uptight miss know nothing and a pain in the ass. She might be older than me and almost everyone else, but she is nothing more than a big blowhard nag who isn't as smart as she makes herself out to be. Nag am I? A voice asked. The screen widened to reveal that standing next to Hild 2812278Y desk is Mary Poppins, who has just been standing there listening in. She used her bird-headed umbrella like a cane and tapped the tip on the floor. Laufey started to cough as soap filled her mouth making her gag as she tried to use her powers to make it stop, but nothing she did would stop the soap. Still have that mouth of yours. I thought with the amount of soap I wash your mouth out with it you would had learned your lesson. But it seems you need a refresher in manners, Ms. Poppins said calmly as she watches her old charge cough up soap. Don't worry, it won't kill you. After all, I'd done it enough to you before and you don't die that easily. Ms. Poppins tap her umbrella again and the screen showing Luffy click away. She turns her attention to Kumi and Hild, who were also sweating under her gaze. One of the things that remain the same in most universes is that when there is a Mary Poppins in it, she always gets the better of children, no matter who they are or what they can do. Sometimes she is a cosmic being above gods or just a simply mortal, but the fact remains that as long as she views someone as a child, there is little anyone can do against her. Both Hild and Kami heard and seen the video of an evil counterparts of them trying to outright kill their universe Mary Poppins. She simply stood there and took everything they threw at her, and nothing they did made a mark on her. She turned them into chalk drawings and summoned rain to wash them away. 2. Kami, Hild of Universe 15TS. I have taken the time you two were talking to Luffy to review your files. You two are better than the ones I'm overseeing, but you two still can do better. The main thing to improve on is that you two are out of touch with the mortals. In which you understand what it is like to be like them. And contracts with mortals are little more than offering children candy to behave, and then there are the demons luring mortals into sinning, which for some only did so because a demon came along. I know that some of them would have ended up in hell, but for others they only in hell because of a contract. The child here is personally looking through all the paperworks to see which ones fall into the later and be given a second chance, and for the demon who made the contract punished, Ms. Poppins said, eyeing her Hild 2812-278Y. This is the first of 5392 wheelbarrows that I have to go through, Hild 2812-278Y moaned. Which is just to empty one room in one of the many warehouses of hard copies she has to go through besides her being in charge of both heaven and hell. And before you ask what Kami is doing, do you actually want to know? Ms. Poppins asked. We don't want to know, do we, Kami said. I'm doing all of this because it's either this or what he's doing, Hild 2812-278Y said before planting her face on her desk. Is there any Hild doing worse than me? The screen appeared showing a depressed-looking Hild dressed in a woman's business suit working in a small office with plies of paperwork crowding the room. The door to the office opened as an adult Mandy from the show The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy step in. She spoke to Hild, who cowered at the sight of her before leaving. 3. As you can see, Mandy took over, and that Hild is now nothing but an overworked underling. Mandy is actually making sure that hell doesn't get overcrowded by not letting anyone tempt mortals, and has the demon keep mortals from going to hell by showing trouble mortals what's in store for them. But she is doing all of that just to be smug at the gods by having demons replace angels as the ones who save mortal souls. Which all the demons obey her as the ones who don't, I won't say, as it will just haunt your dreams. Her plan is to weaken the gods of her universe first by having mortals stop believing in them before taking over, Ms. Poppins explains. Isn't that bad? Kami asked. It's one of those universes where gods and demons play with mortals as toys. She couldn't do worse. And yes, I know what she is like, but that universe is so bad she couldn't possibly make things worse, Ms. Poppins said. Well, our universe isn't that bad, Hild said. It isn't, but seeing how you two are out of touch with mortals. I'm already overruled the orders that kept you two from being near each that would cause doomsday and your word from calling Hild her mom. And to make sure that your bosses don't cause trouble like that again, I'm sending Uncle to help you too, Ms. Poppins said, cutting off the link. Uncle? Both Hild and Kami asked. Suddenly both of them heard a crash outside their office and rush out to see what happened. Outside in the command center of both their main computers, a RV had crashed through a wall and is an RV that they haven't seen in eons. A strange man burst out of the side door of the RV wearing strange clothes, followed by a dino man, a tiger, and a walking pizza wearing sunglasses. Good morning. Uncle Grandpa greeted everyone. What? Both Hild and Kami said as they look around, seeing that what's happening where they are is happening with their counterpart. What are you looking at? Uncle Grandpa asked, appearing sitting in their chairs. What? Both Hild and Kami said flatly, glancing around to see that the Uncle Grandpa standing in the command center is still there greeting their underlings. Don't worry, I heard you two are in trouble, so I'm here to help, the Uncle Grandpa said, who is sitting in their chairs. Not again, both Hild and Kami said, feeling a headache coming, having to deal with Uncle Grandpa again. 4. Elsewhere in Universe 2812-278Y. Kiichi Morisato sat at the airport waiting for his flight to America, where he has transferred to a college there. He just needs to get away from it all after he broke off the contact with Buldandy after learning the truth about their relationship. All because of a gate they couldn't be together and his lust sealed away, so that could never be anything else. He had asked her after learning the reason why she couldn't tell him that if she could, would she had. She didn't say anything and he left the temple. Hello Kiichi, Buldandy said, walking up to him with a large suitcase with her and taking a seat next to him. Here's to make another contact. Kiichi asked her. No. I can't anymore. Father has been stripped of his position and power with his punishment having to repair all the harm he has done. Hild is now in charge of both heaven and hell. Which she is being watched by an overseer to make sure she doesn't cause problems, Bildandi said. The gate or those above them? Kiichi asked. No, they're on probation as well, with all the gates being fired from their jobs and working elsewhere, Bildandi said. So why are you here? Kiichi asked. To be with you, Bildandi said. Why? You no longer have a contact with me, Kiichi said. I want to prove it to you that I do care about you. I talked with the overseer and she agreed to what I wanted. The contact I signed has all the gods and demons being unable to be anywhere close to me or you. That includes my sisters, so that it will just you and me. And most of all, I have given up my godhood, Bildandi said. You're mortal now? Kiichi asked. Yes, I am. To show you, I'm no longer bound by anything that would keep us apart or taking our relationship closer, Bildandi said. All for me? Kiichi asked. Yes, for you, Bildandi said. Kiichi heard his flight being called and got up heading for his plane. Bildandi watched him go, walking away from her. She wondered that all that she had done was for nothing, that he still hasn't forgiven her. Bildandi, don't you have a ticket? Kiichi asked, not looking back. Yes, Bildandi said. Then let's go. It's just too soon, but if you're truthful about this. Let's start over and get to know each other, instead of something forcing us together, Kiichi said, looking back, giving her a hopeful smile that this time it would work. Yes, let's go, Bildandi said, getting off the chair and join him. Both of them walking off alongside each other, heading to a new country to start over and be a real couple. Bildandi smiled as she takes quick looks at Kiichi as they walk together. She is no longer bound by anything and nothing to interfere with her relationship with Kiichi. And most of all, she can be a real girlfriend with him, and nothing is going to be standing in her way this time. 5. Elsewhere. Twilight and the others are back in their RV, having returned to their home base world, which is the world Twilight, Trixie, and Sunset are famous in. Naruto is going to school in this world as he needs an education, and he has made some real friends in this world unlike his world. He's on file as Kasumi's little brother in this world. They're taking a break from world hopping for a bit after what happened in the last world. Twilight has been going over all the tech they've been picking up, while the others are sitting on the couch watching TV. Twilight, what are you doing? Trixie asked, watching as Twilight is working on a large machine that they had gotten from the Rick Trading Hub. It's a material recycler that recycles any object into components for crafting for use in a fabricator. Even the Star Trek replicator still needs matter to use to be able to work, Twilight said. Don't you have Rick to do that? Kasumi asked. No. Twilight barked out. We only go to Rick when there's something we need that we can't just find ourselves or make, Sunset said. We're skilled in magic and magic-based tech for Twilight, but when it comes to super science that Rick does, Trixie was saying, but was cut off by Twilight. I would have to study for years or study with someone to be as good as him. But I'm not that kind of pony anymore. I'm not going to be the replacement tool old Sunbutt made me into, or how people expect me to act like. Remember my counterpart with her friends we met at the hub. She went into panic mode learning that I abandoned old Sunbutt and my ex-friends. Going on and on how I could do that and how I could abandon everyone. Till I stuff an apple in her mouth and put her into a headlock, forcing her to stop and listen why I left in the first place, Twilight said. 6. Shut her up real fast when she learned that you're just a replacement for Sunset to beat Nightmare Moon and that she might be too in her world, Kasumi said. And your friends' counterparts couldn't wrap their heads around that you're completely different from their Twilight, Trixie adds. They thought you would just forgive their counterparts and return back to helping others, Sunset said. I hated it when people expected me to solve all of their problems back in Ponyville. But I went with it because I wanted to please the princess. Remember what the doctors found when we went to this world the first time? Twilight asked Trixie and Sunset. You had very high blood pressure and large amounts of stress-related illnesses, Sunset said. Which is why she's nothing like she was before. At the rate she was going she would had a heart attack before she was 40, Trixie said. So I stopped studying like it was the only thing in my life and started to enjoy life for a change. And with Rick around, I don't have to be stressed that is the smart one, I just have to pay him for what we need. Instead of spending a large amount of time researching and building something or getting the parts, or me spending so much time in the lab that no one ever sees me, Twilight said before her eyes narrowed and she started to frown. But only when we really need him. No matter what he is still an asshole. You don't have to convince us, Kasumi said with Sunset and Trixie nodding in agreement. Well, you are smart enough to do the repairs and the stuff needed to maintain our stuff, Sunset said before eyeing one of the many robots that now help run the ship. Well, not anymore now that we have a robot crew. Which gives me more free time, Twilight said as she got up from the recycler and summoned a Mr. Handy and a R9 astromech to finish up the repairs and putting the machine back together. We're watching shows from other realities, Trixie said. Really? Twilight asked. About a crystallized xanthanite TV set at the hub, Sunset said. We already saw the TV show where you all come from, Kasumi said. Really? Twilight asked. Yes, and how you shake your booty for your old babysitter, Trixie said grinning. Oh that, Twilight said turning red. Yeah, it's interesting to see what would had happened if the mirror didn't turn on and I didn't meet you, Sunset said. Enough with what ifs. I wouldn't change a thing, I like how my life is like now, Twilight said joining them on the couch. What are you watching now? The Saved by the Bell, Trixie said. On the screen Zack is making out with Slater. They're gay. Twilight said her face reddening as she watched two guys make out. In that reality all the girls are mean girls or ones who always expects men to know what they're thinking all the time and even if it's their fault will just blame the guy no matter what. Which has turned almost all the guys gay and the women form harems around the few straight guys, Trixie said. Which makes this a harem world, Kasumi said. 7. Wait, does that mean the dork of the show is the harem guy? Twilight asked, eyes twitching. Yes, Sunset said flatly. Change the channel, Twilight said shuddering. Yeah, it's too strange for me, Kasumi said having seen Saved by the Bell and the very idea that all the girls are after no, it's just too much for her to even think about. Right, Trixie said who has the remote and changed the channel. The next show has Looney Tunes showing but with a very female Sylvester trying to get a very female Tweety. What the? Sunset asked as she stares at the Y and naked female furry Sylvester. Looks like in that world people have no problems with furries or showing cartoons who are naked with drawn parts, Kasumi said. It's like hentai back in Japan. If that's true, Sunset said turning her attention back to the show. The show is the classic Sylvester trying to get to Tweety while avoiding the pitbulls of Granny's dog farm. Which has Sylvester trying to use a swing to get across but goes lower than expected. And the dogs are also furries, very male furries who aren't interested in mauling Sylvester. Enough with that, Trixie said switching the channel. That's tame to some of the stuff I have seen, Kasumi said. The screen change showing another cartoon show where it's a deconstruction of what they're used to. As they watch Jerry hit Tom in the head with a wooden mallet. And instead of amusing injuries the show has Tom suffering a crippling head injury that leaves him in a wheelchair and Jerry in jail. Next, Sunset said taking the remote and changing it. Now the TV has a used car sale like ad, but instead of cars the salesman is selling used slaves. The world where slaves are still a thing, Sunset said changing the channel. With the power of my I will fuck you. Said Sailor Moon on the TV. What you know if you to Sailor Moon hentai, Kasumi said watching as Sailor Moon and the Monster of the Week had a battle. Looks like the creator just said screw it and made it into a full-blown hentai, Trixie said. Next, Twilight said changing the channels faster. The Ghostbuster-like show but with Lovecraft monsters tracking down and capturing humans. Click. The Steven universe where Steven is Nora universe. Click. The game show that has two teams in a real-life tower defense game. One team creates an army of robots while the other creates towers to defend their home base. Click. The cooking show with a zombie as the cook and she's cooking a live human. Click. Crocodile Hunter where it's dinosaurs. Click. The SpongeBob cartoon where SpongeBob and Patrick are actually arrested and punished for all the mayhem they usually do. Click. The Love Hina and I'm where the girls are also punished for all the stuff they do. Click. The school drama show set in a world where women rule and keep men as slaves. Click. Another school drama where men lead women around on leashes. Click. The Full House-like show where all the guys in it are cardboard cutouts of sport watching, beer drinking, dirty men. Like every guy is one of those dumb dads to one degree to another or that everyone guy is like Homer Simpson. Click. The show where young boys are preyed upon by cougars. And not the big cat kind. Click. A show where young women in schoolgirl outfits are molested by full-grown men. Click. An interesting take on Charlie Brown where he's still Charlie Brown but is a member of a superhero team made up of his friends who are all aged up. Click. A Star Wars-like movie set in a steampunk world. Click. A show about a little girl like out of The Ring films who mother looks like an aged-up ring girl and a normal guy. A slice of life show with a cute monster girl. 8. Click. Game of Thrones but as armies armed with guns and war blimps. Click. Another Game of Thrones but taking place in a Fallout universe. With a wall protecting against radiation monsters. Click. Zootopia that went with a more racist storyline where all the meat-eaters have shock collars on them. 9. Click. Doctor Who set in a Mass Effect universe and the Doctor changing into the different races instead of just human. Click. Another doctor who said in the Star Wars universe and the doctor's sonic screwdriver can change into a lightsaber. Click. Aquaman said in the Pokerl verse. Click. Transformers G1 said in Fallout universe. Click. Aquaman said in the Pokeboy verse. Click. The Back to the Future crossover with Terminator. Where said Terminator is sent back in time to protect Doc Brown from another Terminator sent to kill the creator of time travel. Click. The Dark Knight film where Batman is replaced with Adam West Batman. Click. The trailer for God of War game, but instead of just the Greek gods, it's the entire cast of gods and demons from Oh My Goddess. Click. The battle of the bands between Josie and the Pussycats and Gem and the Holograms. But with the two bands actually fighting each other for the right to play for the fans. They want to go there and fight. Sunset asked. Just because we play songs for some of our shows. We're not a band, Twilight said. You just want to fight and only Kasumi would be backing you up, Trixie said. She and Twilight have been learning fighting skills from Kasumi and Holograms in the training room. But it's Sunset who's been really getting into it, an unarmed fighting style which she uses the super mushroom pills that grows her into a near 12-foot giantess. Sunset trained with Kasumi learning to fight someone small and fast while she's big. Why don't we just go back to Kasumi's world and take part in Dead or Alive? You'll be all but unstoppable, Twilight said. Sunset is a good fighter, but she depends on being a giant too much, Kasumi said. Like you won't be using some of the stuff we picked up here and there. We pretty much have the tech to take down just about anyone. Like how the Jokers from Batman Beyond got such advanced tech that they were able to kill just about all the Justice League members, Trixie said, being a fan of superheroes. That also reminds me. Why haven't we gone to a superhero world? Because dealing with supervillains isn't something I want to do, Twilight said. Besides, with all of the villains in those worlds, with some of them can take over the world all by themselves, Sunset said. Or have a vast army under their command. Besides, with how some of the villains being able to fight Superman or Batman level heroes, it's better safe to stay away from those worlds. Maybe we need a filter for the portal, Kasumi said. Filter like sorting through worlds that we don't want to go to. Sunset said. I'll go and give Rick a call, Twilight said. Too hard to make on your own? Trixie asked. You try it and tell me. I'm just going to ask Rick if he has a device that can work with our portal so that we can just use a search engine to find worlds we want to go to, Twilight said. Alright, Sunset said. And ask if he's making any improvements on the power-up pills. Right, Twilight said, going off to the comm room. So any ideas where to go next? Trixie asked. How about a fighting world like Kasumi's world, Sunset said. You just want to fight, don't you? Kasumi asked. It'd be fun, Sunset said. By using power-ups and a super suit, Trixie said. So? Sunset asked. Good point, Trixie said. And say I wouldn't cheat like that, Kasumi said. Like if you're fighting your sister? Trixie asked. Yes, Kasumi said. Oh, a mega cross world where almost all the fighting games are in the same world, Sunset said. Good plan, but we do have the upcoming show next week that we set up. So after the show we take a break, Trixie said. They're still known as traveling entertainers who travel across America in their RV in this world. Give us time to read up on fighters, Sunset said. And we can help with some problems while we're there too, Kasumi adds. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, a human said as he made the first steps on the surface of a space rock other than Earth. The world cheered as Neil Armstrong, US astronaut, became the first human being to set foot on the moon. The static images, going live to mission control in millions of homes around the world, showed the spacesuit form of Armstrong slowly turning around. What is that? Came his panic-ridden voice, and on the feet he stumbled backwards and fell against the lander, with a dull clang being heard as the vibrations traveled to his helmet mic. Tranquility, this is Houston. What is what? The communication came to him, quickly and seriously. That's impossible, he muttered. Stay with us, the voice from Earth said. Houston, I think I may be experiencing hallucinations, he paused, catching his breath. But just in case, could you take a look at the area right in front of Tranquility? One moment, Tranquility, Charlie Duke, the capsule communicator for Apollo 11, said, before conferring with the other people at Mission Control. Do we have a camera there? Someone asked. I think we can get a look at that angle, yes, came the reply. Tens, no hundreds, of millions around the world held their breath at this unexpected turn of events. What had he seen? Tranquility, this is Houston. Can you describe what you're seeing so we know if we catch it too? Charlie asked. Houston, it's something you just have to see. But it looks like a robot of some kind standing under a banner, Armstrong answered. Tranquility, a robot. Does it have any markings on it? He asked before hissing, why don't we have that camera feed up yet? Houston, I don't think it does, or if it does, I can't see it. It's just standing there, looking at me I think, Armstrong said. Copy, tranquility. We're working on getting a camera now. Hold one, Charlie said. Got it. One tech exclaimed triumphantly. The camera switched abruptly and all activity stopped dead for a moment. Tranquility, this is Houston. We see it too. The gasp could be heard in almost every locale on the globe. Robot or alien, came the mutter, in 100 languages and 1,000 dialects. As they stared at the TV screen showing a strange robot standing underneath a banner with words written in English, "Welcome humans." The robot has a humanoid body shape, the robot has an insect-like heart with bulging compound eyes, spindly claw-tipped limbs and pointed mouth pincers. 1. Houston, what should we do? Buzz Aldrin asked, looking out of the spacecraft. Tranquility, Charlie, stop, as the signal coming from the moon suddenly went static before becoming crystal clear. The cartoonish smiling face appeared on the screen of every television, made up of 2 eyes and a mouth. It spoke in the most common language of each region of the world watching. Greeting humans of planet Earth. I am Yes Man and I have taken control of your airwaves to give you this message. Please take this time to calm down and for anyone not watching to come over to watch, Yes Man said, waiting a minute before continuing. I am artificial intelligent named Yes Man. I have given all of you an upgrade to allow all of you to watch this important event that will change you humans' view of the universe. You are not alone. There are many planets with life on them. Some less advanced than yours and others like the one I was built on, more advanced than yours. Our ship came across your planet some time ago and been watching your planet. We stayed around this long because of this space race you humans been having and have learned much about you humans through your TV and radio shows. Which is how we learn most of your planet's different languages. The screen shifted back to the moon. Michael Collins inside the ship Columbia, Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, please continue with your mission. But seeing how we're already here, we're going to be giving you 3 a ride back to your planet. Our ship will appear when all 3 astronauts are in Columbia. We don't want to overwhelm all of you and cause you humans to panic. We're not here to invade or anything like that. Your planet has nothing that we can't find elsewhere. So do not panic and start rioting because you learn you are not the only advanced lifeforms in the universe. Think of it as you are just meeting people living in another country you never heard of before, Yes Man said. Mr. Aldrin and Armstrong, there be a small ship coming to pick up the robot. A small ship appeared above the robot, landing behind it. The ship is a vulture droid that used an energy grappling hook to pick up the J-0 worker drone. The ship droid took off, leaving the humans to wonder what's next. Several hours later. After collecting samples from the moon, Neil and Buzz, they got back into the lunar pod and blasted off to dock with Columbia. That's when a massive ship appeared from behind the moon. The ship is close to 2 kilometers long. The ship Columbia was nothing but a fly compared to the massive ship. The ship tracker beam lock onto Columbia, bringing the ship into the hangar bay. 2. The TV screens came back crystal clear as the alien ship took over the airwaves and began broadcasting the feeds of several cam droids filming everything. The viewers on Earth watch as the space shuttle Columbia landed into the hangar that is protected by a force field that kept air from rushing out. The viewers saw the hangar full of vulture droids, as well as several other ships of different designs. With utility robots and droids working on some of them, with power and fuel droids walking around to fill up any ship that's low on power or fuel. Welcome humans to Horizon. Please step out of your craft, the air is breathable to you humans, Yes Man's voice called out from a speaker. The 3 astronauts, after speaking with mission control, did that, but first putting on their spacesuits on first before getting out. The cam droids followed the humans, filming them from different angles. A B-1 droid came up to the 3 humans driving a cart with seats in the back. And a I-bot came flying to the 3 humans before stopping in front of them. Please have a seat and we can take you to meet the organic crew members, or in other words non-robots, Yes Man's voice said through the I-bot. Thanks, Neil said as he and the others climb on board the cart. If you have any questions I can answer them while we're on transit, Yes Man said as the cart started driving towards the command center. What's with the size of the ship? Michael asked. It's an old mining ship that was brought from a fire sale after the mining company that owned it went under, Yes Man said. This is a mining ship? Buzz asked. Yes, this ship is a planet cracker. Planet crack is a term used to describe when a planet is literally split open to be mined for valuable resources. A large chunk is broken off with powerful lasers and then brought inside a planet cracker class ship via gravity tethers, where it is then stripped and its ore content is studied. And is also used for asteroid mining. We're a freelance mining and salvage crew out exploring and finding any valuable resources, Yes Man explains. What's with all the robots? Neil asked. We were all brought from a clearance sale. The company was getting rid of their old robots to replace them with newer models. You can think of it of one of your vehicle companies cutting prices to get rid of their older models to replace them with newer ones, Yes Man said. Wait, the place you're from sails an army of robots as a clearance sail? Michael asked. Yes man said. What kind of robots? Buzz asked. Industrial, utilities, domestic, public service, and military, yes man said. Military? Buzz asked. Yes, we were discovered in an old separatist supply base and been reprogrammed, the B1 droid who's driving the cart said. Separatist? Neil asked. The group that was part of a galaxy-wide war about 100 years ago, in a galaxy far away, yes man said. In another galaxy? Michael asked. Yes, in another galaxy. Some races have discovered ways to go travel to other galaxies, either by a hyperdrive or a warp gate that is a long-range teleporter, yes man said. Teleportation? Buzz asked. What you think of fiction is often commonplace for others, yes man said. We have arrived. The cart stopped in front of large door that separated in two and slide open. The three humans stared into the chamber before them, looking like a control room from the number of computers and other things inside of it with what they had seen in comics and could make out as some of the lights are out. They step off the cart and entered the chamber, with the whole world watching as the cam droids continue to follow them. The figure stood with its back to the three humans as they continue to walk forward. The figure is watching screens showing the three humans and several places on Earth, along with some TV shows and news all over the world. The figure turns to face them, revealing a purple-skinned woman with purple hair. She is wearing a more form-fitting suit than the three humans, showing that she's a female by human standards. And that she has 4 tentacles coming out of her back. 3. My name and your tongue is Twilight, I'm a unicorn. I lead this crew of travelers, the woman said in English. Let me introduce my fellow crewmates. First up is Trixie, a Wookiee. A small hovering platform came down out of the shadows, revealing another woman. This time the woman is blue-skinned and has white hair. She is wearing the same suit as Twilight is, but is wearing a cape and pointed magic hat, both blue and covered in stars. Now here's Sunset, a dwarf. Lights turn on, revealing a massive female form standing around 12 feet tall. She is an orange-skinned woman with red hair with yellow highlights that make it kind of like bacon. She wore a green suit of a different design. The Sumi is Xenomorph. The lights all came on and revealed an insect-like woman. She is wearing a yellow suit that's made to fit her body, which has some parts human-like, but has black exoskeleton on the rest. The lower part of her head is human-like, but the top is a black elongated banana-shaped head exoskeleton with no eyes. Her long arms and legs are insect claw-like, and she has a long tail that ends with a stinger. And she is big, matching Sunset's body mass. And her little brother Nordo. From behind Kasumi came a small flying figure, which looks like a boy with insect-like wings. He landed next to Kasumi, showing how small he is to his sister. He is wearing an orange suit and is more human-like than his sister. He has hands and feet like her, but has a smaller head dome than her and has a shell on his back which his wings are pulled into like a beetle. We already know who you three are, so let's get to it. We came across your planet some time ago and decided to stay as you three were already in space at the time. We've been sending down drones to Earth and listening into your broadcasts to learn about your planet and your primitive ways, Twilight explains. Primitives? Is that what you think of us? Neil asked. Your country holds itself up as the example for the rest of your species when it cannot even govern itself. Holding the high moral ground while people who aren't light-skinned like you three are, don't have the same rights. A government that covets what does not belong to it and chases shadows of threats with utterly reckless paranoia. The same goes for your country's counterpart, that is the same in how they do things. I do not think you are primitive, Armstrong. I know it, Twilight brutally explains. 5. Tech-wise you humans aren't doing that bad. Of course, depending on oil for fuel will only last you so long before there isn't any left. Which is due to the companies and people in power not wanting to change things how they are. Being too comfortable to mess with the status quo of how your world works is why many species suddenly find themselves at the mercy of more advanced species, Trixie said. Not by conquest, as that does happen, but rarer than you think. What normally happens is a group of raiders or pirates come along and decide to have some fun. As well, there are galaxy-spanning empires out there, it's just bad PR for them to conquer a race that are primitive like you humans. But with that said, they also won't go out of their way to save such planets either, Sunset said. People will just not care about what happens to a race on a planet that they never heard of. As right now on your planet, wars are happening, but no one cares enough to help either side. And I'm not talking about wars you see on the news. Mass slaughter and other horrors are happening right now, but no one cares to report on it. It's the same thing with planets that no one has ever heard of, Kasumi said. And all of this conflict with this Cold War you humans are having. If you humans don't learn to work together, you'll be struck on your planet and have a slow death like other planets, whose race completely wasted everything and depleted their resources, Naruto said. But unlike what happened in that Earth film we saw, the day the Earth stood still. Where the alien just told you humans what you are doing wrong and just leaving. We're going to give you humans a hand, Twilight said as she made a screen appeared in front of the three humans. The screen shows the robots in a hangar loading a ship with items, ranging from machines to things from comics. And the ship isn't alone as other robots are loading up round pods with the same machines. We're giving you humans some working models and blueprints to help you along. Think of it as a gift from a passing stranger riding through your town before going in their way. What you do with it is up to you humans, Twilight said. And please don't listen to those people who shout out that no one should ever have that power. It gets real old real fast. One such planet did that and destroyed the gift a group like ours gave them. Which would have helped them to either prevent or rebuild after a comet struck their planet. It's a nuclear winter on that planet that has lasted for about 30 of your human years, with no signs of it ending anytime soon, Sunset said. So use what we have given you to advance yourselves. You humans aren't or will be the last race who has been helped by a more advanced race. And don't just make weapons to destroy yourselves. That's a dead plot device in fiction. Advanced races gives like a power source that is unlimited and the other race use that to destroy themselves, Trixie said. You three will be taken back to the hangar and the ship you on screen has an autopilot that will fly you all back to your planet. As for the pods, each of them have the same gifts as we given you, 3 for your nation. 1 for each major nation with the infrastructure needed to use them, Twilight explains. That's it? Buzz asked. You talk down to us humans and then give us gifts? Michael asked. Yes, Twilight said looking at the 3. Don't think that we're like you humans. That's how wars are started between planets. If another race is doing something that is very offensive to you, instead of just lashing out you ask them not to do it in front of you. There's a race that finds viewing someone else eating like you to walk on a couple mating, which for some races they have no problems in doing in public. If you humans actually use our gifts to start exploring other planets. Do remember to talk to the other race you encounter so that misunderstandings won't go and cause a war. And remember too, that you humans aren't special, you aren't the chosen race that some creator made. You humans aren't alone in the universe and nowhere special enough that other races be in awe at you, Trixie said as she snaps her fingers and created a ball of lightning, surprising the 3 humans and the ones watching from home. As you can see, I have powers that you humans think of as magic. My race is large and powerful thanks to us living on a planet with denser gravity than your planet, Sunset said. You can see how different me and my brother are. We're far stronger than you humans and our exoskeletons are natural armor plating, Kasumi said. My race is known for our great intelligence, Twilight said. As far as I can tell from my scans of you humans. The only thing you humans have as a whole is being able to adapt to different environments. Which is one of the most common things found out there. If you humans start having some of your younger race start displaying abilities or powers. Don't go around killing them as that just makes you humans look bad, and when something bad happens, well, there have been more than one race that has died out because of their past actions that made no one want to help them, Sunset said. Yes man, escort them to the ship. And have some droids empty out the craft they came in and put it in the ship, Kasumi said. I will, yes man said appearing in front of the 3 humans. Thank you for the gifts, Neil said as he and the others followed yes man back to the cart. Twilight turned to one of the camera droids, broadcasting everything back to Earth. We're giving you humans a gift. So don't waste it. Also the ship will drop off the 3 humans back on Earth and the droids inside will unload the gifts. We're expecting it to come back and not shot down. If it's shot down, we will strike back. This is still a fully operational mining ship. The good-sized space rock sent falling to Earth is more powerful than any of those atom bombs you humans have made. I'm saying this because you humans of the country of the United States have already shot down an alien craft before. But this time you won't be able to cover it up. You are in the right to defend yourselves to something unknown, but seeing how we just explained things. You can't pretend you didn't know as this is being broadcast all over your world. End transmission, Twilight said as the feed was cut off. Leaving the humans of the planet Earth to deal with all the information they just learned. Once again Twilight and the gang are back at the Council of Rick's trading hub or CRTH for some shopping and selling items they have picked up here and there. Which is made possible thanks to Trixie finding a bunch of worlds center around games. As in the whole world follow the mindset that everything revolves around a game and nothing else matters. Each world was nothing but a planet of hats all following the rules of the game in question, and that no matter how powerful someone is in that world, if they lose in a game the winner gets to take what they want or take that person's position in that world. 1. Seeing a My Goddess world where everything is canon, but for the fact the entire world is based around the game of marbles. And that world's Hyld and Kumi have been stripped of their positions in ruling over the universe just because they lost in a game of marbles. They still have their powers but won't do anything to take back power because they lost a game of marbles to a guy who is running the entire universe to the ground as he kept beating anyone who face him in a game of marbles. So Trixie got behind the wheel of their Winnebago Mini Winnie and drove into that world. Where she beat the guy in a game of marbles and restored everything back to how it was by giving them back their positions. Not to mention her going through their personal collections beforehand and grabbing lots of powerful items from them and having both gods and demons fill the vault with treasure for saving the day. And before she handed power back, she made a new rule that the game of marbles, if the person who wins a position of power does a bad job, it goes back to the loser. Then after that, Trixie got the rest of her group to go to other game worlds with the same hat. She beat the old gods in a Lovecraft world in the game of Chutes and Ladders. Faced the Greek gods in Connect 4, the Roman gods in a game of Jacks, the Norse gods in Candyland, the India gods in Operation, the Omni King of Dragon Ball in Rock Paper Scissors, the D&D gods in Horseshoes, the gods of Elder Scrolls in Ball and Cup, and God and the Devil from the world of God, the Devil and Bob in a game of Pong. To name a few of the really powerful people who gave up really powerful or valuable items just because they lost a game. But the last one, God sat Trixie down and had a long talk with her. Explaining why he has things being settled by a game of Pong. And that she shouldn't take advantage of worlds like his. Sure, it's easy for outsiders to win most of the time because they're not stuck in the mindset of the rest of the universe, but it is a way of life for the people in those worlds. Trixie agreed to stop taking advantage of people like him. She would only do it to the ones who have it coming to them like villains. God just sighed and wished her luck before giving her the prize, but Trixie just gave it back, saying she didn't earn it as she cheated by using cheat tricks. Which he told her he already knew, and happy to see her being honest with him. 2. Well, that was a fun trip, Trixie said as they walked to Moe's for something to eat. Yeah, sure, Twilight said, not listening as she has her eyes glued to her Omni-Tool screen. What are you doing? Sunset asked. I'm studying the tech behind how to make powerful biofuel using plant matter, Twilight said. Why? Naruto asked. When we get back to our homeworld. I'm going to be making some patents with some of the tech we've been picking up here and there. So I'm studying the tech and making research papers to show my work so people back home will think I am the one who made it instead of me somehow stealing it, Twilight said. Trying to be as smart as Rick? Kasumi asked. Then please. Almost all the Ricks are born with something like a 9th level intellect and depending on other factors, turn out like the Rick we deal with. And just to remind you all, he is one of the nicer Ricks, Twilight said. 3. Well, of the Ricks we have met so far anyways, Sunset said. If we meet the doofus Rick we should use him, Twilight said. He seems nice, but that's just from the show, and doesn't he eat poop? Kasumi asked. No, he doesn't. Well, if he's anything like he is from the show, Trixie said, having watched the DVD set and the creator saying doofus Rick doesn't eat his own poop. 4. Well, with me, I'm going to be practical in what I do. Besides, there is no way I'm going to learn or do any kind of research into something like finding out how many Mortys have to be tortured to create matrix of pain to hide from other Ricks. Or any other sick stuff that Rick knows for one reason or another, mostly because he doesn't have much value in life. Rick creates life forms just so he can experiment on them or use them as a power source for his car, Twilight explains. Not counting our downtime when we're in our homeworld, we only been traveling for about 6 months, Sunset said. I can't be expected to become super smart in such a small amount of time. Well, unless I get a brain upgrade or cyborg up so I can just upload information. I'm smart, but I wasn't born super smart, where I could talk and read before I could walk. I had to work for it to get where I am now. Not to mention how many branches of science he knows. Also, some of them would be completely useless for me to learn, Twilight said. 5. And that before we began traveling you basically quit studying besides learning the technology of our homeworld, Trixie said. It was nice to spend a year not having to worry about anything going wrong around Ponyville or having to write a report or pleasing the princess, Twilight said. That and you were under doctor's orders not to stress yourself out, Sunset said. Which is why she has so many video games, Naruto said. Yes, that's one reason. It was a way for her to vent out and relax. Then she became a gamer, which led her learning all about computers so she can make her own mods on the computer games, Trixie said. So I'm more of a programmer than a builder, so what, Twilight said. I rather have that than her being like Dexter, Sunset said. You mean that kid with a laboratory in his room? Trixie asked. Yes, and after meeting him, and I mean an older version of him. That version became nothing but a shut-in who made a living as a computer help center by phone. The majority of his experiments have no conceivable practical use, and he had no intentions of them ever leaving his private underground lab. And all he could say why he does all that research and study was for science. I for one want to be more like Dr. Jones, knowing what he needs to know for his adventures, Twilight said. That and I don't want to deal with you building something like a machine to away all the air off a planet to give you a clearer view of the stars, even if that means everyone dies. Creating a magic-powered machine that brainwashes anyone into what you want them to be. Making a bunch of bats from fruit eaters to killer meat eaters, Sunset said, listing things off. Then there's creating a machine that recreates the Big Bang, just to prove it happened that way, not caring it will destroy everything. A gravity machine that will either move the sun and the moon around or turn the sun into a black hole. Seeing everyone around her as nothing but guinea pigs, turning them into something like chimeras for science. Or improving something that is already dangerous and deadly just to see what happens, Trixie also listed off. Let me guess, all the things you listed off are what Twilight's counterparts have done, Kasumi said. Yes, Twilight said, sulking. We viewed many worlds of our counterparts, and Twilight counterparts tend to be single-minded in what they do. Especially when it comes to what she thinks would please or impress the princess, Sunset said. That's why I changed my lifestyle to be more than just the brains, Twilight said. They enter Moe's for a bit to eat and saw a wide array of people from different worlds. They waited for one of the staff members to show them a free table, and to their surprise the staff member is a Lolth from a D&D world. She explains that she's from a world where she was defeated and was inflicted by a massive penance-like stare that caused all of her sins to be used against her. And the person who did it to her also trap her in a time loop, making her repeat the penance stare from start to finish over and over again. She doesn't remember how the time loop ended, only that afterward she fled her universe in shame and guilt for all that she had done. Doing so she lost her powers, which happens to all gods and demons once they cross to a different universe that isn't just a branch of their main universe. And she ended up here at the hub and working for Moe. So you've been working here ever since? Kasumi asked. Yes, and it's not that uncommon around here, Lolth said, pointing to the kitchen where the group saw Dragon coming out with arms full of plates and Darkseid as a cook. Okay, what happened with those two? Sunset asked. From what I heard, Darkseid was overthrown when his father Yuga Khan broke free and took back what is his, thanks to the help of someone named Skullmaster. Darkseid was inflicted with torture, mind rapes, and other things that would just give you nightmares. To keep him from getting used to it, he was repeatedly mind wiped and his memories of the torture was saved. When he died, his father just brought him back to life. Then his mind was completely wiped, so he forgotten who he was, and his form was changed back to how he used to look before he renamed himself as Darkseid. He was placed on a normal planet and lived a normal life, even starting a family, till his father sent an invasion fleet to said planet in the name of Darkseid. In short, he lost the family, where he became a rebel leader fighting against an army he believed as being led by Darkseid, who he grew to hate. Then during the last battle where he stormed the main ship of the invasion, instead of meeting Darkseid he met his father. Who restored his memories, form, and all the torture that he was put through. For the first time in his life, Darkseid felt what it was like to be invaded and how it was like to be on the other end of his own evil deeds. The result was Darkseid being completely broken with his mind shattering at the truth of who he is. He left the DC multiverse and ended up here, Lolth explains. What about Trigon? Naruto asked. He was defeated by a rival demon lord who transformed him into the body of a weak human child. There with the body and mind of a human but the soul of a demon, he was at the mercy of all the other demons. He was given a immortal body that could never age or die, which allowed the demons to do what they want with him. For eons he was sold and traded from one world to another, he was mostly used as a toy by the other demons, both male and females, and those who are both. Then there are those who found his soft and tender body sweet tasting, Lolth said. What? Naruto asked. What she means is that some of my fellow demons enjoyed eating me, Trigon said, having overheard Lolth talking about him. Which brought back many nightmares that still haunted him. Often after the demons had their way with him to their satisfaction that would eat him. Like that one big fat demon who had a mouth on his belly who swallowed him whole. Many of the demons loved to swallow him whole so that they could feel him struggling inside their belly where their stomach acids ate away at him. Then he was pooped out, where after a while his body just reformed whole. Then there were the ones who enjoyed feeding him to their pets, like a pit filled with leeches, a giant clam, and other creatures. And no matter what happened to him, he always just came back, no matter how much he wished it to end. His mind turned inwards as the eons pasted, trying to find a reason why he was suffering as he was, why he was given this fate where he couldn't die. He entered the realm of madness where he met with the youngest of the endless and was told by her, maybe it's for all the evil he has done, as the reason why he was suffering. He insulted her for that, which she showed him that making an endless inside their own realm angry is the last thing anyone should ever do, even with the kindly ones killing the first dream and a new dream replacing him, they would have never dared to try it while in his realm or before he finally allowed himself to feel guilt for what he did to his son. And allowed himself to be killed by them, as well they are powerful, they had waited till he was at his weakest to kill him. He was made to care for all the evil that he had done, to feel guilt and shame. Then she left him, to suffer his fate. Then one day while he was being used as a living power source in the mortal realm, he was saved by the team of heroes that his daughter was a part of. The realm of demons like him live in, time moved differently. For him eons had pasted, but for his daughter just a few years had pasted for her. She and her friends defeated the demon lord and freed him, making him feel hope. His daughter's team of heroes made him feel not so worthless they were willingly to give up their lives to save him and save whatever the demon lord was planning on doing, like maybe there's hope for him, and it terrified him. He quickly left so that his daughter wouldn't know who it was she had just saved, he couldn't face her. She is the only good thing he had ever left to show he was even alive and not something that brought fear, but hope. Short story, I was changed by what I went through. And after being freed, I gave that life behind and ended up here, Trigon said. And you're back in demon form how? Sunset asked. I paid a Rick to do it, Trigon stated. Oh, Sunset said. Your group is still new at traveling, right? Trigon asked. About 6 months of traveling give or take, Twilight said. Well, get used to seeing people from fiction not being like they are, Trigon said before heading back to the kitchen. So what do you want? Lolth asked, taking their orders. After Lolth got their orders, she headed to the kitchen to give it to the cook. And while they were waiting, Twilight began scanning the different worlds they could visit next, making sure that there be no big surprises waiting for them if they randomly jump to another world. Like that world where they met a Washsu from Tenchi Mayo, which was a huge mistake as that woman who seemed to be a great replacement for Rick turned out to be very hungry, who likes to wear leather and favorite prey are young women like them. She's smarter than Rick, but what she wanted in payment was more than what they're willing to pay. Like when they met that witch Bayonetta, whose magic powers would be useful to learn but like Washsu, wanted more of a personal payment. What's with older women being so hungry? Twilight wonders, as before they met Kasumi they seemed to kept running into hungry older women. Made her glad they weren't trying to learn how to fight from one of those old pervert masters, which she guessed was because most of them haven't spent much of their youth training and more training. By the time they became masters of their art they had wasted their youth and found themselves as old men who had made little in personal connections to others. And their long suppressed drives are making up for lost time. 6. Twilight, you and your group are back, Eskel the Witcher greeted her. Oh hi Eskel, Twilight said. Heard that your group went and caused a big mess with a Bleach and my goddess crossover, Eskel said. How did you hear that? Sunset asked. Hell's blog, Eskel said. Don't you mean Hild? Naruto asked. No, she's Hell from the original myth, the one who has half of her body alive and the other a corpse, Eskel explains. Wait, isn't she supposed to be half white and half black? Kasumi asked. Different version, but the main thing to remember that those Hells appeared long before the My Goddess versions. They see them and the ones from Marvel universes to be just sup-up copies, Eskel said. And the Hell whose blog I read has been following up what's happening in that world. The gods and demons are being supervised by a Mary Poppins. I hate dealing with any of her counterparts, they're just so prefect in just about every way possible. Well, they did cause the mess in the first place, Trixie said. There is also the blog that Bildandi been writing ever since he gave up her godhood to be with Kiichi, in one of those live as a mortal till death type of thing and come back as a goddess, but with the experience of living as a mortal, Eskel said. She's living as a mortal? Twilight asked. Yes, and living in Stardra Valley, which is a modern farming town with Kiichi going to a nearby college near there. Bildandi from her blog is still keeping in touch with her family by her blog and took up beekeeping to help in paying the bills. They also went to a licensed couple therapist who helped them with the issues they had with their relationship, Eskel said. 7. That's nice, Sunset said. Seeing how your group are into getting into a mess. How about joining the Witcher Guild? Eskel asked. No thanks. If we're not going to be going around to do that, Twilight said. Going around hunting down bounties isn't for us, Sunset said. And we're still new to this, and some of the bounties I have seen are way above our weight class, Trixie said. It's not all about those with wanted posters people like me get paid for. There are people in groups who would pay to see someone or something destroyed, Eskel said. Like what? Naruto asked. There's a Samurai Jack, or should I say Emperor Jack, pays a bounty for anyone who, if they come across a universe of his universe set in the past before Aku was given form and a mind, destroys the mindless pool of evil before what he went through even happened. And he's not the only one who pays bounties like that. There are plenty of people who go around and make sure the xenomorphs never get created or stop humans from finding them, Eskel said. Well, as we could do that, Twilight said. But for really big stuff like stuff in Warhammer or Berserk we stay out of that. Those universes are for only vets, Eskel said. I took part of a group hunt in Warhammer to deal with a warp tier opening to another universe. It was a complete nightmare. Even with the people I was with, only half of our group survived. We should have waited for one of the A or S rank members to come with us. Just one, but isn't Warhammer known for having millions of soliders? Sunset asked. Yes, but some of the A rank members and most of the S rank members are one-man armies. Able to turn the tide of battle or able to take on an entire army without effort, Eskel said. What's S rank like? Naruto asked. Here, let me show you, Eskel said as he used the Omni tool to show them a video. On the screen, for those who seen the anime and the manga, is right out of Berserk. What was once rolling hills and blades of grass are replaced with human faces mashed together. The night sky is filled with black clouds, only the eclipsed sun is seen while it emits an unsettling dark magenta glow. The ponds are filled with blood, and the last, but not the least, geographical transformation occurs when the god hand arrives. That transformation makes a gigantic hand and arm appear, which are made of a myriad of human faces. The hand settles itself as if to balance the eclipsed sun within its palm. There the members of God Hand are watching their newest member becoming truly one of them. There is Void, the oldest of the group and acting leader, Slan, a sadomasochist who thrives on cruelty and the effect it has on others, but the last two have been replaced by twisted versions of Hild and Kami. And they're not alone. Replacing Griffith is Celestin, replacing Guts and Casca are Kiichi and Baldandi. The band of the Hawks are all but dead, having been slaughtered and eaten by the apostles. Now Kiichi, having lost his left arm and right eye, is being held down as he watches helplessly as Celestin rapes Baldandi in front of him. Right on cue came the Skull Knight riding in to the rescue. They immediately attack Void, who diverts the attack back at his assailant via a dimensional portal. You're too late, Void said to Skull Knight. Too late to stop you, but not to put a stop to all of you, Skull Knight said. All alone? Void asked. Not alone, Skull Knight said. Coming out of the vortex that Skull Knight came out of, came a man riding down on a flying motorbike. He's dressed in power armor that looks to be baseball termed, with the helmet looks like a baseball helmet and the armor looking like a uniform colored mainly yellow with black highlights. He's armed with a high-tech looking baseball bat, gauntlets that cover both of his arms, and looks like a baseball-like grenade bandolier. And his bike looks like it's carrying heavy weapons and carrying the gear that he couldn't carry on himself. It's time to play ball, the man said. Wait a minute, Kasumi said, blinking as she stared at the image of the man in the video who is single-handedly fighting all the demons at once and winning. Is that who I think it is? Charlie Brown from the comics. Yes, that's him. I helped train him when he was younger and now he's one of the best of the guild. He's known in other guilds simply because of who he is and what he's usually is like. He trained WTH just about every master you can think of, learning either by training or by learning on his feet as he followed whoever was teaching him on a mission. The one who mentored him the most was Flash Gordon, teaching him how to deal with things and places he never dealt with before, Eskel said. He was mentored by Flash Gordon. No wonder he's so good, Kasumi said. 8. Especially seeing how that Flash's universe is a crossover one with just about every single space fiction you can think of in it. Name it and he has dealt with before, Eskel said. If we join the guild, do we have to do anything? Twilight asked. For 10% of the bounty, the guild handles the paperwork and claiming the bounty to the person or group who is paying. Also, if you're in a jam, you can transmit a SOS for help from any guild member who's near you, with you doing the same for anyone who is calling for help. If you want that, you can apply to have that option when you sign up, Eskel explains. Well, I guess we can just join if it's to do bounties when we can, Twilight said. Yeah, I don't want to just be a bounty hunter, Naruto said as he doesn't want to be anything like a ninja anymore. I'm okay in doing pest control, Trixie said. Some of the lower rank guild members do just pest control and leave the tougher jobs for higher rank members, Eskel said. Everyone okay with that? Twilight asked. Yeah, everyone said. Okay then, Twilight said. I'll sign us up after we eat. Also, you all should look up the high level bounties. So you know what to look out for if you're in a universe with one of them. Some of them are like Charlie Brown, complete jokes in canon but aren't funny in others, Eskel said. Like who? Naruto asked. Toiletnator is the current big hitter who's the most active right now, Eskel said, earning some laughs from Twilight's group. That lame villain from the Kids Next Door verse? Sunset asked. Yes, but that Toiletnator is as deadly as he is lame in canon. He killed just about everyone on his world before he became a world hopper. The normal ones are usually have a head injury that gives him brain damage, which he gained when he got his toilet-based powers. Which is how he killed his world. He went around causing all the toilets to back up, flooding whole cities with toxic sewage and waste. And the ones that tried to stop him, well, he does control everything to do with toilets and what makes up a toilet. Toilet paper that can act like razor wire, controlling water, stonework and metal that makes up a toilet. Which makes him a water, earth, metal, and paper master, and that's not counting the chemicals used for toilets. With that power set and him not being dumb or short-sighted in how to use them. He made the saying, "Hard is an awesome power scary." He has killed hundreds of different versions of Marvel, DC and other superhero versus groups. If you spot him, just run as he has a bounty of 1 trillion credits for a reason, Eskel said. We keep that in mind, Twilight said as she makes a note to see if she can't find a scanner that can tell her if there is anyone with an active bounty around. A big group suddenly enter Mo's made up of Lulf, Trigon, the 4 chaos gods of Warhammer, Lord Chaos, Nyarlathotep, and the 5 members of God's Hand. But all of them look down beaten and all wearing suits. They walk straight for the bar and Mo served them their drinks. "Those are the big bads who lost everything to Mandy and are now working under her," Eskel said. "From Grim Adventures?" Naruto asked. "Yes, that Mandy. She has created a small but powerful Muleverse empire made up of different planets or systems under her control. She's lawful evil and runs it as a business. All the big bads that thought she was nothing but a human with a big ego quickly learned she is anything but that. She set Billy loose on them and he quickly either destroyed everything or drove the big bads crazy, allowing her to easily take over, and either they end up like the group at the bar after she steals their powers, reducing them to working for her. Or end up being sent to a Care Bears world where because of the very nature of that universe prevents them from doing anything worse than hurting someone's feelings. You should see how lame the 4 chaos gods are like in a Care Bears world. They try to be like they were in Warhammer but just end up being harmless villains in that world no matter what they try, which isn't much as they simply unable to do anything like they used to be able to do and the Care Bears stare one-shot them, sending them running away," Eskel explains. "Does that mean the Care Bears villains are monsters when they're not in their universe?" Naruto asked. "No. They're worse," Eskel said. 9. Later. After they ate, Trixie went off to sell the treasures and magical items she gotten from the game base worlds that she couldn't use for one reason or another. Naruto went off with Kasumi to look for more robot stuff as he's been making robots and wants to make a mech for himself. Kasumi went with him, keep an eye on him so he doesn't get lost. Twilight went off to sign them up with the Witcher Guild as beginner level, pest control. As for Sunset, she went off to the weapon sellers to see what they could use. Checking a shop that sold stuff from Bioshockverse, she found a spear gun. The spear gun has an upgraded scope, a railgun-like rotary mechanism, and all of it reinforced down to its firing spring and barrel to handle the increased power. It can also fire nets to capture targets. Then there are the Atom Selection, which are drinkable instead of injecting it. Rick, who ran the store, explained to her that unlike in the game, his Atom products are completely safe as long as you follow the instructions on the label. Taking the instructed doses of Atom over a week's time, depending on your body type and other things. You get the kind of body you want, and in case of a bad reaction there is an antidote that remove all the Atom from you. And he does a scan so that he knows what to give you, so there isn't any problems on his part. "So what you think?" Sunset asked Twilight and Trixie, who she called to meet her at the shop. Kasumi and Naruto were still busy looking through the shop selling robot parts and mechs. "This has no side effects like in the game?" Twilight asked the Rick. "Nope, unlike those hacks, I discovered Atom in my world and mass-produced it. And made sure that what I sell is safe. I may not be able to make stuff like my other counterparts, but when it comes to bio and chemistry, I know what I'm doing. Besides, I wouldn't be able to sell this stuff here if they weren't safe, as long as you follow the instructions, that is, if you don't and just drink it all at once. It's not my responsibility anymore," Rick explains. "If we get powers, wouldn't our hands morph like in the game to use them?" Trixie asked. "Yes," Rick said. "I don't like the idea of my hand bursting in flames," Twilight said. "How about just passive gene tonics?" Sunset asked. "Sure, I can give you the standard package. Increase your body strength and endurance levels. Make your body more shapely and tone, for men muscles and women the most common superpower, like you see in superheroines. You'll be much stronger, standard super strength, with a body that is like a sandbag, making it very hard to hurt you. It also increases your lifespan and with youth too, so you can be in your 80s and still look like you're in your 20s, Rick explains. "What do you think, girls?" Sunset asked. "I'm in," Trixie said, as she wouldn't mind looking young and feeling young in her old age. "Sure, why not? We can remove the Atom if something goes wrong. We can get our orders and wait for Naruto and Kasumi to finish what they're doing," Twilight said. "Well, since you're just going to be waiting around, how about some other perks?" Rick asked, wanting to see how much he can make on this sale. Thanks for watching this video. If you really enjoy this video, like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow the MADHAT886 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.